Should I end it real quick so that I can do that, everyone? What are your thoughts? So should I end it real quick so I can change the title? Or do y'all think the title doesn't really matter much? I think I could just say debates. I could just keep it as debates. What are your thoughts, y'all? Are you streaming it? I can't stream it on live, but I am going to be reacting to it. So I did, in the link tree in my bio, put as the first link that of the debate. I can't play it on my live. I can't play the audio even. But me, Matt, and other people who want to come up like Dean are going to be watching it and giving our feedback so y'all can hang out with us here. And we'll be able to watch it. Again, the link tree is in the bio, right? Specifically, click the link tree, click on the first link, and it will bring you to the YouTube CNN stream, okay? We can't hear, you won't be able to hear it through TikTok, but you can watch it with me. So make sure to get like a secondary device so that you can watch my reactions if you would like to, and the debate at the same time with us. So if you want to watch with us, I can't play it on the stream, everyone. That's all copyright. I will have to watch it though through this. So I do have a link for it, everyone, in the link tree. So if you want to check it out, it is in the link tree. That is the best way I could do it. I did want to be able to play it on TikTok, but it's really unfortunate. All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's run up to 100,000 likes, everyone. Share the live as well, everyone. The debate starts in about 55 minutes, everyone. So we're going to get some debates in here for a little bit. But no, I cannot stream it like on the debate. Because Tim Pool was asking whether or not he could do it, and they said that he can't. So I would assume that it works the same. But yeah. I'm gonna keep it safe, everyone. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to check out the rally video that I just posted a few days ago, it started to do well finally. Make sure to check that out. The full video will be dropped tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Pacific time, everyone. The full rally video will drop at 10 a.m. tomorrow. It is a banger, chat. It is a banger. We're finalizing it tonight, and we are going to be posting it tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time, everyone. It is going great. So we're going to get the first person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, it's a how old are you?
I'm 34.
Are you going to be voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Because I love him. I got a question for you, though. Do you love your country?
Reggie, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
So if there was a draft to go fight in Ukraine, would you do it?
No.
Why not?
Because that's not the way in which I would best
Well, that's how
benefit the
drafts
country.
work, though. If your number got pulled, why wouldn't you go?
Oh, so why doesn't you understand that if your number
I'm
gets
asking you.
listen,
I'm asking
hey,
you.
Listen.
If
Your number gets pulled,
would you go? Would you go, Parker?
no, I'd fake having bone spurs like Trump.
Would you go, Parker?
No, I'd fake having bone spurs like Trump.
I'm just saying, you got a big voice. You got a big mouth. Why won't you go serve your country?
So does Trump. Actually, I would take the test. Stop talking or I'll mute you. I would take the test.
Where's your pride? Where's your
Chill.
pride?
Can you chill for a second so I can respond? All right. So I will absolutely take the test, and I'll test into a position where I won't be on the front lines.
Will you go? So someone else's son's more important than you? Someone else's other Americans more important than you go fight? You're not someone else?
I don't know what you're trying to say there.
No, because the other night you said that you'll test too high to go serve, right? You said that.
Yeah, I would test. I would test high enough where I wouldn't be in a job.
You go to a
I would test high enough where I wouldn't be in a job specifically. That would be on the front lines.
And tell her that you tested too high. Her son didn't test as high as you. Will you go to a Navy SEAL and say I tested too high?
Yeah. I tested high enough where I wouldn't have to go on the front lines.
Yeah,
that
but
would
that
just be
doesn't
the
happen.
objective fact.
That doesn't happen, Parker. So you won't pull your card to go. You'll send other people to go. But you'll come here and talk politics to everybody else.
Yeah, I'll talk politics, but I won't go fight in a war. Yeah, absolutely.
You love your country. You know what's funny? Dean said the same thing. You guys are a bunch of cowards, man.
You'd go fight?
Here, you monetize America. That's what you do.
You'd go fight?
This app. Did I fight? Yeah, I did fight for my country. And
no,
I didn't get drafted.
So you would go and fight.
I didn't get drafted. I volunteered. But the thing is,
okay,
you're talking all this crap about the country that you say you love, but you won't take the draft. You'll send other guys your age from your generation and go fight, but you won't.
I'm actually pretty anti-war, right? I actually don't want to send Americans.
You will not take the draft.
Finish?
You just said you'll do anything to avoid it. You're a coward.
Like Trump. Trump literally faked having bone spurs.
I'm talking about you, bro.
Well, you're voting for Trump?
Stand on your own 2 feet. Stop copping out. You just said you will send other people to fight instead of you.
There is no draft that we're going through, and I'm also not advocating to send other American citizens to countries around the world to fight.
They just passed the fact that 18 to 25, if there's World War III,
26.
You're 26. Okay, you got me by a year, but you're not going to go anyway.
It's also already required and mandatory.
You're too much a coward.
Hey, can you listen for a second?
Right? But you'll send other.
Okay, so I need you to listen for a second. So it was
No,
already
no, no. You're not gonna cut me off like you do.
So it was already mandated specifically. It was already mandated. Just
You
this process automates it, right? So you didn't listen to it, you didn't see it, and actually it was only passed through the House. It wasn't passed fully through Congress.
If there's World War III, your ass is going. And you're too much of a coward. You just admitted you're going to come on here and preach your bullshit that you believe in, but you don't have the balls to go fight for the country that you live in, that you monetize off of. So you're a coward. So don't talk about this country or how to.
If you want to call me a coward for not wanting to go die in a war, okay, cool.
A war for
Call me a coward. I don't care.
You support the administration who would send us to war.
No,
You
I don't.
support
I
them.
don't support sending us to war. Which war?
You
Which war did I support
the
sending us
administration
to?
that would send us to war.
Which
And
war did I
yet you
support
have the
sending American
balls
citizens
to
to?
come up here and say you will not go to a draft because somehow you are more important than the rest of your generation who will go to that.
I never said I was more important.
Then
I
why
just
won't
said that
you
I
to
wouldn't go
draft? 'Cause
fight.
I've talked to other guys your age that said, you know what, I would go serve my country, and they support.
That's them.
Biden.
That's their choice.
And I
Appreciate the
support
paper
them.
crane. Thank you.
You know, I respect them because we may not.
I don't
agree
give a shit if you
politically,
respect
but
me.
you don't have the balls to go serve your country. You have the
Cool.
balls to come up here and talk shit.
Yeah,
If
absolutely.
there was a draft, you run and hide. So everybody listen.
Yeah, I wouldn't go fight.
This is the coward, him and Dean, who denied it too, said I would not go to a draft. This is the cowards you guys listen to.
Yeah,
Your
I wouldn't. I wouldn't
generation
go
have
fight in a
no
war.
balls
Yeah,
to
like,
go-
is that
to go
surprising?
serve
I'm
their
a
country.
TikToker.
None. You have a TikToker. So without TikTok, what would you be? Nothing.
Yeah, I probably
No
would be
one.
a lot less. I
Nothing.
wouldn't have as
You'd
much
be nothing.
going on for
You'd
me.
be no one. So
Okay,
go serve
I don't
your country.
care.
Go fight.
I don't
for your
care. I'm not.
country.
I'm not doing this
Go
to be
fight for your
someone.
country.
Hey. I'm not doing this to be someone. I'm doing this because I think it genuinely helps people.
You're doing it to make money. Everything you do is outrage.
I
That's
did
all
this for
you
years
do.
without making any
Nothing
money.
to unite people. Nothing. So go out there when there's a draft that's coming. It's coming.
It's
You
not.
get ready for it, Parker. I want to see what those 1-inch arms can do out in Ukraine. I want to see.
I'm not gonna go fight in a
10
war.
other people out there in your stead.
Wait,
Go
who
out
who
there.
made you so mad? I don't know why you're so
What
mad.
makes me mad is that youth like you have the nerve to talk about the military. I heard you the other night. What you said.
Did someone hurt you? Like,
No,
did
no, no,
someone
no.
break up with you
What
recently?
you said the other night was so
Did your girlfriend
disgusting.
cheat on
You're
you?
a disgusting human being. That's what you
Like,
are.
dude, I
What
get being
you said
angry,
the
but
other
like,
night
you shouldn't
that
take your
I
feelings out on everyone else.
To go to the military.
You shouldn't
Go
take
in front of
take
a
your
Navy
feelings
SEAL
on
and
everyone
say
else,
that.
right? You shouldn't
Go
engage in a
to
temper
Gold Star
tantrum.
military mother and say, your son didn't test as high as me. Go to Arlington.
That's just,
National
like, objectively
Cemetery
true.
and look
If you
at
take
those
the-
graves at Arlington National Cemetery and say,
I'm not saying it's good for people to be dying. Oh, you just got flagged for harassment and bullying. I would never say it's good for people to dying. I just described specifically if it was the case that I was drafted, right? I could test high enough insofar as that I wouldn't specifically be put on the front lines. That's just how the current test system works. Like, that's all I was saying. Would I go fight in a war specifically for this country? No, I would not fight in a war for this country and go die in a war. I'm a TikToker. Again, I debate things. I'm not going to go out and just like fight people in a war. That's not what I'm made for. Like, dude, what are you talking about, bro? If you think I'm a coward for that, think I'm a coward. I don't give a shit. Like, dude, I don't give a shit. All right, let's get on to the next person. I don't know why that person was so angry to start off the day, everyone. Let's go on to the next person real quick. All right, let's get the next person up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Why'd you drop him? It was TikTok TOS. He got a
What's
harassment
up,
and
boss?
bullying
How you doing,
violation.
Parker?
Yeah, are you gonna be voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Multitude of reasons, mainly the economy.
Okay. Yeah, like what about the economy specifically do you think is beneficial with Donald Trump?
CPI was better. Stock market did better. Just, medium income rose at a quicker rate.
Sakira, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can you give me any policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that would have caused these things to be better off?
Yeah, his energy policy,
Which one?
all of them. When he got into office,
Mexican
for
one?
instance. When he got into office, for instance, our liquid natural gas export capacity was zero. Thanks to him, we're exporting a lot still to this day, and that kept the dollar strong for the most part. Kept prices down, energy prices down. I mean, you just got to look at, look at energy. Look at the price of energy.
Yeah, I'm just asking what policy caused that.
All of its policy,
Can you name
opening
one?
up, increasing export capacity.
That's
That
not
was
a
Trump.
policy.
Of course it is.
No, it's not. What policy
It
did
is
that?
opening up permits and deregulating the natural gas
There have been more
industry
accepted permits for production under Biden's administration.
for what? For crude
for-
oil or natural gas?
Yeah, for
'Cause
drilling.
Yeah, for drilling. Well, we're talking about natural gas, but both are actually wrong because
If you talk about for fracking, I mean, we can reference that as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
But
yeah.
we have a greater level of crude oil production, Mimi. I appreciate the
Then-
subscription. Thank
okay.
you so much.
But-
Than any country
but
that is. Nick, can I please speak?
sure.
Yeah, we have a greater level of oil production now than any country that's ever existed at any point in time, including under Donald Trump's presidency. Right? So if you're just going to look at under the administration, well, you're not going to have a good argument against Biden. So then I would again ask you what policies would have caused this, because actually we saw lower gas prices under Obama's administration in 2016.
Absolutely not. First of all, let me just go back to where you said that we're producing the most crude oil at any point. Yes, we are by, I believe, 200,000 or 300,000 barrels per day, but we're consuming over 1 million more than we were at the height of 2020, right before the pandemic, when we were producing 300,000 less per day. So do you understand that? We may be producing more than we were in 2020 by 300,000, but we're consuming almost 1.5 million more per day. That's crude oil. And as
Are
far
you
as
comparing that?
no, I said pre-pandemic.
Okay, so if it's pre-pandemic, where'd you get that demand number from? And also that doesn't change whether or
US
not
Department of Energy.
that
It's
doesn't
on-
change.
You just go on the DOE.
Yeah, so that doesn't change whether or not specifically there was a policy that was caused specifically by Trump or Biden, and it also doesn't change the notion that supply has been increasing under Biden's administration inside of the United States.
So you think it was a coincidence that our LNG export capacity went from zero to, I don't even know what it is.
I'd love to see where that number's from.
You could just, anywhere. The Department
Don't
of
just
Energy.
tell me to look it up. Actually, give me the source for it. You just saying the Department of Energy. Where on the Department of Energy can I find
You
this?
can go on the U.S. Department of Energy and just put LNG exports per year. Zero in 2016. That's a fact. I mean, it's surprised that you don't know that, but I mean, natural gas is
Exports,
really-
by
and
the way,
also
exports. Here, I just want you to hear this. Exports would be
liquid
stuff
natural gas exports.
Yeah, I understand. Now, please let me. So, liquid natural gas specifically, right, being exported, right, that would mean that it's leaving the United States. So, this wouldn't affect domestic prices for energy, as it is the case that it would be going across the world, not into the United States for our supply here.
Parker, when you export, it creates demand for the U.S. dollar. Therefore, the dollar goes up. That lowers the price for everything. It's basic economics.
It doesn't necessarily make the value go up for the dollar. It just specifically leads to there being more supply in other types of places around the world. That's
Parker,
not necessarily more demand for the dollar. If anything,
Because when you
that would mean
export-
countries, hold up, if anything, that could decrease demand for the dollar specifically, as
No.
it is the case, as it is the case that other countries around the world would have greater levels of United States dollars.
Parker, when you
If they have a higher
export
supply
rubber
of United States dollars, that would decrease demand.
Parker, when you
Or
export
not decrease
a rubber
demand, decrease
duck
price given the same demand.
or a million BTU of natural gas, whether it's a rubber duck or natural gas, when you export, it's paid for in U.S. dollars. That creates demand for the U.S. dollars. It's basic economic principle. Okay, that means the dollar gets stronger and prices go down. Okay, that's a fact. That's not this. If we are a net exporter of crude oil, that creates demand for the dollar.
You said it was zero.
First of
That's
all,
wrong, by the way.
Oil is traded.
I'm looking at liquid
natural
natural. I'm looking at liquefied natural gas right now in terms of exports, and it
Yep.
was not zero prior to Trump being in office.
What was in 2000?
This is from the Energy
2016?
Information Administration.
Yep. What was it in 2016?
So in 2016, there were various different numbers of exports, right? In certain months, we saw 10,000. Certain months, we saw 16,000, 15,000, 27,000, 32,000, 41,000, right? And then, but we do see like an increase, right, of
Liquid
exports
natural
after
gas?
that point. Listen,
Liquid. You're talking about liquid.
yes, I'm talking about liquefied natural gas, U.S. exports, okay?
Yeah.
By the way, if Dean's in the guest box, I do not see him, by the way. I don't see Dean, but everyone do tap that screen and share the live. Thank you so much for the lemonade. I appreciate Tessa. Thank you.
Here's
So
another
this claim
thing.
that you made.
Oh, here's another
Hey,
one.
don't cut me off real quick. I'm going to mute you if you continue to. So again, your claim here that it was zero was a complete lie. You said it was on the Department of Energy. I'd love for you to show me the source that indicates that.
Well, listen, I could grab a laptop and probably find it in 2 seconds, but let's move
Like,
on.
I'm not going to dispute there being an increase in the amount of exports, but that's not specifically saying that it was
I'll
zero
grab my laptop because
before he was in office.
You can't find it.
Well, you were wrong. I'm literally looking at the
3
numbers
seconds
right
to
now. In
find-
2016, there were thousands of exports by month.
Right, give me 1 second. As far as while looking this up, I'll bring up other policy was Keystone Pipeline, Keystone XL Pipeline. That policy puts pressure on further out month contracts, which in then turn puts pressure on front month contracts, and that eased prices because our export capacity on crude oil upon the completion of Keystone XL
XL
would be
doesn't
over.
transport crude oil, right? Crude oil alone. It's tar sands.
It's tar sands that's mixed in
Yeah.
with our clean oil in the.
That's not refined into. So first of all, 90% of it does not go to the United States. It's Canadian-owned pipeline.
Again, it's-
second of
no,
all,
no, listen, that's wrong.
second of all, it is literally not refined into gasoline.
All right, you're wrong on both accounts. First of all, it
No, give me a
originates.
source.
Okay, just the Keystone XL. Okay, the Trans Canada company. Okay, the oil, the tar sand pit. It starts in Alberta. It comes in. The XL brings it to the Bakken Formation, and that's where it's mixed in with American clean oil. Then it gets moved down a pipeline to Cushing, where oil is settles for delivery, and then it further connects to another pipeline which goes to the Gulf, where it can be refined or exported, or sent to
what?
other ports within the United States. So
Into what?
Say again.
Into what? What
It
is
gets refined into gasoline or other kinds of oils,
Can you give me a source?
petroleum products. Say again.
Can you
Do
give
you
me a
have a source?
source?
Trans Canada, the company. I mean, but a source for what? Are you denying that the Keystone Pipeline doesn't stop in the Bakken Formation and get mixed in with American oil? Are you disputing that?
Can you just give me a source that specifically indicates that this is refined into gasoline?
Well, that's the whole point. Like, I don't even know what you're saying. Like, what do you think? What do you think happens to it?
No, I just want you to give me a source that indicates that.
The company Trans Canada is the one who owns the.
No, Nick, I want you to give me a source that indicates that this tar sand specifically in the United States is refined into gasoline that is used at the pump. Appreciate the paper grain, thank you. Like from the XL pipeline, the XL part of the
Yes.
Keystone.
Right. So if you look at the map of the pipeline, you could probably pull it up on Google really quick. You could see that it starts in Alberta, then it goes through to where our.
Sir, you're not giving me a response to what I just asked you for.
I know,
Can you
but
please give me a
you can
source?
see the map ends up at refineries by the Gulf.
Nick,
you
can
see
you please can you please give me a source that indicates that it's refined into gasoline used at the pump?
that. You really want me to go on Google? I'm
Yeah.
still trying to find the. I haven't even typed in the other thing. I mean, it's
Go ahead.
just
Well, then
looking at-
I'll give you time to go find it, and I'll bring up someone else to talk to in the meantime. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, for sure. What's up, Dean? How you doing, man?
Dude, I'm doing all right. We just had a good hour and a half, 2 hours of debates over my life. I'm on a roll today. I'm feeling good, man.
Yo, Team Trump, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 45. How old are you?
22. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Because Trump had the best economic history in his 3 years.
You're covering your mic a little bit. It seems a little muffly.
For some reason, TikTok
go.
is hating on my mic.
That's good enough. I could hear you all right. You just got to get close and kind of be loud.
Okay.
So you're talking about economy here. So what policy passed by Trump and his administration made the economy so good? Just out of curiosity.
So I know you guys like policies and whatnot, but have you heard of she's a self-made woman that's
Okay, man. I'm sorry. Your mic is absolutely horrendous.
a self-made woman,
He's got the MAGA mic.
Kathy Wood. Look her up real quick.
Appreciate the hand art.
She's worth 250 million. She said Trump's economics during his presidency was the best out of any president.
Appreciate the coral.
She's worth
I'm worth $30
Okay.
billion dollars and I
Team-
disagree.
team- wait, Team Trump. Hey, Team Trump.
Yes.
Hey. Yeah, so it's really hard to hear you. It's like very mumbly. So you're going to have to fix your mic, one thing. Two, I appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Second of all, I don't care if someone specifically said that they like Trump's policy. I would ask you specifically, what policy do you like that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit America, economically speaking?
Economically, he wanted to bring jobs back. Okay, so let me give you just one example, and then I'm going to get going because my mic's shitty. I know, it's fucked up. So anyway, now you know most of the products in Target and Walmart are made where?
So you can't name
I'm
the
asking
policy.
you for a policy. I'm not asking you to give me like a story. Appreciate the boxing glove. Thank you so
Well, the
much,
tariffs
KZ.
were to get more jobs here because we outsource all of our
Tariffs
products.
increase prices and make the economy worse, right?
No, we could build this shit here and make the economy better.
No.
That's hilarious.
Tariffs ultimately
More
do
jobs.
this. Leading economic experts all around the world all agree that tariffs make like the lives of like average Americans worse.
do you think
average
iPhone-
citizens of any country worse.
Okay, so do you think
Just human, thank you for the
iPhone,
$4.20.
do you think iPhones should be built and created in China, and more iPhone plants should be built there, or do you think they should be built in the USA to create jobs for U.S. citizens?
I think there should be international labor laws around the world, but bro, I can barely hear you, man.
Okay,
It may
so
just
we
be worth it to
do
move on.
both agree.
Yo,
on
I
that.
got all that stuff, man. I got all that stuff.
Bye, Team Trump.
Yeah, I can't do it, man.
Yo, Parker.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was looking at the EIA.gov, liquefied U.S. natural gas imports, million cubic feet, 2013, 13 million in January 2016, 26 million in January. Then it goes up to 51 billion under Trump immediately. So yes, it wasn't zero, but it was pretty close to zero. As far as the Keystone XL map, you could go to keystonexl.com /
I didn't ask
maps.
you for the map. I asked you specifically for a
I know,
source
but it
that
showed-
indicated that the tar
Keystone
sands
XL.
oil that is transported by the XL portion of the Keystone pipeline would have been refined into gasoline that's used at the pump.
Okay.
Sarah, I
Let's
appreciate
say
the
that
$5.
Keystone. Let's say the Keystone XL website is wrong because it actually has a graphic of refineries. However, let's say that wasn't. What does it matter if the gas is exported to, Spain or England? What does it matter? It doesn't
Because
matter.
it wouldn't
We're
affect
producing it.
domestic prices in the United States.
Of course it does, Parker. It doesn't matter whether we'll never be a net exporter just because of logistics. So in other words, if we export 13 million and we get 11 million in, we still need that 11 million. Say it comes into Charlotte. If we're producing and exporting out of San Francisco, it's a lot easier to export it from a European country, or you know what I'm saying? It's like you're not understanding currency and how
And you're not
exports work.
understanding Parker's very simple question. So all that Parker
Okay,
is asking
again.
you for here is to show us a source that says the oil from the portion of the Keystone XL pipeline that we have access to would have been refined into the gasoline we put in our cars at the pumps.
Okay. First of all, the Keystone pipeline, as it is right now, does run to refineries in the Midwest. So and that pipeline is connected. And again, you could look at a map, any map of the Keystone XL, and that's the source, and that's TransCanada, the company that owns it. So there's my source.
What's the source? What's the link that tells us it's refined into gasoline?
KeystoneXL.com / maps. Okay. Obama actually fast tracked. If you look at that map, the
He's
one
not
from
gonna
Steel
actually give
City
us
that
what I'm
goes to
asking
Illinois,
for.
he fast tracked that because that was going to the refineries. Track that line of the Keystone XL, which I think is a smart move.
Sir, I'm gonna give you one more chance to answer the question.
Sure.
If not, I'm just gonna go to the next person.
But I'm showing you the map that it's on the website. What source then, other than the Keystone XL, would you
But
want?
how?
I specifically asked you, give me a source.
How about this
that
part?
indicates
How about this
stop
part?
talking or I'm gonna kick you from the stream. Okay? I'm not dealing with the bullshit today.
P8.
I gave you the source. I gave you the KeystoneXL.com/maps.
You didn't give me. That's not the source I was asking you for. I was specifically asking you what is a source that indicates that it is the case that they are using this specific oil right in the United States by refining it into gasoline to be used at the pump. Can you give me a source that indicates that?
Parker, I'm gonna say this right now. Okay, they don't. Okay, you're right. But let's say I'm completely lying and this website's lying.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
So
Nick,
let's
this
just say,
website does not say that the oil in the pipeline is refined into gasoline.
Do you know what's in
This website
Patoka and Wood
shows-
River?
Thank you for $5, Lisa.
Those are refineries. Those are refineries. Look at the map. All right, just forget it. You know what? I'm wrong.
So-
this website's wrong. Okay, let's just
that's
say
not what the-
that's
no.
exported to other countries.
Nick, can you tell me what I was explaining?
It gets exported to other countries, which increases demand for the U.S. dollar since oil is traded in petrodollar. It's
Nick,
trade.
I already told you specifically what the conditions were, and you specifically have gone against that. So I'm going to give you literally one more time. If you don't, I am going to go to the next person.
You keep asking me for proof, and I'm giving you proof, and then
You're not giving me
Okay,
the sources
then-
specifically. You're giving me something that is not relative to what I'm asking, right? So instead of literally not giving me something that I'm asking for, you are then like talking about other things.
no, it's the point of producing oil production, crude oil domestic production, is to ease the dollar and keep the CPI down. That is the point. Whether we
You're not
consume it-
listening.
No, you're not listening. Park, you don't understand.
Wait, supply that would relate to gasoline, right? Because you're talking about gasoline prices, correct?
No, I'm talking about energy prices, everything. Crude oil could be refined into anything. Petroleum as products it represents a whole array of different applications. It's not all gasoline. The point is exporting oil is good for the dollar. It doesn't matter if we produce or drill oil in the Gulf and we send it to our refineries or we send it to another, it doesn't matter. It eases the dollar because it's traded in US dollars. Creates demand, lowers
What was
prices.
the question that I asked you?
You wanted to know, which is totally irrelevant to this.
It's not irrelevant. This is what I've been asking you for the past few minutes.
Because you asked for policy that Trump wanted that's helpful for low energy
No,
prices.
that's not what I asked you right now. Specifically,
you did.
I asked
You said what?
I asked you right now to provide a source that specifically indicates that the oil that was literally being used, right, or that would have been used in the XL portion of the pipeline that would have been transported, that would have been specifically refined into oil, right, or not refined into oil, refined into gasoline used at the pump in the United States. That's what I was specifically asking you for. And you instead of providing that, have
That shows
decided...
it links right to refineries.
Nick, you instead of providing that specifically, have decided to talk about other things. I would love for you to provide this, right, but you're not providing it. So we can't have productive condo if you don't.
Okay, so are you saying that that map is wrong? Or is that what you're saying?
Okay, are you saying that the map does indicate specifically that it is refined into gasoline used at the pump in the United States?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
show me this map so I can find this.
It's KeystoneXL.com/maps.
Okay, KeystoneXL.com.
Yep. /maps. And for the record, this is meaningless. It doesn't matter whether it's refined
It's
or
not
where the oil
meaningless.
comes from. It doesn't
No,
matter.
no.
It doesn't even matter. You don't understand exports and currency.
Wait, this map doesn't say that it's refined into gasoline.
What do you think Patoka and Wood River are? What do you think? You see
This
Houston
is not
there?
saying that it's
What do you
refined
think- and
into
Nederland.
gasoline. Nowhere on this map does it say that.
Okay, where do you think? What do you think it does? What do you think? See Patoka, see Illinois. That's Obama. That's Obama fast track that. What do you think is there? Do you think they just keep it there and do nothing with it? Dude, those are refineries.
Again,
let's just
I'm
forget
asking
about
you
it. This
just
is
for
so
a
pointless.
source, Nick. I'm
Pointless.
asking you just for a source specifically that indicates that it is refined into gasoline. You're just saying that it does, and you keep just saying that. That's not giving me a source that specifically indicates that it is turned into gasoline used at the pump in the United States. Again,
Okay. So listen,
please provide me that source instead of just sitting here and acting like you're providing it and acting like I'm the one that's dumb here.
Okay.
I've asked you for the source plenty
Okay,
of times.
all right,
I've been
here we go.
incredibly.
I thought it was
Please
common
stop cutting me
knowledge.
off real quick. Please stop cutting me off. Okay? I'm asking you just for the source. I'm being incredibly nice to you. Please, please, please just engage with the point.
Okay.
If you can show me that, well, then I'll address it.
Do you see the Potomac terminal on the map? Listen, the Potomac terminal is a crossroads for pipelines in southern Illinois where crude is stored and then delivered to refineries where it's transformed into gasoline, propane, and other usable energy products. Okay, that's the first thing that came up on Google. Now you could look on there a million things because I thought it was common knowledge that when Obama did this, the whole point was to help Illinois. That's where he's from, and he fast tracked this. And I don't know, maybe you were a kid when this happened, but I thought this was common knowledge.
You're not providing me a source specifically that indicates that this was specifically refined into gasoline used in the United States.
I just gave you a
no, not the stuff that was
specific.
specific. No, not the stuff that was specifically used in the context of the XL portion of the pipeline. Okay, so you're not giving me that. I'm going to stop asking you for this because you're literally not engaging with the point at all. Let's assume that every single portion of that specifically does affect this. Now, this wouldn't affect current prices specifically, as it never impacted the supply of the market. So this couldn't possibly explain the increase in gas prices, as it never affected the prior supply and didn't exist specifically during Trump's administration and prior administrations.
Parker,
so how
do you know
could
what
the
an
price of
options
gas?
contract is?
Can you please stop talking, or I'm going to mute you? All right, how could the price of gas be so much lower in the past without this, particularly if this is what causes, this not being in existence, causes, right, the price to go up?
Okay. An options contract, okay, are traded in months, okay? I don't know if you're familiar with options contracts and strike prices, but when you put pressure on an option, whether it's like 4 or 5 years out, long-term options, okay, it puts pressure on front month contracts, okay? In other words, if there's an expectancy of there being this 1 million barrel per day supply influx 2 years from now, those options, those further out options are going to tank. Then these energy companies hedge against that, and that pushes the prices lower in the near term. Okay? That's why. It's the expectancy. So you don't have to drill oil for it to go down. You could just say, hey, we're going to have a great year next year, and prices will go down. That goes for oranges, that goes for coffee, that goes for any agricultural product.
Yeah, so those expectations are way too much in the future to explain the prices in 2016. Right? So the prices in 2016, where it was $1.87 on average in Obama's economy, how could the expectations for the future of oil production of the Keystone XL pipeline, which wouldn't have been produced for like almost a decade, right, somehow be affecting the current price of gasoline at that particular time period? That's utterly incoherent, Nick.
Well,
Thank you for the cuddle with me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, Parker, you're bringing up the lowest price, I think, in Obama's history, because in 2011, 2012, we had in January of 2011.
I'm talking 2016, right before Trump's administration.
Okay, not right before. And
This is
you're talking
2016 is right before Trump's administration. That's a year before.
Yeah, okay. And you also had what China devalued in the summer of 2015. That shook the market, and oil, everything got rocked. So you're probably cherry picking. If you look at a crude oil chart, you're probably looking at the dead low. Most of
I specifically did say I'm looking at the dead low, right?
Yeah,
so
okay,
again,
yeah,
but what you're not understanding is this is a year before, right, Trump's administration, and it's also the case that you wouldn't be able to explain why it's that low if you think that the cause of it going up specifically is related to the Keystone XL pipeline.
You're talking about something that happened.
Like the expectations associated with that.
Most of the 8 years, and his predecessor too, was, crude oil was a lot higher because of turmoil in the Middle East or whatever. If you look at the average closing price over that 8 years of Obama, you're looking at probably in the 80s, low 80s. And same thing with Biden. You're probably looking around 80. And under Trump, I think it was probably 50. I mean, you could just look at a chart and surmise that. But you had you have closes too under Obama in 3 consecutive years of over 110 a barrel, where you didn't have that once under Trump. That's not a coincidence.
Well, if the
He's
pipeline,
not answering any of my questions. Like you're just like literally not engaging with what I have to say. Okay, You specifically said what explains why the price of gas went up around the world and in the United States is the Keystone XL pipeline specifically not being in effect. You said specifically the reason why it impacted prices because it was based upon expectations. But you then did not acknowledge that you're talking about expectations 8 years plus into the future because this is only 8% produced by now. Right? Not even talking about specifically, right, at that time period in 2016. So no possible way could that have affected the price insofar as that it would have been that low. That's
Yeah,
incoherent gibberish.
No, because Obama,
Also, the people.
Obama didn't. No, because Obama didn't
I'm
approve.
addressing something real quick, so please be quiet. Okay, Nick.
Obama.
Okay,
Obama
please.
didn't have.
Or I'm just
Yo,
going to mute
Nick.
you because I'm saying thank you real quick. William, thank you for the $3. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Teresa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20.24. Thank you so much, Teresa. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And everyone keeps spamming this Mr. Global. I don't know who this is.
I see him in the guest request. He has like $500,000. Apparently, he's
Who is this?
a rather large guy that trades oil.
Okay. All right.
Hey, so send Parker some money, cheapskates.
Nick, who hurt you?
Yeah, for real. What's up,
No
Mr.
one
Global?
hurt me, man. Listen, you're bringing up what were we talking about? The average price of crude use.
Will you concede that the price of crude oil was higher under?
I'm talking about the
Biden
price
than
of
Obama?
gasoline.
Gasoline too. You're talking about $1.90. It was. I remember when it was $4.50 under.
How could the
Obama.
pipeline affect? How could the non-production of the pipeline affect the price of
He
gasoline?
was saying expectations, but expectations
Like-
that
like
long
options
doesn't make any
trading.
sense.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
So
just-
I
why
kind
would
of
there
want to
be
hear what
option-
Mr. Global has to say real quick because people keep saying his name.
Yeah. Who are you?
I'd like to just make a couple of points. For those of you that don't know who I am, I'm a globally recognized oil and gas expert and vice president of an oil company here in the United States. When we talk about the average price of oil under the Obama and Biden administrations, there's two things you got to look at. After the election of Barack Obama, OPEC cut oil production by 4.5 million barrels a day. Not long after that, we opened the Keystone XL. Not long after that, for 42 months after we opened, or not the Keystone XL, the phase one of the Keystone. For 42 months after we opened phase one of the Keystone, oil and gas prices went up every month for 42 months straight. They did not fall until December of 2014. Opening that pipeline had no impact on oil and gas prices in the United States. The exact same thing happened with the OPEC 2020 deal. Donald Trump signed an agreement with OPEC, cut OPEC's production by 10% during COVID for 2 years. The first 18 months of the Biden administration, OPEC was producing as much as 10 million barrels a day less than they were during the Trump administration. And as of today, they're still pumping 3 million barrels a day less than they were under the Trump administration. This is what has kept oil prices high during both of those administrations. The reason oil crashed at the end of Obama's administration was because Republicans and Democrats got together and said, we're going to start exporting oil. And that really pissed OPEC off. They flooded the market. They caused the largest oil crash in history in the world in 2015 and 2016. That's why we had super low gas prices at the end of the Obama administration. And those are the gas prices that Donald Trump inherited the day he walked into office. The lowest gas prices under the Trump administration was the day he walked into office.
Dang.
The day he walked into office, they did nothing but go up throughout his entire administration until COVID hit. And you can go look every bit of that up. It's all true. He inherited low prices. OPEC was friendly to him. He did put a lot of pressure on them. He was constantly threatening them, threatening to pull away military resources if they didn't keep oil production high and prices low. That is what he did. But
Gasoline was $2.45 when he got in that month, January. And also, too, your numbers on the deal he did with Saudi Arabia are not even close. So
yeah,
that's
they're
you saying that $2.45 was the lowest during Trump's administration. $2.45. That's the average price.
What
January.
was the average price after 1 year?
2000 in January. You said when he got in, it was the lowest it ever was, and he came in with low gasoline prices. But $2.45 isn't low.
Until COVID. Yeah.
No, that's not right either.
In his first year, it was about 280. The end of his second year, it was about 290. COVID, finally came down below that 240.
Yeah, I'm looking on the Department of Energy website. 2017 when he got in January, 245. 2019 January, 233. So you're wrong right there. Anyway, I got to bail. You guys have fun, man.
Wait,
Park
why?
your awesome. I love you, brother.
Wait, why do you have
Wait,
to bail?
why?
Because I have to go.
Why?
My battery is at like 4%, and I got to do some things. But listen, Parker,
plug it
man,
in,
I'm a
but-
big fan. I think you're good, man. Peace out.
All right, for sure.
Hey, Mr.
I got a
Global, I was
previous
just looking at
engagement.
I was just looking at your account. You have a pinned video with 1.4 million views of you dunking on the older millennial.
Yes.
I
Based.
love you. I dropped you a follow. So based.
Oh,
Amazing.
thank you. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much, Mr. Global. That was great.
I'd love to
information.
stay,
Thank you.
but I actually have a previous engagement through a live debate with some other mutuals of mine, but I'm glad to come in and help anytime. So
Yeah, good. For sure.
one
For
of
sure. I'll
your
definitely make sure to look for
followers asked
you.
me to come in and help, so I came in and helped.
For sure. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I'll follow you guys too. Thanks.
All right. By the way, everyone, we are just letting everyone know we're going to get one person before. The debates happen in 14 minutes. So what we're going to be doing is me, Dean, I think we're going to get Matt up as well, are going to be reacting to the debates. You won't be able to hear it here on TikTok specifically or see it on TikTok, but we will be watching it. I actually put a link specifically in the top right of my link tree. You can click it on it and you can watch it at the same time as me. So you can hear me, Dean, and Matt's like responses and reactions to the debates. Right, but I can't play it through TikTok specifically because TikTok doesn't like me for doing that, or not TikTok. The CNN doesn't want people doing that. Tim Pool asked specifically to do that, even though like other types of agencies or not agencies, other three-letter like news people are doing that. Like I'm pretty sure ABC, CBS, things like that, C-SPAN, they're all like doing like they're showing it. But only specifically will they be able to broadcast it. I can't rebroadcast it for some reason. So
Yeah. So for everyone
link
watching,
is in the link tree. Everyone, it's the top link tree.
So for everyone watching, all that means is that as soon as the debates start here, you're gonna have to pull it up on a second device if you want to continue to hang out with us. We'd recommend the TV. You know, maybe some of y'all out there don't have a second device, but you might have a phone and a TV.
Yeah, but I would
Pull
love
them
if you
up on-
guys
pull them
would
on
like to
TV.
stay around. I don't know how well this is going to do because of like how it's set up specifically. So I do apologize that everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 47.
For sure. Are you voting for Trump in 2024?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because he's done well for many reasons, but he's wildly respected around the world.
No, he's not at all. The
Actually,
current
I've
worldwide approval
traveled.
rating of Biden is sitting at 54%. Meanwhile, the at-home approval rating of Trump is at 43. Like the favorability ratings of Biden worldwide destroy those of Trump.
Well, I've traveled a number of countries the past 4 years, and I would have to disagree with your percentage. It's a lot higher. He's admired, he's respected, he's feared.
Do you have a
Biden
source?
is a laughing stock. I'm my own source, dear. Biden is a laughing
Man, that's
stock
not a
around the
source. That's
world.
called a trust me, bro.
Okay,
Yeah.
trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. He's also done more for Native Americans than any president in history.
Can you name one policy he passed that helped the indigenous
There
community
was
in
an
America?
executive order for missing and murdered Native Americans and
What's the
pardon
name
me,
of the executive order
American
so I can find it?
hang on, I'll get it for you. You can look it up. It's the missing and murdered American Indians and Native Alaskans. Hang on, I'll get
Indigenous
it.
Americans, but yeah. So
It's
I'll look this
actually
up.
American Indians, but yeah, go ahead. It's okay.
I mean, no, some there like a lot of the terms that like the colonizers have applied to the indigenous community over the years are typically understood as being offensive to
Honey,
members of the
no,
indigenous
listen.
community.
I'm an American Indian. Okay.
My grandparents are indigenous.
Okay, well, good. Respect them. They're your elders. Oh shit, my dogs. My Red's dogs.
Yeah. So
You
I
found the
don't.
executive order, right? I'm sure you're quite capable. of
I'm
doing that.
specifically looking it up right now.
And so through the result of it, so after he did the executive order, there became results. So it's through the FBI and I can't remember the other one. the results of the executive order was incredible. There's so many things that came from it that it's like an Amber Alert, but for missing and murdered. I have a child who's missing. Yeah, so I mean,
In
in
December-
that regard, so on my reservation, everyone is voting for Trump.
In
On the
December of
surrounding reservations, everyone is voting for Trump.
in December of 23, Biden signed in an executive order that
Yeah, I know that
the
one.
The White House says like ushered in the next era of tribal self-determination, essentially like giving individual like indigenous communities like the ability to self-determine how they spend their federal funding, which is like one of the most
we already are
historic.
self-determined. That executive order that Biden signed, it really didn't impress any Native Americans that I know, and I've spoken to my elders, my tribal leaders, etc. But yeah, I just thought I'd, let you know that, and let you know that I think you guys are. I mean, I know, Parker, that you're not that big on Biden. I know that you're definitely a Democrat, but you're not big with Biden, and that's good. But in the grand scheme of things, he is a laughing stock around the world. He really is.
Yeah, so you just say he's a laughing stock. What reason do you have
always
to
ask
believe?
about policies, right?
What reason do you have to believe to say that?
Well, in my travels, I've seen it. So yeah, it's pretty. What do you call it? Something my bro or whatever.
Yeah, so this would just be an anecdotal claim, right? I don't see any good reason to believe this, right? Because there's no evidence to substantiate this from an empirical or overall lens.
Why is lived experience not valid? Let's say I'm at the dog park, okay, for example, and there's 20 of us there, and 19 of us say Biden is a laughing stock. Would that not be a valid?
No. So I want you to listen to it in this context, right? If we're talking about how we conduct statistics from an overall basis, we wouldn't use anecdotal claims, right? Like, for example, someone saying that they've never gotten hurt in a car accident while not wearing a seatbelt isn't justifiable enough evidence to say that a lesser harm of risk. That's not justified, right? Because someone from their individual standpoint, right, didn't get hurt when they didn't wear a seatbelt and they got into a car crash. Obviously, we have empirical evidence to indicate that wearing seatbelts, right, increases the likelihood that you won't be negatively impacted.
Another good way of explaining it is like you
that.
said that you've met people in your travels that like Trump. Okay, these worldwide polls went to individual people on a very large scale, meaning a lot of individual people, and asked them for their thoughts. And when we include more people in this equation, the favorability rating for Biden is much higher than that of Trump.
So what do you think of the huge increase of blacks and brown people
Black people, by the way?
liking Trump, BIPOC, whatever you want to call it?
Okay, so
Hispanics, blacks, it's
black people,
skyrocketed.
right?
I'm sorry.
Black people.
Black people, however you want. That has been on all the mainstream media outlets. That I think it was 7%.
Yeah, I just don't know why we're
And
asking
it went
this
up to
question.
33%.
Ma'am, you're now looking specifically at the overall evidence. Is that what you're looking at now?
Yeah, well, I'm not looking at it right now, but I mean, I know that 7% on
No,
average.
you just said now you're taking polls, but before you weren't taking polls, you weren't taking overall evidence. So which one are you going to take?
I'm just basing it on. I was actually kind of surprised with the and they differentiated between, like, say, younger, black, brown, indigenous, as opposed to older women, etc. And out of all three, it's just risen dramatically in the past couple of years probably because Biden is a laughingstock. In regards to, like, Trump, right? Or pardon me, Trump with the child tax credit and the death tax, etc. I had three family members that passed away, and because of that, eliminating the death tax saved my family upwards of $100,000.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and shift the stream over now to reacting to the presidential debates. If you want to watch them, unfortunately, we will not be able to provide the audio nor the video due to copyright laws.
We are doing audio.
What?
Yeah,
We are doing
we
audio.
can.
So all of the major streamers, so David Pakman, the Young Turks, they're all showing it live on YouTube, all of them. So if they're doing it, we can do it. We're not showing the video, but we are going to show the audio. Or we're going to do the audio. So
Wait, why don't we just also show the video?
well,
Yeah,
because
well,
because this is at least some deniability, at least a little bit. We're only going to do the audio. People can go watch it, or if you don't want to do the audio, or if you just want to listen, then you can listen with us. But that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, makes total sense. Let's do it. I'd much rather like have the audio played through the stream than trying to like figure
Yeah,
it
Matt,
out.
do you want to play the audio?
I can
Wait,
just
they said that they just ended it. Pac-Man just ended. David stopped streaming.
Wait,
No
hold on.
audio. Don't do the audio.
Hold on.
That's what I was saying because I'm like scared. I don't want to be copyrighted and I don't want my account to be taken down. I really don't want to risk it.
Okay, then let's not risk it then. So what we'll just stick with is the original thing. Where what we're gonna do is we're going to have everybody watch it, and then we'll just be talking about it and everything as it happens.
It also looks like this is what the people want because they want to be able to watch it on their own TV.
Yeah.
To see.
And
them
they're
on the
saying no
screens.
audio. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, that's fine then.
And then like just hear our voices as commentary.
Well, that's fine
over
then.
The,
I agree
yeah,
with that
it's-
then.
It might even just be more popular. Sweet.
Yeah, okay. All right, everybody, go to Parker's link tree. In his link tree, there's a link that says a presidential debate. Click on it. That will take you straight to the CNN stream on YouTube. That is free. The debate will start here in 2 minutes.
I'm trying to think about how I could listen to the audio.
Yeah.
Should
What
I
I
just
got.
like an AirPod or something?
What
No.
I got going on.
I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm gonna play it, and then when I want to talk, I'm gonna just turn the audio down on my computer and just talk.
I have 2 sets.
I'm gonna do an AirPod or something.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do too. I have 2 sets of headphones over here.
Oh, you guys are fancy.
Yeah. Figuring out on the go, right?
Yeah, I don't have. I'm not that fancy. I have speakers, so I'm gonna. use
Everyone, I
the
really would
speakers.
appreciate if you tap the screen, share the live, and try to get more people in here. Hopefully we get some people in here. I honestly doubt that we're gonna have that many people. I just want to be able to react to it with all of y'all.
Yeah, like we'd probably do this off live anyways, so
Yeah.
you know, better to share. I look kind of goofy with the 2 headphones, but hey, that's all right.
This guy, bro. All right, everyone. I'm pulling it up. You can go into my link tree, the first link. Make sure to watch it on a second thing specifically. I'm leaving due to your bias. You don't want to hear a fucking perspective? What? Thank you for the shiny. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. There's no link tree. There's absolutely a link tree in my bio.
And everybody also can just go to YouTube, type in CNN in the very top, and it's the first video. So it's super easy to find.
Yeah, I literally just went to YouTube and it popped up on the home.
Yeah,
on the homepage. But here we
yeah.
go.
All the channels are like showing it. A CBS,
Someone
USA
said my
Today,
bio's
all of them.
glitched. Bruh. Thank you for the here we go. Thank you so much.
You just look it up on YouTube. You don't even need Parker's bio. Literally go to YouTube, CNN debate. Like it'll be the first thing to pop up.
Yes, I agree.
Just go to YouTube and do it yourself.
It worked for
It's
me.
the easiest way. Yeah, there's always a lot of issues with with TikTok and links and bios. Like that same glitch that happens with Discord. It may be happening now. Then also
Okay.
like people with accounts that are under the age of 18, they don't see links in people's bios. Fun fact.
Oh, that's probably for OF. All right, everyone. The first presidential debate is coming up, everyone. If you want to come and hang out, everyone, I would really love to have y'all come chill. Do tap that screen and share the live for the first presidential debate. We can't play it. If you do want to watch it with us specifically, make sure to look at the link tree in the bio or look up CNN presidential debate on YouTube on a second device. The debate
go.
is starting, everyone. Here we go. Here we go,
this is-
everyone. The debate is starting.
It's pretty exciting, man.
This is exciting. I can't wait to see this. What are y'all projections, everyone?
Trump's not gonna be able to hold himself to account. He's gonna say something crazy.
Oh, I
You
think
wanted
it's
to
a,
go- Oh, sorry. go
I
ahead,
think
Ian.
I think that Biden. I'm not trying to be biased. I do think that Biden is going to slightly win here. I do think he will look bad within plenty of respects, but I do see him taking a slight win on this one.
I gave you my perspective earlier, Parker. I think that Trump has a rhetorical advantage over Biden just because of his ability to control and manipulate a conversation and just being very loud. But, you know, as accounted for by the rules, their mics are going to be muted, so that may counter this. I guess we'll have to see.
All right, everyone. Do y'all have it, everyone? Put in the comments. Let's actually do a poll real quick, everyone. We're going to do a poll. Who do you think is going to win, everyone? Smiley face for Joe Biden and crying face for Donald Trump. Everyone, you can put in the chat right now. Smiley face for Joe Biden, crying face for Donald Trump. You click the little things right here, everyone. Overwhelmingly, Biden. Oh, my God. Probably because all the Trump supporters don't want to hear my thoughts.
I'm going to turn this down a little bit. There we go.
What's it called? Dean, you want to text the group chat to tell them if they want to join up, they can?
Yeah.
That we're just watching it and just like giving our thoughts? Because I don't think either of them are doing content while it's going on. This poll is going to be biased. Oh, of course it's going to be biased. You know what I mean? Obviously, we're mostly Democrat here. Make sure to clarify that we're not watching it on live, that we're just giving our thoughts.
Okay, 2-minute closing statements. No studio audience. No notes, props.
And also,
Content.
everyone, it is the case that when they are not speaking, their mics are muted. So there's going to be a lot of moments where Trump is screaming and we won't be able to hear him. Oh, look at Biden walking out on the stage.
He looks good. He looks good. He looks happy. Look at him. He looks happy.
He does look happy.
He knows he's going to cook.
He's looking coherent.
Oh, he looks good.
He looks pretty coherent.
That's those.
Wait, why does Trump look a little like
He looks
sleepy?
sad.
Trump looks a little sleepy right now.
Whoa, Biden looked really happy. Trump looks a little sleepy.
Look at
Why does he look so concerned?
dude. Oh my god. All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live. Comment in the comment section. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Starting off with the economy. Talking about inflation. Grocery prices.
Home prices. He sounds under the weather.
Bleach in your arm.
Does he have COVID?
He sounds sick.
I think what's happening is that he's showing his age versus like him being State of the Union. Because when it was the State of the Union, he was before a crowd and everything. The crowd always helps you to like bolster you up. Whereas here, it's just him and Trump, and so it's a lot more muted. Trump's going to be muted too, by the way.
He's speaking coherently, but like it's not like the
Sounds
State of the
scripted.
Union. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not like strong.
I think the way that we want to see is if Trump talks, and if Trump talks in a similar manner, he's kind of calmer, he's like more like down, then we'll know that it's just because of the venue and everything.
He's talking fast, everyone. It's just like his tone is a little bit lower. That's all I'm saying.
He sounds good though, like the actual words coming out of his mouth. Super.
Yeah, he sounds coherent.
super coherent.
I think he needs to be a bit louder, though.
See, he sounds quiet too. Why is this awkward?
He does sound a little like down as well.
Yeah, this is a little awkward.
This is a low
get
energy
hyped.
debate.
They're gonna get hyped. Give him some time.
He said the only jobs from illegal immigrants and from COVID bounce back.
And by the way, the mandates were under his administration. He said Biden did it. No, Biden didn't do it. Biden wasn't president then.
And do they even count? Does economic data even count undocumented immigrants?
That I don't know.
Good point.
That is a good point. He didn't have as many people dying. That's true.
Yeah, 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 it's a really good point.
Talk about the
So-
tariffs.
Great.
What? He said tariffs are not going to increase prices. That's economically illiterate.
Yeah, no, great take from Chomp over here. Remember, he lies, folks.
No inflation.
They spend money, he spent less money.
Yeah, more national debt under Trump than Biden. He brokered the deal.
Yup. Good
There
question.
we go. Great question. False.
Ask Trump for a source. Because I can send him a study. GDP only increased by 0.02% annually from the tax cut. He said more people died under his administration. Yeah, Delta and Omicron. He's really trying to say that Joe Biden did worse for COVID?
No, they're just talking about correlates here. Like
I want
in the
his
same
mic
way-
to get muted, like just to go off and he still talks.
Earlier Biden mentioned the high unemployment rate at the end of Trump's term. They're just kind of throwing these correlates at each other. That's
Yeah.
just politics.
He's saying weaponization of the election.
That's crazy. That's insane. He's engaging in fringe conspiracy theories. This is anti-democratic activity. Right now, watch the debate. He is denying democracy.
Now they're asking Biden about the national debt, everyone.
Spoof asks us if we can repeat the questions because they're traveling and can't watch the debate live. So we might want to try just like say the question when it's asked, like afterwards.
I mean, like, to be fair, like, we're not really, like, repeating their responses, so I don't know if it'd do
True.
much, but we can.
Oh, that's good. That's a good point.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Complete
no.
meltdown.
Damn!
That looked really bad.
That was... Damn. Biden's over there looking down.
Okay, I would just point to the fact that Biden's approval ratings are way higher. He's saying he's criminal?
Oh, Biden, please take
Biden's
advantage of that.
criminal? Oh,
Biden-
come on,
Biden
Trump.
has to take advantage of that. Come on, Biden. Call him a felon.
Okay, he agrees with the abortion pill?
Yo.
Don't play, you can't play it. Yeah.
Trump agrees with the abortion pill. That covers people until about 14 to 20 weeks.
It's 13 typically.
Ah, okay. That one's off. No,
He's
it's not.
arguing leaving it up to the states is a good thing. That's not good. Biden needs to hyperfixate on that.
He just said I did that, by the way. He just said I did that.
Yeah. He says he thinks it's important to believe in exceptions.
But then at the same time, it's always left up to the state. There should
Yeah,
be
so
federal
he,
protection.
so he believes in the exceptions, but not federally protected. He's saying after birth abortion. They'll take the life of the 8-9 month. That like never happens.
I can
Like
think
almost
of
never.
I can think of one doctor who's done this. Literally
Yeah, like
one
it's-
singular doctor. There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Yep. There you go. Good job, Biden.
Biden's smacking him up there.
Biden doesn't sound that strong, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
He sounds old, yeah.
He brought up one. Good
I think we
point.
all agree on that. Okay, they're on the border, everyone.
Maybe it was a good thing that we didn't stream the audio. Your stream would have been taken down for other reasons.
Yeah. That's a lie. Every legal scholar did not want there to be no Roe. What?
Okay. You know, insane. Good question.
This is a really good question for Biden.
You're not answering their question. What?
He's essentially just saying he's fully up with Roe versus Wade. Doctors should be making it full pro-choice for Roe versus Wade at least.
Yeah.
Oh,
Legally speaking, I agree with that. It's either going to be left in the hands of the doctors or the politicians. We should.
wait. By
separate
the way, Trump is not acknowledging that Democratic states, if they're able to have their own abortion laws, they can do it under his own worldview. They can
Yeah.
they can kill them at the end. Wait, that can say that can happen under your administration with the state's laws. Come on, Biden. He said he's lying. He said Roe versus Wade does not provide for that. Only if the life is in danger and she's going to die. Biden's going like this. Or Trump, I mean.
Biden's making it clear he's not for late-term abortions.
He said under Roe
state-
versus Wade, there's late-term abortion.
Biden, you got to say that this could be true given state legislation.
He's sounding really good right now, Biden.
Start. Yeah, there we go.
I like the energy, Biden. He sounds really good right now. I like his energy.
There we go.
He should have had this energy from the very beginning. Someone said he's reading a teleprompter. Oh, it's Trump trying to speak.
Perfect, dude. Oh, that was a very strong finish. from
That was
Biden
strong
there.
finish for Biden there. He should have hyperfixated that specifically Trump, like that can happen under his view, late-term abortions, because it's
Yeah, he
all
said-
up to the states.
He said, I'll veto it. Trump will sign it. Okay. There we go. Hell yeah. That's not. Hell yeah, Biden. That's what I'm talking about.
Wow, Biden sounds pretty decent.
Yeah.
What? That was a lot. Why did he say it then? Why didn't he say it earlier?
No, Biden just explained on how he didn't leave it because it was harmful to the individuals crossing the border, and he wanted to restructure it. I think he just said insane asylums.
He said the largest amount of T groups. Let's see how Biden responds to this. He said the safest border in history. That's a lie. Wait, they both said that Border Patrol endorsed each other. So one of them's lying. Who did Border Patrol endorse? Okay, good point there. He said there's no data supporting that. That was good. Biden's mumbling though, and that's I think his biggest issue here for sounding coherent is the fact that he's mumbly. Like what he's saying is right, but he just sounds mumbly. Huge. Hundreds of thousands of people dying from the border, that's a complete lie. Complete lie. Straight fear-mongering bullshit.
That's what he does. That's all that the MAGA Republicans do about the border. You know? Take advantage of Laken Riley's life for political propaganda purposes.
He said, I call it
Biden,
Biden migrant crime.
This is, dude. Look at him. Yeah, taking advantage of lost lives for political reasons. He doesn't care. He just wants to pull at people's heartstrings.
They're living in luxury hotels in New York City.
He needs to bring up Trump's quote about what he said about John McCain, huh?
Why haven't they talked about the felonies yet? It's probably later in the debate, but...
Oh, yeah. Biden is underperforming. Said a few good points, though, but he's not looking good. I'm not going to lie. See, this is what I was talking about. Trump's rhetoric of being loud, punctual, and just lying definitely is outclassing Biden right now. optically speaking.
He's got to shift it and talk about how many people that died during COVID due to his particular undermining of the pandemic. He should have talked about that earlier. He's talking about the PACT Act. Why does Trump look like this?
Yeah, I looked at you, then looked at him. You guys are doing the same thing.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Yo!
That,
He said that was made up. It was made up.
Biden should have said that with more inflection in his voice. It made it look scripted.
I mean, Trump is a loser. He literally is. He should have brought something up about the election.
Hopefully they get on to that.
He's saying that he's making up the suckers and losers quote. Matt, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, this is what Trump does. He denies truth.
Well, I mean, he's gonna. I mean, he's not getting to the root of it, which is this is his own generals, his own people that he chose to be in office, his own chief of staff that's saying that he said this. So he's
Yep.
saying the people that he chose are liars. Okay.
Easy to apologize.
Biden just said it. He just said
Let's go,
it.
Biden! Whoa!
There we go.
I like Biden's energy now. Let's go.
There we go.
Honestly, in order for Trump to win, he needs to stop like emotionally charging Biden.
Yeah, because it's not working.
It's actually going against him.
This is great.
Wow, Biden looks really good right now.
Oh, that great.
They're asking about Putin's terms, everyone. He said the veterans can't stand this guy? What? That's what Trump just said.
Okay. He's just not answering the question.
Yeah, not answering it.
Okay, not answer.
Biden's
Look
laughing at him. He knows he's not answering it.
He's not answering the question.
He said he encouraged Russia to go in.
What?
No, Biden definitely did not. Trump is doing something wrong. He's emotionally charging Biden right now.
I want to see how Biden responds.
He's not even talking about the issue of Ukraine.
Yeah, he's not at all.
So this could be a really pivotal moment for Biden, folks. One of the biggest talking points of the right is how Biden has handled what's going on in Ukraine with Russia. And right now, Trump is addressing every single one of those talking points. So Biden's response to this...
Wait,
is
Trump's
gonna
just
be
saying that he
huge.
never would have invaded Ukraine. That's a lie. I need Biden to call that out. He said in a million years.
I want him to keep talking so that his mic will be muted and he'll just keep going.
They're giving Trump more than a minute.
2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, Biden's up. Oh. Biden hit him hard there, low key.
Shit. Why did they only give him a minute?
Yeah, they didn't give Biden that long.
You get 2 minutes at start, and then you get a rebuttal for 1 minute. And then now Trump gets a 1 minute rebuttal, and then it's going to go back to Biden. He gets 2 minutes, and then Trump gets 1 minute. So it's like back and forth.
He said he gave 200 billion to Ukraine.
Why doesn't he bring up the Budapest Memorandum? I really hope that
I really hope he
Biden
does.
locks him in.
Someone's audio's loud, by the way, so I can kind of hear it.
Can you still hear
Biden,
it?
or that's Dean. I think you're good. Okay. Okay. He said defending Ukraine is helping NATO. That's his argument here. Limiting their push for the Soviet Union, Russia at least.
He brings up that they're giving weapons, not money.
Mm-hmm. He should have brought up the Budapest Memorandum. On to the Middle East. All right.
I'd say Trump sounded rhetorically stronger than Biden on that point.
They're asking Biden about give it a second shot. Saying everyone endorsed the plan with 3 stages.
Gross. Oh my god.
Ew.
This is fucking gross. Are you kidding?
They're like, who's gonna be worse, me or you? I'm worse than you. I'm worse than you, Trump. You're worse than me too.
Yeah. Now Trump is gonna steamroll about how he's gonna save Israel even more and destroy all the innocent Palestinians. Jesus Christ, dude.
Ugh. I don't like that at all. Yeah, Trump's not staying on topic at all.
Yo. Oh.
What? What are they saying right now? Their views on this are so shit. Their views on that are just so dog shit, dude.
That was fucking Jesus.
That was bad for both of them, to be
That was-
totally honest.
No, it was worse for Trump because, like, Biden said, "Oh, we're gonna support Israel," and it's Hamas that's bad. Trump said, "Israel needs to destroy them and finish the job."
Yeah. That's crazy. Like, they're like, I'm worse than you. I promise you, I'm worse. What? He is right on this. They did get the international community to support Ukraine. Thank you for the hand art, Desi. Whoa, that's actually a good point. That it was contained to Europe.
He will quote unquote have to see about an independent Palestinian state.
Who said that?
Trump.
Oh. Which means Trump leans towards a single Israeli state. Biden's at least two-state. Okay, then moving on to democracy, everyone. Going on
Let's
to
not get
January
into
6th.
election denial.
This is going to
Awesome.
make Trump look really bad. They both looked bad in that segment, everyone. That was horrendous on both sides.
Great question. Is my mic working?
Very low. Wait, he's energy independent. Wait, this is so irrelevant. What a pivot. He said on January 6th we were respected all around the world, and then he comes in, and now we're laughed at.
What the hell?
Completely pivoted away
He
from
didn't
it.
even answer the question.
Just avoiding.
He's actually avoiding questions. About
Trump
it.
looks so terrible on this.
It's great that they have the question on the screen too, so everyone can understand he's not
You have
answering.
80 seconds left.
He's repeating it. Yes. Yes, here we go.
Yep, this is good. He said peacefully, like, Biden's gonna kill him here.
Oh, dude, this is really bad for Trump.
What is he saying? What is Trump saying?
He's blaming Nancy Pelosi, basically.
That's been debunked so many times.
Bruh.
At least this time he didn't mistake Nikki Haley for Nancy Pelosi. Oh, he encouraged him, and that's what Biden said. Oh, there he goes. Good point. Said he watched 3 hours watching. Being begged by Republicans.
There we go. Good point. He's essentially detailing.
Biden looks really good here.
Biden is detailing Trump's inaction with his VP and other Republicans begging him to take action. And now he's dealing how Trump wants to forgive the people who broke the law on January 6th.
Just a whiner that he is.
Oh, he shouldn't have said that. I don't think Trump's going to say anything, but Biden needs to vocalize louder. He sounds coherent though. At least now. Innocent, bro? What? What information?
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
There we go.
Biden is looking really good right now. Yep. No, fucking let him respond to
No.
that. Please. Trump, do you condemn it? Come on. Fuck CNN, bro. So dog shit.
That's insane.
Oh, he's gonna keep ignoring it. Fuck, dude. CNN, so terrible, bro.
Such
like,
an L
let him
from
respond to
Biden.
that, dude.
An L from the moderator there.
Oh, he brought up. Wait, Trump brought up the convicted felon. You know who was convicted too, Trump?
Hunter Biden.
No, him.
He's saying,
He's saying
that-
Joe could be a convicted felon. You know who is? I want Joe to ask the question again and reinstate that he's a convicted felon.
Yeah. He needs to put pressure on that point. I could be, but you are.
Never answered the question. So pissed. Wait, Trump's saying he did nothing wrong. That's so. He said the system's rigged, but convicted Hunter Biden.
Okay. calling him out for lying. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Great. Amazing.
Come on, he didn't do the two things I wanted him to do. Come on.
No, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
He did come after him, though. I'm so mad he didn't reinvoke that question about January 6th.
He gave the second best possible response, though.
He's saying that Biden is behind the fucking conviction?
Great follow-up question.
Good question.
Honestly. That's fucking crazy.
He came after him for that. He's... Oh, he's really getting it right now. The fine people on both sides.
Oh my gosh. Trump is getting just donked
Decimated here. But he needs to go back to the... Do you condemn the January 6th? Do you condemn it? Come on, Biden, ask him that question, please. Ask him that question again, bro. What?
What kind of claim is that?
He just says it's the worst. He did not make up the Charlottesville story.
Every anchor that he likes.
Yeah. He said every anchor? No, that's not true at all. Oh, yes, reinvoke that. Yes, it happened. Reinvoke the question right now. This is the perfect time.
He needs to revoke the question.
Come on, reinvoke it. Good question.
All
Okay,
right.
honestly,
Looks
that
like
was
we
a-
got a little bit of an ad break here.
Ad break here, everyone. My thoughts so far specifically are that I do think Biden is ahead. I'm not trying to be biased here. I do think that Biden has called out significantly more what Donald Trump called out his lies. Do I think that he's done great? No. There's a moment of gaffe that Biden absolutely had. I don't think his tonality was loud enough to portray that he's coherent. There's a little bit too much mumbling. I do think that that's his biggest issue right now related to the debate. We're currently, again, in an ad break right now. I do think that Biden is definitely winning right now, definitely a bit ahead. Trump doesn't really sound good with a lot of this. But I do think that Biden needs to re-invoke the question specifically about Donald Trump, whether or not he condemns January 6th. I think he made a big mistake by not doing so. And if he did do so, right, we would be in a significantly different circumstance right now. Because seriously, if we had a response right now from Donald Trump of whether or not he condemns it, that could be determinant of the election. Because if he specifically says he condemns it, he loses his base. If he says that he doesn't condemn it, fucked with independence. Absolutely done for. Raul, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. Like, absolutely done for. So this whole point here hinges on that point as it relates to the election. And the fact that Biden is not re-invoking that question, I think is a huge issue for his side and is something that he needs to hyperfixate on right now.
Couple of my thoughts here. So first of all, talking about the Israeli-Palestine prompt that they had, I mean, both of their responses to that question was just terrible. I think that really made me recognize that we are voting for the lesser of two evils. I have never sat and watched either Biden or Trump talk about what's going on, in Gaza and use such disgusting, vulgar language. That absolutely reinstates that I don't like Biden. I could never respect a man that won't recognize genocide, but this is the lesser of two evils. But about what Parker's speaking on, this latest prompt by far solidified that Biden's winning the debate. I mean, bringing up Trump's felonies, bringing up Trump's civil convictions, bringing up his the fact that he's a rapist is phenomenal. I absolutely think that Biden is
He needs
killing
to
it.
harp on them more. He needs to be really, really, really emotional about it. And that's something I think he's like, when he gets too monotone, right? He's not invoking enough emotion about how bad he is for these things, about the election, about the sexual abuse, about the fraud, about the 34 felonies. All of those things, there needs to be more emotion.
That's where I was
more
gonna get.
tonality. Way
That's where I was gonna get.
too monotone. Right? We don't want an AI monotone Biden. We need an empathetic Biden, right? And he lost out there when talking about Palestine. Absolutely lost on that. Did not seem very empathetic as it relates to that. He definitely lost out in explaining things, and especially his tonality. So the mumbling is definitely a big issue for Biden, but I do think that Biden is ahead with the overall aspect of this, and I think that he does look a lot better whenever he does provide more emotion, and Trump like tries to act like he's doing something bad, or
And this
Trump
is-
tries to act like he's done nothing wrong. And Charles, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank
this
you so
is-
much, Charles. And Joshua, thank you for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. Charles, thank you so much. They said Biden's on top, but he needs to he's got to step it up. Yeah,
And this is
absolutely. I
what
do believe that.
This is what I think is a good display of his age, guys. I mean, if you go back and you watch some of Biden's debates, even 4 years ago or 12 years ago with Andrew, I mean, Biden has always killed it in debates. This is why, he was our presidential nominee. This is why he is our president, because he is good at speaking. Historically speaking, has been great. But this shows his age. He, it has been
Absolutely.
too monotone.
Let's let Matt get his
emotions.
thoughts in real quick.
No, it's okay. It already started.
I'm not getting it on my end. Oh, I'm a little bit behind.
All right, they're talking about unemployment. Whoa, my audio is cutting out. Okay. Okay. Okay, I do think that talking about childcare is pretty important. Yeah, reinstate the question. That's good. Okay. Tax credits, that's pretty decent. He should talk about HBCUs, how he gave significantly more funding. Oh. How'd he cause inflation? He just came out and said he caused it. That's completely false. He needs to hyper fixate on that. How did my administration cause inflation? He said there's essentially no inflation. Dude. There's a better argument for Trump caused inflation. So he's saying immigrants taking jobs. Yeah, what are black jobs? That's so real. I think he's just really into jobs related to those communities, but that's just a poor way of phrasing it. Okay, they just said that he both caused it. They made terrible arguments there. I'm not gonna lie. Those economic arguments on both sides were poor. He said almost every police station is supporting Donald Trump. That's probably a lie. Oh, he's gonna killed on this point. He said he gave funding for historically black universities. It was less, 255 million a year, where it was 16 billion over the entirety of Biden. 1 billion Trump, 16 billion Biden. Biden needs to say that. Oh, did you hear him say that?
No, I'm dealing
He
with
said black with the S on the end.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, he's bringing out his
Bro does it in front of millions of people. He did it again too. He didn't answer that at all. Clean water, clean air. That's not climate crisis. This is a non-answer. Best environmental numbers for what? Wait, who would argue that? Yeah, Biden wins this, for sure. He made the point, let's go! Biden's looking really good here.
Yeah, he looks strong here.
Waste? That's a lie.
No, no, his executive order on insulin never went through.
I have the biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee that. That's a lie.
Are y'all noticing how Biden is only speaking on facts that can be verified? Meanwhile, Trump is just denying stuff and making up lies?
Biden's got him. Now they're talking about Social Security. This is a great question. Oh, he has an answer. This is a good answer. That's a good answer. I don't think he says he wants to get rid of Social Security. He's arguing that he wants to cut it. That's right. Shubs, thank you for the subscription. He's totally right with that. Biden looked good there. What? No, thank you for the subscription. The only one that's lying is Trump. What? Okay,
See,
Biden
that's Trump's tactic.
has to destroy him on this.
That's Trump's tactic.
He has to talk
just
about the
says anything that
election.
doesn't like a lie.
Yeah, he's got to talk about the election right now. He's decrying. Wait, people coming into the country help Social Security because they have a higher labor force participation rate and they're less likely to take from Social Security. Doing to the VA, he expanded the VA. I'm liking the tonality and emotion.
Was it the question about Medicare, like
Didn't
Medicare
he
and Social
like?
Security?
Didn't he call these immigrants illegal like a little bit ago, and then he apologized for it, and now he's just
Yeah,
saying it
yeah.
again?
Harrison, thank you for the $2. He's definitely going to get asked about that. He was quoting Trump, though, granted.
Yeah, that's probably like what he meant to do, but bad optics.
Yeah, definitely bad optics. He was quoting Trump, to be fair, though. He didn't bring up the election, lying about the election, or like, SA or, cheating on his wives. He should have brought that up. I hate Biden for not bringing those things up. Drain the swamp.
Biden should say that this is not The Apprentice, Donald. You can't just be firing people. And he's not answering the question, by the way.
I think Trump looks optically bad right now. Because he's not answering questions.
Yeah, he didn't answer the question at all. Like, no mention of it. Childcare. That was the question. Childcare.
He's just here to like try to slander Biden's character. It seems like.
I think it's something to talk about how he sounds incoherent, not answering the questions. Biden needs to say, answer the question. I like the tonality.
Great point. Because that will like that also panders to the MAGA Republicans.
Way better tonality, way better emotion. I'm liking this.
Biden, though, is falling for the trap, though. He should say, Trump didn't answer the question. It's about childcare. Here's what I would do for childcare. That's what he should have done.
Here he goes.
Biden's once again focused on the facts. He's mentioning a poll to substantiate that these professionals, these academics, voted him as the worst. And then he points out that Trump has
dude,
just been
let him
making
go real quick.
conjecture.
Asking the question again. Go ahead, Ferdinand.
Oh, I said all I wanted to.
What? Not answering the question.
Narcissism.
No one did it like us, but I'm not doing anything for childcare.
Childcare.
Based.
This is a point that you run. God. Whoa, this guy's killing it. Let's go, Biden. Let's get a BDB in that chat, guys.
Biden absolutely ate him up there. Can we get some 7+1s in the chat, everyone? Holy fuck.
Some BDBs, Big Daddy Biden, 7+1. What is that? You know, what do we think? How do we feel?
That was Biden's best point this whole fucking debate. We would have gotten age restricted right there. That's not true.
They won't
not
answer
true.
the question. Just answer the question.
He never talked about childcare. He didn't talk about what he said with the tariffs on everything. He's not addressing Biden's point.
Opioids. opioids.
I know. He's not addressing Biden's point, though, of he got no progress with China. The drug war? He got a dog? A dog is his argument? Never said what he was going to do.
Say F jug.
Someone said Biden just got age restricted.
Yep, say F drug.
Biden sounds so much more coherent now than he did at the very beginning. Less mumbling, higher tonality, and what's it called? More emotion. I love Biden's transition. After the break, he definitely did everything that I said. I think Trump just made a non-point there. He said Trump's less competent. Biden looks good there with manufacturing. I don't know if that's true. We're definitely not the most progressive. And Rand, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I wish they hoped to talked about addiction more as well. Biden laughing at him. He said I won club championships. Biden's laughing. I'm in great health. I golf all the time. I golf so much. Great health. Great health. I'm in better shape. 20 years ago? He said he's a little bit lighter. I feel the same, but I'm healthier. Ronnie Jackson.
Yeah, now he got it right. It's not Ronnie Johnson.
I never said that.
If you carried your own
Are
bag.
we debating about golf right now?
Yeah.
Debating about golf.
What? Trump said that?
That's pretty funny.
Great question. He's not going to answer the question.
Small number of people.
Wait, he never said it. He said, if it's fair and free. He indicted me? How did Biden do that? Did Biden indict his son?
By the way, he's not answering the question.
Answer the question, Trump. Impossible challenge. Answer the question. Chat, he did not answer it. He did not answer if he would accept the 2024 election. Biden's looks really strong there. Yes. Let's go. Good host. Oh my God.
No shot.
You won't
He's getting
answer the
exposed
question.
right now. He looks so fucking bad right now. This is unreal.
He's still not answering.
Rambling Don.
Let's fucking go. Let's go.
See, the thing is, he's gonna say it's not fair. He's so laughable.
Let's go.
Let's
use the
fucking
chat.
go!
You're such a whiner.
Come on, Whiter! Dude, yo, Biden absolutely clocked him there, everyone. We are going back into an ad break, everyone. But Biden absolutely clocked Trump there. Absolutely clocked. So we get some 4+4s in the comment section, some 7+1s. Biden absolutely ate with that one.
I will say though,
absolutely ate.
I will say, this segment, the one thing that can be taken from this segment is how much the questions were not answered. No one answered the questions. Biden answered them more than Trump did. Trump consistently did not answer the questions. There was at least 3. There was childcare, opioids, and then the election, and probably that one too. So probably 4. He just did not answer the question, and he just went back and back and back and got angrier and angrier. So
What's happening?
Yeah,
What's happening is that Trump is not using this debate as a way to tell the American people what he wants to do for them by answering the questions of the moderators. Trump is using this debate to run a baseless smear campaign against Biden because if we remember, folks, the MAGA cultists only care about what he says. It doesn't matter if it's based in fact. It only matters that it came out of his mouth. And that right there is why he is on the debate on CNN.
Yeah,
right
he also gave no plan for Social Security. I think that was really important. Or childcare. Thank you for the orange. I appreciate it. Which I think is actually fundamental to this election. Nothing to do with childcare, nothing to do with Social Security. Extremely important, by the way. Secondly, the fact that she had to say yes or no. People understand that when she had to ask the question multiple times and say yes or no, that he's specifically not answering it. And especially they understand that his verbiage there, his language, was absolutely trying to pivot and run away and not acknowledge that he's going to accept it, right? And that's why Biden hyper-fixated on, oh, you're not going to accept it, right? Because there was no evidence the last time, and if there's no evidence this time, you still probably won't, because he specifically said he'd only accept it if it's considered fair. What do we consider fair? He didn't consider it fair last time when all the evidence indicated that he lost, right? right? He needed to specifically bring up the appointed judges by Trump that said that he didn't win the election, because that specifically indicates that he did not drain the swamp under his own worldview. He really needs to do that, and he didn't do that. I do think that Biden is clearly winning right now. Thank you.
All Trump said there is he will accept the results of the election if the election isn't rigged, because he says so.
Yeah, that's giving him wiggle room. Everyone sees that, like, unless they're a MAGA cultist. Yeah, so I do think that Biden is winning. I do want to say, Jose, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Everyone tap that screen and share the live. Helps get it out to more people. Follow me here if you haven't already as well, y'all. But yeah, this is unbelievable. We're going to be going into, I'm pretty sure it's the third portion. Is this the last portion, Matt? The third portion of the debate, everyone. They've gone over various topics: the election, Social Security, childcare. They've talked about addiction. They've talked about the economy and jobs and unemployment. Allison, thank you for the $5. JJ, thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much. And they talked about foreign policy in the Middle East. I think, predominantly speaking, they sounded absolutely terrible on Middle East foreign policy for both of them. Absolutely horrendous. I think that Biden is winning with the claims that relates to the economy, especially things like childcare, HBCUs. I appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. Inflation. I do think that they're winning on that front. I do think that they made both bad arguments as it relates to inflation, saying, oh, you caused it. Oh, you caused it. You need to give specific examples of what they did that would have caused this, or at least cite certain economists that would have specifically indicated that. But we're going into the debates right now again for the third section. Everyone, do tap that screen. Share the live. Winter Dragon, thank you for the subscription. They're doing a coin toss. Thank you for that mustache. Okay, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the sunglasses.
Okay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Kate, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you, Kate.
He just keeps talking about the border, bro.
Yeah, he has the same talking points. This is the second time he said this verbatim.
Shirley, thank you for the $20. Thank you, Shirley.
What a weird way to contort a real issue. Well, that was gross.
Okay, that's it.
All right, yeah.
That's it,
couple
everyone. There was
thoughts
the
here.
debate.
So a couple quick thoughts here. So first of all, from my perspective, it's evidently clear who won. Biden absolutely just smashed Trump, but there's one thing, that being their tone, their inflection, their divisiveness. Trump had better tone and inflection than Biden. I will be the
agree
first
with
to
that.
say that, absolutely. And what happens when we have a nation of nearly 300 million people who don't really
I do want to say
consider
this before we
facts?
with the tone and stuff. I do think that Biden got better with his tone and with his emotion, and later on into the debate, until the very end there, where it was his last closing statement. I think his last closing statement, he didn't have the emotion and the tonality that I think is beneficial.
But like the reason I'm bringing up the emotion and the tonality is my first talking point of looking at what just happened is because we are a nation of over 300 million people, okay? And a lot of these people, they're not concerned about the facts. They don't look at the studies. They don't study economics. When they're watching this debate, point number one when they're determining who won is going to be that emotion, is going to be that tone, is going to be that inflection. So unfortunately, I think we're going to see a lot of people online saying that Trump demolished Biden. But when we actually look at their talking points, Biden spoke about the facts. Biden spoke about what is real. Trump spoke about fringe conspiracy theories and denial of reality, undeniably. Biden was trying to speak on reality. Trump was trying to perpetuate his narrative.
Matt, you want to give your thoughts real quick while I set up a poll, everyone?
Sure. So I kept a running note, but
Here, before you do, the poll is smiley face for Biden winning the debate, crying face is Trump for winning the debate, everyone.
so I'll start out with who I think won or anything. I think it was a wash. I honestly think no one's going to come out ahead. I think no one's mind was changed by this. I think if you're for Biden, you're going to stay with Biden. If you're for Trump, you're going to stay with Trump. And those who are undecided are going to be like, what the hell do I have to choose from? Because frankly, I think I agree with Dean that Biden was better on the substance, but his age showed. I'm sorry, it did. His age showed. He seemed old. He seemed like he was 81 or 82, however old he is. And Trump, while he was more lively and more able to speak, he just told lies. He just told lies, and two, he failed to answer. And so I think it's clear that if you vote on substance, you would obviously choose Biden. But people,
That's what it was already, though. So, like, I absolutely agree with both you and Dean on that. That this, if it was the substance, you were going to go with Biden, but that's what it was before. So, I do think, I agree. Biden's age absolutely showed in this. He absolutely did seem a little bit incoherent as it relates to the mumbling aspect. I think that's one of the biggest aspects that he needed to do well on as it relates to this debate. If he did do that, he would have unequivocally won. Now, I do believe that he came out, and I do believe that independents actually looking at this debate would say that Trump did worse because of the non-answering of questions. Historically speaking, one of the main reasons, I guess the past few elections, one of the main reasons why people went towards Donald Trump was because he wasn't like the average politician. But when you do not answer questions repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly, what does that make you think? It makes you think of what typical average politicians would do. Right. So I do think that him saying that, not giving plans as it relates to childcare, not giving plans as it relates to healthcare, not giving plans as it relates to climate change really made him look very bad. Now, granted, a lot of people already knew these things. Thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate Adrian. Thank you so much. But I do think that it is shown to the public more. I think that Biden should have hyperfixated significantly more on specifically the sexual abuse, on the felonies, on the election. I know we brought those things up, but bringing more emotion, tonality to those things would have made it seem like he won significantly more. I think he did great as it relates to the economy. He showed that a lot of the claims that Trump's making are unequivocally false. Think of the fireworks. Thank you so much. That economists say that tariffs unequivocally, at the degrees mentioning, hurt the middle class. Now, I think he should have brought up specifically the whole federal income tax debacle, as Trump was hyper-fixating on that, bringing that up, and the fact that the Tax Foundation recently came out and said that an 85% tariff on all goods coming into the country would be necessary to be able to fulfill the same level of spending in our current economy. So that would mean that either he has to do 85% tariffs on everything, or it is the case that he would either increase the deficit or take away from spending programs like Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, things like that. That would have been great to mention.
Another point here that we haven't really discussed at all is it's not just who we think won the debate or who we think other people will think won the debate, but it's about how this debate will impact the election. So everyone out there, what is the most important swing state? It is Pennsylvania by far. And what is the demographic in Pennsylvania? It is middle-aged, college-educated individuals. And who are middle-aged, college-educated individuals gonna think won this conversation? By far Biden, speaking on facts, not dodging from the questions, not holding to fringe conspiracy theories. And another hypothesis that has held true with Pennsylvania in the past is the more these voters hear from Trump, listen to his statements, go to his rallies, the less and less they support him. This was a massive theory for why the Biden administration wanted to do a live debate with Trump in the first place, was to win over Pennsylvania. And I think it's possible that that's true. I think that Biden may win Pennsylvania with this live debate, giving Biden a great edge on Trump when the election comes around.
Catherine, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Cash App. Thank you, Catherine.
I'm going to be the Debbie Downer. I'll be the one that's outlier. Sorry to break it to you all, but the Democratic Party right now, my phone is going off with messages. CNN is putting it to. They are all panicking. People are panicking. They are worried that this debate did not go with Biden. The polling that's coming out right now, the flash polling of independents and undecideds, is bad. It's bad. People think Trump won the overall debate. We need to not put on rose-colored glasses here. I think there's going to be serious discussions in the next couple of days that Biden probably should step down and let somebody else come up on the ballot. Because right now, you can look at any reporting, New York Times, Washington Post, Politico. Frank Luntz is... Most of them. Frank Luntz runs. He's the one that just put one out. He's doing a flash poll of undecideds in the key swing states. They asked people, who would you vote for right now? Who decided your vote? They asked people for Biden. 0 people raised their hands. For Trump, 10 out of the 14. This is a flash poll. 10 out of the 14 raised their hand that they would vote for Trump after that. Now again,
those are incredibly low sample sizes.
No, again, it is low. But the problem here is that everybody, even Democrats, are saying this. Okay? Again, I think Biden did better. I personally think Biden did better. But there is hardly anybody, David Axelrod, Dan Pollock, people in the Obama administration who served with him said, this is not looking good. And I think we have to be, and the reason why I bring this up is because you're going to see news reports come out in the next couple of days that says that Biden, one, did badly and that he should step aside. This is going to happen, okay? Now, personally, as I said, I think he did better. I think he had the answers. I think he did. People in the chat were making fun of his stutter. All these things, I saw it, and I think Biden overall did better. But we cannot say that our opinion is going to be the opinion of these other undecideds who are going to determine this election. And based on the evidence that we have right now, Trump is seen as winning that debate and thus winning more votes. And that's
because this is what I was talking about earlier.
Once again, I think that we don't have enough evidence, particularly with independents as of right now, to be able to say that. Think of the Boxing Club. Thank you so much. We could say like the initial indicating evidence is pointing towards that direction, but we wouldn't have enough of a response from people to be able to like portray that Biden would step down as it relates to this. No,
I'm not saying he should or will. I'm saying you're going to see reports come out because it's already been talked about.
That was already talked about, wasn't it?
Not to this extent. No one in the Democratic Party would have said Biden should step down. I think you're going to see people within the party.
I definitely disagree with that. I definitely think that people in the Democratic Party have been saying this for a while.
I mean,
maybe not. Maybe like it definitely has increased with the debates, but people in the Democratic Party were already saying this. Whether it be people on the progressive left, right, or people that were just like moderates specifically in the Democratic Party, like the Joe Manchin type.
Sure. Well, yes, those people I think were saying it, right? But I'm talking about the party establishment, the people that were backing Biden. You have people who backed Biden now, people who are in the Twitter sphere, right? The people that put out the mouthpiece for Biden saying that this looked bad and that now talk will start about him stepping aside. Again, I'm not saying that
I'd be
Joe Biden
happy
did
with him
bad.
stepping aside.
Yeah, I'm not
disputing
saying
that. I'm just a little bit not quick to jump on and say that like the
and
vast
anybody
majority of
can
Democratic
convince
Party
me
would say
otherwise.
that.
Parker, you got to pull up the Washington Post analysis, key moments from Trump-Biden presidential debate with live updates. So what it's doing right now is it's going through the live updates of White House reporters, national political reporters, people that work in the White House on their campaigns, national reporter investigating health, politics, and policy. It's going through like all of these really important people. The consensus 5 minutes after is looking bad for Biden. This would, actually be expected from the hypothesis that I gave. I mean, what was the first thing I said once the debate ended? It's that all things considered, the average American watching this debate wasn't looking for who was speaking more in facts, or weren't people who are familiar with economics or who have read these studies or know what their policies are. They're people who are going to listen to the way that they speak. And I think that Biden presented the facts, but Trump presented himself in a more emotional manner that conveyed himself with more authority and power.
Dean, and that is why I said, go back to my video. Why stutterers, people that stammer, people that have speech impediment, do not run for office? Because the way that we speak is perceived as being weak. It's perceived as we don't know what we're talking about. It's perceived that we're aged, that all these things, right? And that's what happened to Biden here. One, yes, he is old. His age played part. But he visibly, I noticed it. He visibly stuttered. I saw it when he tried to say Security Council. He couldn't pronounce the E. I saw it and I recognized it immediately. And as soon as it happened, you saw people in the chat, people on the Twitter sphere, because I was monitoring it, pick that up, right? And they said, oh, he's too old. Oh, look, he's mumbling. Oh, look, he's studying. That's the problem right here, right? That's why your point is so valid. It's because of the fact that, one, he's older, and as you get older, your stammer becomes harder to control, and that comes out. And now I think what you're going to see is more people saying that Trump won, not on policy, because his policy sucked. He didn't answer the fucking questions. What he won on is that he was able to speak in sentences and coherently, that even if you disagree with them, you knew what he was saying. That's the scary part.
So,
I
optics
do agree with
over
that.
substance. See, that's the mentality. Optics over substance.
Yeah, see, there's a few things as it relates to optics, though. Like, that point as it relates to, like, the optics is definitely bad, and I think a lot of people are specifically hyperfixating on that. But there are optics as it relates to other things and, like, how they address certain things that I also think are important as well. A lot of the highest people, like the reporters and stuff like that, I think are going to specifically mention, like, the coherency aspects, right? But from the average voter, I find it hard to believe that the average voter would completely ignore the rest of the aspects of the debate, right? Outside of the context of that, right? I don't know. I do agree that like ableism definitely reduces people's likelihood to listen and take into account what Biden's saying. I definitely do believe that the fact that he was in accordance with the facts to a greater degree, right, does put him ahead, even from an independent standpoint.
Any person that is unbiased in this, and by unbiased I mean not.
Matt, like,
sorry,
okay,
sorry.
I just want to say this. No, I don't mean to cut you off. But what I'm saying is that, like, the coherency point. What new people are going to be shifted due to the coherency point? Wasn't it widely already believed that
No,
Biden
I can
was
say this. Okay,
incoherent?
no, I can answer that question. The answer is people who are undecided, right? And they are willing to vote for Biden, except for one issue: his age. They said, I cannot vote for somebody who's that old because I fear he will not be able to go with his second term. And this is, and we can talk about this. I think this is a good issue to talk about. They fear Kamala Harris. I don't know why. We have seen it consistently with polling and in the way they talk about her, but people do not like her. And they say that they fear that he's not going to make it his second term and she's going to become president, and that scares the hell out of them. I think that's some implicit racism there. I think that's misogyny there. I think that things go beyond policy, but that is what polling indicates. And I think, to answer your question succinctly, Parker, it's the fact that people that are willing to vote for him but can't step over the line is because of his age. And what he did tonight is that he did not solve that problem. If he had come out swinging, he looked like, not like on stammering, I'm talking about that, I mean, but he looked like he was energetic. He looked like he was ready to answer. He was moving around. He was, he looked very youthful. That wasn't him. He was kind of calm, but he stammered. CNN had a split screen. I don't know if you noticed that. They had a split screen. When he was looking at Donald Trump, he had a face like this.
Yeah, you look down almost.
He looked like that.
I agree with that.
Okay, that's a bad look. I'm sorry, but you should look at it, look and hold yourself up a little bit like that. But instead, he was like, that's the problem, right? Is that people perceive that age and they're scared about him not being able to go through with it. That, I think people would vote for him if it wasn't for that issue. If he was 10 years younger, people would vote for him, right? I think it'd be easy. But that's not the world that we live in.
I completely agree with you, Matt. And like Parker, just like one more thing to respond to some of the things that you've said here about this early response to the debate, maybe not telling us what the response could be like in a week from now or even, during the election. I think like too often, when we go on live, we are talking about the facts of their policy and what their policy has done for our nation. We speak on their executive orders, their, Trump's tax policy, some of the border bills in Congress and how it's impacted us analytically speaking. But the conversation that we're having right now shifts from that highly analytical and statistical, I don't know if that's a word, perspective. And now we're talking about human nature. We are talking about Americans and how this debate will sway their thought processes for who they're casting their vote for in November. And this often doesn't concern the policy, the executive orders, how this impacts us, etc. This concerns everything that Matt is talking about.
Yeah, and I just want to point this out to bring up what I'm saying is not like me just pulling it out of my butt or anything. It's what is going on in the Beltway amongst Democrats. The banner on CNN right now is Dems, aggressive panic about Biden performance. That's the headline. That's the headline, okay? Now, we can disagree with it, right? But this is on CNN. This isn't Fox News. This isn't OAN. This is CNN.
I understand the Democratic Party saying that. What is the biggest things that independents are looking for, right? That's the question. Because this debate's not about the people on the left or the people on the right. It's about the independents.
Okay. Then, one, we have to ask, okay, what are the issues that independents and the other sides care about?
$5.
It's the economy, it's immigration, it's abortion, it's things like that, right? And on that, it's a wash because Biden had good answers, right, on abortion. He had a good answer on abortion. He had a good answer on the economy. He had good answers on certain things. Trump had somewhat good answers on something. He kept repeating it over and over and over again. Biden failed, I think, to give a good, coherent answer on some things. And so it came out as a wash. But the main concern among independents is, one, will Trump concede the election if he loses, right? Is he not going to be like a dictator? And two...
Which he didn't do.
And two, Biden's age, which Biden did not alleviate concerns tonight. Those issues are still going to be there, and I don't think anybody's going to have their mind made up. I think things are either exactly the same...
He didn't condemn the people at January 6th. So I think that's important to acknowledge as well. Christina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So if we talk about economy, Biden did better. If we talk about border... Right, there are people probably from independents that would be either or as it relates to both Biden and Trump on that. As it relates to Biden's age looked terrible there, right? Independents will definitely sway towards Trump on that one. And then as it relates to like the different policies specifically that they had to deal with these sorts of issues, I definitely think Joe wins on that. So the only thing that I see holding back Joe right now is quite literally just the coherency, which again was something that people already knew before, and especially independents knew.
Yeah, I think what's
I
going to happen...
I don't see how this changes the landscape of anything.
Cause I think there's an implicit bias that all of the American voters may have that is going unrecognized here. And like when we think of a leader, we're thinking of someone that's in charge and very powerful. It is evidently clear that Trump looked more in charge and powerful in the conversation, which could be caused by maybe some incongruencies and Biden's demeanor because of his age. But so I think that is a big motivating factor.
I think Dean's right on this. I think what we'll have to say, and I think all of us here are being unbiased. We're giving our honest takes, and I think we all agree that Biden did better on policy and Trump did better on presentation.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what it was. But what we need to do is we need to let the dust settle in the morning, because I'm a nerd at this, and this is what I do. I get all the big subscriptions in the morning, right? I get all the news flashes from the Post, the Times, Politico, and everything, and I'll see what everybody is saying, right? I'll see it, and I think if in the morning when I wake up and it's DEFCON, what's the bad one? DEFCON 1, and it's like shit is hitting the fan, and people think, I think we have to be realistic here, and we can't be like party like loyalists and say, oh, everything's fine in like, you know, La La Land. We have to say Biden's better on policy, but let's keep it real. This is what people are saying now. How can we, you know, go about changing it? And I do think, and this is the last thing I'll say, and then I'll just move on for it. I do think that more Democrats, and I mean Democrats with capital D, people coming out who are in the party, right? Party mainstream people will come out saying that Biden needs to step down and they need to have a open convention.
Can I bring up something cool that's happening tomorrow?
Sure.
So we have nearly 7,000 people in here right now. Tomorrow, me and Parker are dropping a video where we actually went to a Trump rally and interviewed and debated some of his supporters. It's going to be awesome. That's dropping tomorrow at 10 p.m.
If you want a little bit of a sneak peek, I did post a video here recently. You can see on my page if you want to look at that. We did go to a Trump rally. It's actually an incredible video. I've shown Matt. I've shown my girlfriend. They both really liked it. It is an entertaining video. I'm not going to lie. I'm not trying to be biased as it relates to that too. I mean, I think that there are going to be people in the chat that think I'm biased regardless, just because I didn't say Trump won or some shit. You know what I mean?
I also posted a clip of that right before I went live for the day.
It will be on YouTube, everyone. YouTube is Parker Get a Job. You can also check out it's going to be, you can go to the link tree in the bio. You can click on my YouTube through that, or you can just look up on YouTube, Parker Get a Job. I have like 15,000 subscribers. You can follow, subscribe to me there.
And if
we are going to be dropping it tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time, everyone. Okay, now Chad.
Oops, sorry, go ahead. No, I just wanted to say I posted a video about it before. Y'all could help get that into the For You page so even more people can see me and Parker's video tomorrow if you go drop it a like. It's my most recent. But go ahead, Parker.
Yeah, I do think that as we let the dust sort of settle a bit more, I think that it's going to be like a bit more clear that Biden's going to keep running. I don't think that these sort of ideas that like, oh, the Democrats are scrambling right now is going to lead towards Biden actually stepping down.
I agree.
Yeah, there are going to be Democrats, even in the establishment, saying this. I just don't find it very convincing that he's actually going to end up stepping down.
Well, there is a theory. There's a hypothesis that one of the reasons why Democrats and Biden wanted this early debate, because this is the earliest debate we've ever had, is to see how he did, because they wanted time in case shit hits the fan to be able to replace him. I don't see
how that will ever work.
I don't see that. I'm not saying I believe it, but for people wondering how this would work, this is how it would work.
I think replacing him looks really bad, though.
Yeah, that would never do good for the DNC. Like, say the DNC did replace Biden. Okay, well now we have all these undecided voters that are probably going to vote for Trump because they know jack shit about the other candidate.
Thank you so much. Actually, I don't know about that.
It depends on who they choose, right? Here's why they float this idea. Biden is polling badly with Trump. He's losing in most of the polling. But yet the down ballot Democrats, the governors and the senators, are winning their races. Okay, so what they're saying is that this is the theory. They're saying Biden should drop out, and one of those governors, one of those senators should hop in. The ones that have a high approval rating, the ones that are very popular, people like Gavin Newsom, people like
I don't think
Gretchen Whitmer, people like honestly, Josh Shapiro.
I'm on this, and I'm not saying Buttigieg is great, but like I do think that Buttigieg would do significantly better. Right, because he's basically the same in terms of policy. The difference, particularly, is just in the rhetoric and like how he speaks. So Pete,
there is one concern with him.
Good.
And this is what the problem was in 2016.
2020, yeah.
It's the fact that he's GAY, because among certain constituencies, people don't like that. I'm sorry to say that, but we have to be honest here. His polling,
I think that would come secondary. Okay,
I think it would too, but we have to be honest. That's one of the reasons why I think
because the majority of the people who are anti-GAY are on the right wing already. They're not people who are independents.
That's true.
Independents predominantly are not going to be anti-GAY. Right, in the same way that Trump supporters are. I'm not saying that they aren't anti-GAY.
So
what I'm saying is that they aren't.
How about
to the same
this,
degree.
Parker? How about this? I'm curious. Is there any person in the chat who is pro-Biden that is on our side that disagrees with us, because I think we're all in agreement here.
I want to get
that-
Harry to come up because I know
Yeah.
Harry's going to disagree.
Yeah.
Oh
with
yeah,
us.
yeah. I would love to get
Because
Harry up here.
Harry
I tried to
already put
text
out
him.
Harry already put out a Twitter thing, and I disagree. I'm sorry,
And
Harry.
he said
I love
Biden
you.
won?
Yeah, he said Biden won easily. It's Harry.
Well,
Come on,
dude,
brother.
It's Harry.
I'm-
Harry rides for Biden. 110%.
Yeah,
I
love
think,
you,
I
but-
think Harry's
Get him up
Harry's totally looking at the facts there, which again we agree with him on that.
Yeah.
I don't think he's looking specifically at like what the average person is going to think about what his coherency level.
So you can add people up, Parker, if you want to, and we'll just talk with them and see what they think. But I really want someone who's on our side who disagrees with us, because I want to be convinced that I'm wrong. But
Should we get some MAGAs in the chat?
yeah, that's fine. And but I'm really
All right,
scared
if
that
you're
I'm
MAGA,
not.
type it in the chat, everyone. If you're MAGA, type it in the chat. If you are in the box, and I will add up some people who are MAGA right now to get some people's opinions. We're gonna get some people up here real quick, everyone. If you, Dean, if you can find anyone you see specifically saying MAGA, do add them as well,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
you
I
can
got
do
you.
that as well, Matt.
Yeah, I see many people. Let me.
Also, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. If you want to support me, Dean, or Matt, Venmos and Cash Apps are in the bio, everyone. That is the best way to support us.
Hey,
Okay.
Vince,
the
are
best
you
way.
I think we got
MAGA?
somebody.
Are you
Yeah,
MAGA,
yeah.
Vince?
Vince, are you MAGA? And how old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, so what's your birth year?
2006 March.
Okay, yeah. So what are your thoughts on the debate?
Well, Biden stumbled. He started rambling quite a lot. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't care if you're Biden or Trump. That can't be running our country here. Come on. You don't have to be like a
What do you mean by stumbling? Hold on, I
Yeah.
want to ask this. What do you mean by stumbling?
He kept rambling.
No. Okay, what do you mean by rambling?
He would be talking about one subject, get caught on his words, and then just start rambling.
Did
Watch the debate.
did
Did you
we
watch
watch the same
I was
debate?
watching? Did you
We
watch
Oh, no,
didn't
I'm
watch
sorry,
the same
but
debate.
Did we
Vince.
watch the same debate?
Yeah, of course.
Trump
you did.
literally was asked a question, and then he would not answer that question and would
know
rant
why?
about something completely differently.
Because he was answering what Biden was saying. Because Biden.
No, that's not true. That's not true. You know why?
The literal host had to ask him
They
a question.
followed up.
Hold on. The
Relax,
host had to
relax.
ask him a question 3 times and get him to say yes or no in order to answer that one question.
What questions?
Let alone he.
What
yeah,
questions?
Yeah, so childcare specifically, he didn't answer that one. Climate change, the January 6th, whether or not he condemned them specifically, the
Opioids.
people
He
who
said
went
no.
up,
He said no.
whether or not he would accept the election, right? Did we watch the same
He
debate?
said he would if it was fair. Did you not hear that?
Yeah, that's
one?
not being legitimate. He's not going to say it's fair if he
Did he-
loses.
did he
He's
say
already
yes?
acknowledged that.
Yes, did he say
Social
yes?
Security as well.
Monica, I appreciate you for the $10
All right,
on
who fucked
PayPal.
up
Sorry
Social
for the
Security,
interruption.
let's be
Love you,
honest.
Monica.
What'd you say, Vince?
Who fucked up Social Security? Biden. Biden.
How did Biden fuck up Social Security?
Because he's giving Social Security to the immigrants.
What?
Wait,
Wait, immigrants coming to the country are less likely to take from Social Security because they have a higher labor force participation rate and happen to be lower in age, right? So the idea that people are coming here and just taking Social Security, how would they do that if they didn't pay in taxes into the system? They wouldn't be able to get like any
Biden
Social
gets
Security.
out.
Also,
'Cause
like,
he
can we
wants
just
their
all point out
votes.
the fact that Vince is a parrot of Trump? This was literally the same response that Trump
All right,
gave.
there
in
we
the
go,
debate.
there we go
And you don't
again,
fact
there we
check
go.
it. You don't look
Parrot,
into
parrot.
it. You
All
just
right,
come up on a Parker's Live and start spewing the same
Come on,
bullshit.
Come on.
This is why we
it's a
call
fucking
y'all
3v1.
cultists.
You fucking. All right, come on. Chill. Just talk.
Wait, do you want some
I'm muted.
MAGA
Why-
people up?
all right,
We were literally
why-
just talking about the election.
Yeah,
This
keep
isn't
going.
like a debate
No,
about how
'cause
good Trump is as a
you
candidate.
didn't
We'll
answer
dunk
my
you on
thing.
you on that as
Started-
relates to that as
he's
well.
a pair to Trump. Bullshit. Come
That's
on.
literally what you were doing,
Vince,
though.
okay, hold on. Let me ask a question. I'm gonna ask you
Yeah.
an honest
$3
question.
No,
out
ask
of
me
it.
anything.
Sure. What was Trump's solution to the opioid crisis?
The opioid crisis?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Tell me a solution.
No, he didn't say it. That's why I
You're gonna
asked you the
give one,
question.
Vince.
He didn't say it. He rambled about different topics, and the host had to
Yeah,
ask
you know
him
what he rambled
3
about,
times.
though? You know what
Hold
he
on,
rambled
Vince.
about?
The host had to ask him 3 times to answer the question. Instead, he rambled about all the other subjects except for that one.
Okay.
So that's why I asked you.
Okay.
So you knew.
Okay,
so
okay.
I just showed you where he
Can I
did
speak?
answer the question.
Can I speak?
Sure.
He talked about the illegals who are the ones that are bringing the opioids and all these fentanyl and all these drugs.
Wait,
You can't say, wait, hold up, Vince. You can't say that. You got to say F drug. I don't want my live to get age restricted.
I'm
That would
sorry.
annoy me
Yeah.
as hell.
The-
I
Please
would
do not
honestly,
say
I'd
that.
honestly drop
I'm sorry,
him just
I
to
didn't
be
know that.
safe.
The very- the-
Yeah, actually, I
corrected-
think I'm going to.
I corrected someone earlier when they said C drug, and
And you still got taken down. All right.
Yeah,
So
that's-
if you're MAGA, we're gonna put in a few MAGA on the panel. Everyone, we're gonna put a few MAGA on the panel. Yeah. If you say one of those drugs, everyone, we're just gonna drop you. I don't want to get age restricted. I'm not dealing with that today.
This would be a bad live to get age restricted.
This would be the
on.
worst fucking live to get age restricted on.
Dang, we got 7,000 people in here. Guys, real quick, let's get another poll going about y'all's thoughts on the debates.
This guy is
number 1
MAGA.
for W. Biden. Number 2.
Yeah,
for
just
W.
add in MAGA if you guys would like to. I really would appreciate that. Yo,
If
TV,
If you
how old are
say
you?
MAGA, I'm sorry, no, Parker. If you say MAGA, be in the actual
Guest
guest
box.
request box, please.
Yes. Yeah, TV, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Yeah, and are you MAGA?
No, I'm Biden.
You're not
What?
MAGA?
Wait, why the fuck, bro? He said he was.
Okay,
Like,
if by the way, everyone, if you're not MAGA and you're typing MAGA in the comment section, I'm gonna block you. Okay?
Yeah, that's just so
don't
annoying.
do that. Do not waste my time today, please. Respect the live. Please respect the live. TC, are you MAGA?
Yeah, what's up, man? Parker, how you feeling, bro?
Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What are your thoughts about the debate, man?
I gotta be honest, man. I watch your lives all the time, and you kind of got I've been being more open-minded to a lot of things about Trump and things like that. So I've been kind of like keeping an open mind out. I stand with Trump, but you got to realize the performance.
Just pulling up people who are MAGA.
The performance of Biden, obviously, the policies and all that he was talking about, but it didn't come out good. So,
Person, man, fix your background noise. I that's why we muted you, man. Please. Go ahead, GC. I apologize.
oh, no worries, bro. I just don't think that, man. I just don't think Biden is capable. And as far as Trump, he was saying a lot of shit. Yes, I'm MAGA, but at the same time, I don't think either of these candidates are good. I don't.
Well, I think that we could agree on that, but
agree
the
with him
point
on
that,
that point.
the point that like me, Parker, and Matt may be raising here is I think it was obvious in our like post debate analysis that Biden didn't look good like at all. He really showed his age there. He didn't seem strong or powerful, or he didn't speak with a lot of
Wait,
emotion.
Dean, you mean
But-
look good as it relates to like his
definitely did.
presentation? He looked good as it relates to the
Yeah.
facts, but he
Yeah.
didn't look good as it relates to presentation.
But like,
Joey,
yeah,
thank you for the dollar, and Luba, thank you for the $6.66.
The
Thank you.
point-
No, it was horrible.
that I
I was
bring it
just
up,
watching
TC,
the after
TC,
thing.
I was. Can I finish what I was saying, man?
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
Like when we're looking at the debate insofar as Biden's argumentation for some of Trump's policies such as his tax code or ideas such as introducing a flat 10% on tariffs, he spoke on facts. I mean, could you please like detail to me a single argument that Trump made in response to one of Biden's points that concerned facts, that concerned statistics, that didn't concern baseless conjecture and just pure slander of Biden's character?
George, thank you for the $5.
No, I agree with you.
Okay, so then you agree that Biden was oriented with the truth of facts.
Yeah, I think-
Meanwhile, Trump was just oriented with trying to propone his narrative and wasn't really too concerned about, purporting truth.
Yeah, no, I mean, I fact check a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I know that Trump is up there saying lies. I know Biden is trying to get the words out. I know here's the thing. I see the good. I want to see the good in people. You know what I mean? I know that Biden has done some great things. I really do. And as far as the whole Trump thing, man, I just think I think he has strength. You know what I mean? Like it's something that I believe in. A lot of voters are going to be voting on.
Trump has strength, but he applies it in all of the wrong places. Like, this is the issue. This was the first thing I said. Yeah, he looked really strong. But Trump applies this strength and, gathering a cult following to fuel his own ego and to give him more power, not to make the, life of the average American better.
Yeah, it's definitely very cultish because there's like a lot of people that are like, oh, I'm voting for Trump, and they just don't know shit about anything. And I'll be honest, man, you guys are super smart. Like, you guys can start talking about a bunch of stuff, and I'll be like, you're smarter than me at this. I'd have to do my research, and I'm by no means somebody that like is an enthusiast for politics, but I'm just a simple American, and I'm trying to understand it. You know what I mean? And I want to see the good. Like, I'm rooting for the president. I want Biden to do good shit. And then you got all these people that are just talking about the economy, and there's so many factors. Like, he doesn't really control a lot of the things. And bro, I mean,
You just got that was Vince.
oh, sorry, bro.
No, it's not. Don't worry.
I'm sorry to interrupt there, but I'm sorry. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I got some cash apps that I have to thank people for. I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
Awesome.
Sophia, thank you for the $40. I really do appreciate it. And Joey for the $1. I wanted to know if Kamala is a viable replacement. In policy, yes, I like her in policy. In practicality, unfortunately, no. And the polling bears that out. So.
Yeah, if y'all want to support me, I got my Venmo, my PayPal, my bio. By the way, just put
Same
that
here as
out
well.
there.
You can ask any questions if you would like. That's the best way to do it. By the way,
yes.
everyone, we're not taking any accepting of anyone to come up based upon donations, so do not donate just to come up. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. But you can ask questions, everyone, and we will respond to those questions.
Yeah, and I
Also,
know,
let's try to get another MAGA in the chat. Another MAGA up here.
Yeah, but just to kind of finish off that point that I made, TC. I was speaking on how I agree with you that Trump looked strong, but when we are looking for our president, the leader of the United States of America, we're not just looking for someone that's strong. We're also looking for someone that can apply that strength in the appropriate places, applying that strength and making our lives better, applying that strength and making our country look stronger, applying that strength and upholding our Constitution and the democratic processes in which would follow from it. Trump has done none of these things. He applies that strength in his Christian nationalistic rhetoric. He applies that strength in reducing the funding to education. He applies that strength in all of the wrong places. And that is a very important part for discussion here. Does this strength matter if he doesn't do the right thing with it?
I mean, like I said, there's things that you probably have so much more knowledge and understanding on. But like, I'm talking to you as a simple American voter here, right? Because I've watched your guys' lives and you'd be like, can you guys name a single policy? And most people can't, right? But I'm talking to you as somebody that has I'm not a stupid person. So I'm trying to pay attention and understand it better. And you guys can say, yeah, I need to do more research. And I know that's the answer. But when I see it, I see that when Trump was in office, right, he had this whole mentality about the border and all this stuff. And now you have... And I'm going off one topic. There's obviously many things we could talk about.
Keith, thank you for the $10 on
But the border. Can we talk about the border for a second? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Can I make sure that these people are MAGA real quick? Yo, bring the noise. Are you MAGA?
Yep.
How old are you?
30.
For sure. All right. Is there a way you can get rid of the background noise, by the way?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the $10, Keith. Once again, let's get some W Keiths going in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $10, Keith. And Joshua, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Joshua and W Keith, guys. Make sure to show the donators.
Madison, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Sure,
and then
donors,
I got a question from I think it wasn't me. Or wait, no, Wendy. Wendy, thank you so much for the $5. Why don't people like Kamala Harris? I think that there's obviously going to be misogyny involved, racism involved, and then there are like history specifically involved of like how she would like quote unquote extend what's it called the sentences of people in order to use them for like labor for the state of California. That was like the claims typically used against her. That's what I typically hear. All right, we're gonna get another MAGA up again, everyone. I do apologize. We're trying to get someone up here real quick, but I just want to say, TC, go for it again.
No,
I'd love to hear your response, man.
I'm just saying that like if you're talking about how most Americans are voting, they're voting off of they see like three main things right now. Most of them, they're talking about the economy, they're talking about the border, and they're talking about why we're sending all this money over to these other countries, right? And people don't seem to understand it. Well, I've watched your guys' lives. We talk about the border, and you're like, oh, it's just a lot of people are seeking asylum. Absolutely. If I was in a country that was getting bombed, I would get the fuck out of there. I would hop over fences and get here. But the open border policies or whatever, and I understand the executive order that was just passed, but it seemed like it was a little too late. It's bringing.
Can you name like Biden's policy that opened the border? This is misinformation that Trump and his administration and his whole campaign team like to spread. I just saw a video on his Instagram about it. They're like Biden's open border policies.
I don't know.
Name
if
Biden's open border policies.
I don't know if it's an open border policy, but whatever the policy is,
what's the name of the
policy?
policy?
It was an executive order that was passed the first few weeks of Biden's presidency. That's what it was. It wasn't
what executive
open
order?
It wasn't an. I don't know the executive order.
I apologize.
If you're talking catch and release, and you're talking remain in Mexico, those didn't exist to that degree specifically under Obama. Yet there were significantly less people coming to the country. So that doesn't explain why more people are coming to the country. And also, the executive order recently just passed by Biden has led to us being at the same level of border crossings under Trump's administration.
Yeah. Not to mention, Biden gave a good explanation for this in the debate. Biden spoke about how bad and inhumane Trump's policies were on the people that were crossing the border, splitting families up and putting kids in cages. I would appeal those first day too. What Biden was focused on was bipartisan legislation to solve the border crisis, and which he has done. We are seeing lower encounters and entries over that border, and what we saw towards the end of Trump's term today.
And by the way, everyone, if you are MAGA, if you're MAGA, type it in the chat. We're still trying to add people up.
Keith, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you,
My
Keith.
question to you, Parker, is seriously, as a Democrat, after tonight's performance, the question is Biden's cognitive ability, and I see Harry go online all the time too. He said his cognitive ability is perfectly fine.
I would never say it's perfectly fine. And I don't think he says that either. I don't think Harry says it's perfectly fine. But I do think Harry says that he's able.
I've watched his live several times, and I'm just saying he always argues that even during his interview, he was perfectly cognitively sound. I think any Democrat with a brain after watching tonight, I mean, the fact that CNN is in full panic mode right now with the top media officials calling for Biden to come off the ballot should say enough. I mean, Democrat or not, it's a Trump versus Biden issue in the country right now. I think if the Democrats seriously put someone in place with cognitive abilities, maybe younger, to even try to get the younger votes, then you guys might have a solid chance of winning the election. If you're going to keep Biden on the ballot, then the issue you're going to face is, are voters really thinking that Biden's in control, or is it Kamala Harris, which is the worst of the two evils there? I think if Biden could do it.
Well, Kamala Harris is definitely better. But
sorry, I did.
Agbor, thank you for the $10.
Yes.
Linda, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. And Zid, thank you for the $1. And Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $3.
Cognitively, yes, but I don't think that the votes.
Bring, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't mean to do it, but I have to thank people too. Shill, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Isaiah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so Bryn, can I respond to you as it relates to the
go ahead.
So one of the first responses that all three of us, me, Dean, and Matt, all had related to this is the biggest flaw specifically that was shown in this debate for the average voter for Joe Biden was his cognitive ability, right? Whether it be and that's coming from a perceived notion from society. One, because people perceive stutters, right, because of ableism in our society, to be like a lack of intelligence, which I think is utterly ridiculous. And then also as it relates to his age, right? People definitely saw his age. So I'm not disputing that. I do think that was one of the biggest things, and I think that's one of the biggest things related to the entire thing. If that didn't exist, it would be predominantly.
And by the way, Allie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and
Parker,
Teresa, thank you for the $10. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Can I say something real quick?
TC, do you mind if I rebuttal that real quick?
Teresa, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo as well.
Just real
Show
quick,
some love to the donators in the chat, guys. Teresa.
I just want to say I watch you guys. I watch Parker. I watch you. I watch Harry stuff. It's so entertaining. I love it. I've seen so many people call out this cognitive stuff about Biden, saying that, he can't talk, and then you say you want to see a clip of him talking good. You want to see that's been so clear from day one. You know what I mean? And now you guys are saying obviously he didn't do it. That's what the American people see all the time.
Hold on.
That's not
we
true.
admitted.
No, Tyler,
the first thing I said, and I knew I would get pushback from it. I said I would be the outlier. I said he did not do well because he looked old. He looked like his age, and I got pushback in the chat for it. Right? I was fully willing to say that, right? But it depends on what you're voting on. Are you voting on policy, or are you voting on whether or not someone's old or not? Joe Biden answered the questions on policy. He answered the question, for one. Two, he actually has, in my opinion, better policy. And the fact that he might not be able to form a sentence because he's 82 years old doesn't bother me as much because he has good policy. Donald Trump went up there. He lied. He did not answer questions. And, he obfuscated multiple times, and he said things that were just blatantly false. And so, but he can put a sentence together.
Yeah.
What do I care about? The lies or the actual good policy about a man who may not be able to form a sentence? That's the point.
Can I say one more thing before you do?
Thank you for the $7 on PayPal. I appreciate you, Justin.
Yeah, so like again, I do think that we are a bit far in saying that like he can't form a sentence. He can form a sentence. Like I don't think that you were trying to say that, Matt. I just want to clarify that for the audience.
Yes, yeah.
But like in certain circumstances, he does have issues. Like there was a clear gaffe at the very beginning of the debate, right? We all acknowledged that. We were like, ooh, okay, that's not good. Like, and even the entire chat acknowledged it. So there are circumstances and moments in time where Biden does seem incoherent. We're not disputing that. But what I'm saying is that it's not all of the time. What people claim is that it's in every single moment that he can't form any sentences.
Agreed.
That claim is wrong. Right?
No, that's
Yeah, he
not
does.
true either.
He does. We
Here's
can't
the
see his
problem, though,
age.
Bart.
We can't see his age. He does mumble, but again, I'm not. It's not every single time, and that's what
Here's
we
the
need to
problem, though,
acknowledge.
Bart.
But go for
Yeah,
it, Dean.
no, it's
that-
definitely not.
Hold
all the
up, everyone. I want Dean to be able to say something, and then I'll let you guys both go.
Yeah, I just want to ask you guys a question. I mean, so this question is addressed to all the 7.9 thousand people in here, but predominantly to you, TC and Bring, because you guys will be the ones actually responding on live. Why do you care about who is president of the United States of America?
TC, you want to go first or what?
Teresa,
you-
thank you so much for the
you-
$10.
you-
Thank you for the hanging lights as
fine,
well.
like,
Keith, thank you for the
I cut you
$10,
off.
and Joanna, thank you for the $10.
You go first. I cut you off last time. Sorry.
I mean, I massively care because it's not just about our current situation, it's about the future of the United States and our kids and generations to come. So I think this election in particular.
I'm not even asking about this election in particular. I'm asking you why you care who's president of the United States of America. You said something about the future generations to come, the children, yourself,
Right.
your family. So the reason that you care who's president is because of how this president will impact your life, the people who you love in their lives, and the lives of the generations to come. So when you tell me that Biden is not fit for the Oval Office and you will not be voting for him because he sometimes stumbles over his sentences, this tells us nothing about how your life will be impacted. This
it
tells us
does.
nothing about how your loved ones or the future
it
generations
does.
and their lives will be impacted in the slightest.
It
What
does.
we need to look at to learn how all of our lives will be impacted is the policy, is the cabinet,
Can I
is the
respond to it?
Congress, is the executive orders, not if they stumble upon their sentences sometimes.
No, it
Mark, thank you for
absolutely
$5.
does. It absolutely does come down to how a president can speak and show leadership. Because if as Trump pointed out, you may or may not like his point. He pointed out that Russia may have not ever invaded Ukraine had we had strong leadership. Given the demonstration of Afghanistan,
What is Russia scared of? A stumble upon a sentence or a
Yes.
strong foreign policy?
he knows that they won't pull the trigger to stop them or do anything to
Joanna, I appreciate
Wait, that's actually.
$10 on
That's,
Venmo.
I'm sorry.
Thank you,
I want Matt to be able to respond right after this, but I think that's wrong because Trump specifically said that he would not defend NATO countries that don't meet the 2% military, 2% GDP military expenditure, right? So that's actually that Trump would not uphold any sort of fight against Russia there. So this whole claim that like Russia is more scared of Trump than Biden, that's actually laughable given actually looking at the things that they say. But go ahead, Matt.
Okay, so I have several things, so sorry. But one, from Isaiah, he makes a good point. He says, Biden supported here. Biden won for people who are listening to what he said. Trump won based on people who just watch and won't look at anything else, such as the fact checks and the policies. I agree. I think that's very, very well said. And I also want to thank Alana for the $3. I appreciate what you had to say also. Thank you very much. Parker's point on the Ukraine thing is very poignant because think about it this way. Who was the president that sucked up to Putin the most? Who's the president who, when he had a chance at Helsinki to say to his face, "Do not interfere in our election system. Stay out of our democracy. Leave us the hell alone." Instead, Donald Trump, standing on the stage next to Vladimir Putin, totally capitulated. He said, "Well, Putin said they didn't do anything, and I have to believe him because the CIA and all them get things so wrong." How many times has Donald Trump taken the side of Vladimir Putin over his own government, over their own people? And so, actually, we have good evidence that Vladimir Putin would have invaded Ukraine anyway because he knew one, that Donald Trump was not a fan of Vladimir Zelensky, one, because that's what he was first impeached over, One, so he's not a fan of him. He wouldn't have gave him any money. And two, Donald Trump is known for being a suck up and for saying good things about Vladimir Putin. So actually, it makes entire sense to me that Putin would have invaded no matter what. He was just waiting for the opportune time, which happened to be right in the midst of COVID. And I think that's why he did it.
I still
American
think
Girl,
that,
thank you so
I
much
still,
for the $11.05. Thank you so much.
I still think that weak leadership it shows superpowers like China and Russia the ability to invade. If there is ever a time to do it, it's now. And those two are forming relationships, very strong bonds right now. And I'm sorry, like, no matter how strong the United States military is, and trust me when I say I love the military, but China and Russia versus the United States with cyber attacks, I mean, this isn't going to be boots on the ground war. This is going to be cyber attacks. This is going to be things that China is much more advanced at than the United States, as far as the best hacker in the world, or the hackers in the world are in China. It's
We
well
already
beyond,
have
it's well
test-
beyond what Biden
Bring,
can do.
we
sending
already have a
tanks.
test case of that, right? And by the way, Joanna, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. But think about it this way, okay? The thing that Trump should have said in Helsinki to Putin was about cyber interference, right? It wasn't about Russia collusion or anything. It was about Vladimir Putin and his agencies trying to hack into our election infrastructure to try to cause chaos. That was the issue, okay? And we had and we still have good evidence that in 2016 and in 2020 that the Russians tried to do that. That's what they tried to do. Putin, or Trump, should have said Vladimir Putin, because he had the evidence in front of him, should have said, do not do this. If you do it, we will come back at you tenfold. I'm not talking about like a military. I mean like through cyber, through sanctions, through all these things. He should have said that to him, but instead he stood next to him and he said, "Well, Putin said he didn't do it, and I kind of believe him on that because our oranges had a bad deal." That is not leadership. So everything you're saying about the way that he interacts with Vladimir Putin and down the line with other
No. I'm just responding. I'm responding
to
to the
touch on
fact
this
that you
point, too.
said, "Why do I care who is in office as president?" This is not about.
Let's
Trump
get back
or
to that.
Biden.
Hey, let's get back to that. So you're telling me that the reason the gaffes in the speech or whatever the fuck else, the age, showing the age might matter is because we want a strong leader. I'm so sorry. A man who says that Hitler has some good ideas lacks a fucking backbone. A man who has been proven in a civil court to have raped a woman lacks fucking strength. This isn't strength. It is narcissism. It's not being a leader, it's being egotistical and self-centered. What kind of leader would forsake the legitimacy of the world's leading democracy because they wanted to continue to sit in the Oval Office, denying their vice president, denying the lawmakers in Congress on their side of the aisle, sitting and ignoring the rioters that attended the terrible insurrection upon our capital? No, this man lacks a backbone. This man lacks strength. Don't get that fucking twisted.
I don't know. I still say that.
Is it possible
Trump,
for leaders to not be role models?
I still think there's still good things that Trump did under his administration.
Is it possible
like the Veteran
that
Suicide
a leader
Prevention
is
Act.
not a role model? Or are leaders our role models? Because you can't call this man a role model, so why would you call him a good leader?
Well, again, how many of the people in the media are good role models? I mean, they're all childish. When it comes with Parker and Harry can have a better conversation with people on here than our
than like Biden and Trump. Yeah, but like here, I actually want to say this as well. Where are all the people claiming that Biden was drugged up? Where's that?
Yeah,
it's a stupid
that's gone
headline.
now, right? That's gone
Completely
now,
gone.
right?
No one. I haven't heard a single person say that. I haven't seen it on Twitter. Haven't seen it in the comment section. Haven't heard a single person say that. Where was it? He didn't get tested. So why need do it? Appreciate the little crown. Thank you.
And Isaiah, thank you for the $3. Isaiah also makes a good point, saying that Trump only talked about his relationships with dictators, and he didn't address our allies, white supremacists, January 6th.
I still think that the question
Please bring the $5.
Trump never really had a chance to answer.
Wait, here, can I actually say one thing? They brought up a point here that I want to respond to. Sorry, I'm going to let you speak right after Bring. I apologize for continuing to cut you off.
No, you're good, you're
I
good.
don't mean to do this, but there's a lot of things
I'm
that I have to deal with here. So they said, what if he just changes his VP for better approval? I think that wouldn't be a good thing. I think that if they're going to change something, it needs to be him not running for president anymore, him stepping down.
Yeah, because then what you're doing is you're basically saying, I don't trust my VP. And you're saying you basically are saying that you chose her only to placate certain people. And it looks bad. Like, it just does. So he has to stand by his VP, and if he changes, it doesn't get rid of the issue about him. The issue is primarily about him, and then she's secondary, right? It's about him. He right now, his age is the primary issue. She is secondary because they fear what she will do coming next. Again, I think it's unfounded fear, but that's the fear that people are like bringing up.
Bring, go for it though. I want to make sure you have a chance to finish your thought here.
So I mean, just my thought from a viewer watching the whole debate. Given it was CNN and given it was two people that did not like Trump that were moderators. I mean, I don't care about that, but I still think they targeted a lot of questions just directly at Trump to make him look bad. And then they would deflect the question right back to Biden with a normal question, let Biden answer for as long as he could until they cut him off because he would start rambling.
What if it's just because Trump's about to die?
I disagree. It was a fair debate. They didn't say anything to Biden. They asked Biden.
Yeah, the one unanimous consensus among everybody, conservative and liberal, is that Dana Bash and Jake Tapper did a fantastic job.
They did.
That was the one unanimous.
I think they did a good job.
I'm not
Heidi, thank you for the
$10. Right. They were saying thank you to Biden
and Heidi, thank you for the $10 as well.
Heidi.
I'm not disagreeing that they moderated it good. I'm just saying that it seemed like.
Well, hold on. They asked Joe Biden pointed about the inflation. Why haven't you done more about the inflation? Why is it that your immigration? Why is it that so many illegal immigrants are coming on board? They asked pointed question of both. They only hit Trump harder because he failed to answer the questions. He didn't answer the questions.
Agree with him? I'm actually going to agree with Bring and TC. You're right. They were asking Trump devastating questions that they weren't asking Biden, like asking Trump about the insurrection, asking Trump, about the felonies, etc.
They asked Biden about his age. They asked Biden about foreign policy in the Middle East.
Can I finish real quick? It's not because they're biased towards Biden. It's because Biden hasn't started an insurrection like Trump. Biden doesn't have felonies like Trump. Like, you're automatically going to jump here and you're going to say, oh, they asked these insane questions to Trump and they didn't ask the same insane questions to Biden. It's because Trump's just done worse shit that produces harder questions.
I'm in agreement with that. I think that Trump is a magnet for bullshit, regardless of any good stuff he's done. He definitely brings so much drama with all this felonies and all this bullshit. It's like, it's kind of hard to get behind. That's why I watch you guys like Parker, Dean, and like you guys are honestly like persuading me to see the other side. You've opened up my mind to the other side. I'm still just like it's hard to get behind Biden and like the way he stands.
And Parker wants to say something, but I think this is kind of apropos what I was saying about 30 minutes ago. I mentioned how anybody going into the politics field, they have to speak perfectly unless they're seen like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I just got a message that said, I'm so fucking dumb that it's hilarious. I only vote for Biden because I have a stutter and I can't speak right. So that right there is an example about why people target, and that's the point, right? When you came on, TC, I asked you point blank, what do you mean by rambling? What do you mean? And I wasn't asking that just out of the blue. I was asking because people that also come out is because they say he can't speak right? That he's stuttering, he's stammering, he can't do something right.
You didn't ask me about rambling. You asked the guy before.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you. But I asked him, right? And that's the point, right? It's because of comments like this. Because people don't give the benefit of the doubt. And I point blank said it's because he's old. It's not because he stutters or anything. And I call this out because it directly affects me. And do what?
He does have a stutter, though.
I agree.
That's what he was
100%. I agree. And I bring it up so much for people that get pissed off at me. I bring it up so much because I have a stutter too, and it affects me. Every time I come on a live, it affects me every single time. That's why I bring it up so much, because we have a president, one of the first presidents in history that has a stutter, and yet he gets attacked all the fucking time because of it. And it's I don't know, it's defeating, I guess you would say the word is. It's defeating that this is always brought up. And so I'm willing to speak truth to power, but there's no evidence whatsoever that what we saw tonight had anything to do with him being cognitively deficient, other than the fact that he's just old. He's an old man.
Yeah, sure. I think that's what most people think, because when you're old, you get like it's people would probably correlate it with like dementia and things like that. I don't think he forgets things. I think it's just like it's definitely an elderly thing. When you're older, you're slower, your speech is slower, and on top of him having a stutter, it's just a combination of that. And then the internet is an evil place, so everybody's gonna talk shit.
It's not just an elderly thing, though. Anyone who's thinking cognitively, who is thinking about how to say something, is going to slow down their speech before they speak
too. So it's not an easy thing to do.
Well,
okay, so here, I want to make a point real quick.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I actually think that the rules of the debate were shifted to benefit Trump. And the reason why I think this is true is because the muting of the mics, actually, I do believe benefit Trump, because Trump would typically talk over people, sound a little crazy because he wouldn't let the other side speak. And I think that ultimately made Trump look better, or gave him a little bit of an advantage there. Secondly, I think that they didn't hold Trump to answering questions enough. I don't think they held him accountable for that enough. Like they did specifically, like that one time where they were asking multiple times about like whether or not he would accept the election, but they didn't do that with childcare. They didn't do that with like addiction, plenty of things that I think
that was the point.
They did do it with
trying to
climate. They did do it with climate.
That was the point I was trying to make earlier, Parker, was here's why. Because every single time Biden could answer a question, the rules of the debate were that the opponent could rebuttal for 1 minute, or if the moderators felt fit. Now
they didn't make Trump respond to Biden's questions.
The point is they didn't let him. They got into the next question. They got into the next question, so Trump had to backtrack, go back to the previous point, answer the previous point to rebuttal.
They asked him like a new question. Yeah, that's where I think they messed up the most. I agree with you here.
That's the point.
They asked him a new question right when Biden asked a question. I think they should have let him answer Biden's question, or gave him a specific time to do that, and then specifically ask a question.
Well,
so I do think that's
in fairness, though, both of the campaigns agreed that the person would be asked a question, and the other person would get a rebuttal, and it goes back and forth like that. There is no rule that says that the other person has to respond to the rebuttal. Trump chose to do that, right? That was the agreed upon rule. Trump chose. But even when he did that, though, they asked a follow-up and said, okay, here's what I asked you. Do you want to answer that? And Trump still failed to answer the question. That happened on the opioid topic. On the O thing topic. That happened multiple times. They asked him 3 times to answer the question, and he would not answer it. He just wouldn't answer it. And that's the example. I don't have a problem with him like saying something at first to like rebut, what Joe Biden has said, but after it becomes 3 times, then it's a little bit okay. He's not wanting to answer the question.
I still think he answered the questions with the time that he had left, because like Parker, you agree that oftentimes he had to circle back after getting asked a new question to validate a point.
That was one time I was referencing. That was one time.
Yes, correct.
For the majority of the time, he willfully did not answer the moderator's questions just to try to propone his narrative of Biden being bad, and just further slammed Biden's character.
Would you guys agree that
Wait, hold up. I think that something that could have fixed this is a longer rebuttal time. I think that the 1 minute rebuttal time was not enough.
Would you guys take into consideration that maybe the topic that they were trying to pivot from to the next question was maybe a little bit more important, so that's why Trump wanted to put more, emphasis on what he was saying. But like when they're talking about the black, the African Americans, they shifted to climate, and a lot of people don't care about climate. So maybe he thought that
climate's important. I think they were just shifting too quickly. I think they were shifting too quickly and not putting enough emphasis on the individual topics,
especially the important ones. That's a big topic. You know what I mean? That's a big topic. So in my opinion, I think yes, I agree with you, but I think maybe they definitely needed more time. So I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, more rebuttal time. I think they needed more time, specifically hyperfixating on the topics to make sure they're done with a topic before they transition to the next.
Whoa.
I don't think they put enough emphasis on that.
Hey, real
Do
quick,
you
Matt.
think Biden gets another debate?
Real quick, guys. Matt, didn't you like predict that Democrats would speak about replacing Biden?
Yeah, I said you would see soon after, or by the morning, you would see high-profile Democrats within the administration and within the party saying that we need to seriously think about getting somebody else on the ticket.
We actually just got that, yeah, right now. So we see that within the Democratic Party, there's big conversations about possibly replacing Biden as a party's candidate due to his dismal debate performance.
I have a question for all three of you. Well, the Rockin, Dean, and Parker. Why do you guys not support?
Wait, before we move on, I'll let you ask the question in a second. I think really what people on the left are saying is they're saying it's a bad performance for what a Democrat should have done, not necessarily in relation to Trump. So I do want to say that as well. Is that I think that the expectations
everybody
are that
is
you should shit
everybody
on Trump.
is in agreement that Trump did terribly. Like but they're saying Biden should have done better because, as I said before, and we always get pushback on it, but it's the truth. The one thing that people do not like about him consistently is his age, and he had to clear that line. He had to, and he failed to do it, and
wait,
that's why it's happening.
Where are the Republicans saying that?
Oh, and
Trump
Evan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you, Evan.
Where are the
Evan, I appreciate you as well.
Where are the Republicans saying that Trump should step down?
Oh, that's not happening.
Yeah, hey, real quick, guys.
That's
Oh,
kind of
sorry.
crazy. Yeah, I want to let Bring talk real quick because
Okay.
we did all cut him off.
I just want to know, like, this is
Kelly,
a little
thank you
bit
for
off
the $5.
topic. It's a little bit off topic, but it's sort of on topic with what we're talking about as far as candidates. Why do Democrats not support RFK? Because he is
Evan, thank you for the $10. Conspiracy, not conspiracy.
Well, conspiracy nut one, but then two, you never challenge the incumbent.
Yo,
Like,
Andrew Tate just tweeted at Harry.
No,
Are you serious?
Yes, go look at his Twitter.
Harry should respond. But one, parties don't like when the incumbents are challenged, both Republican and Democrat. So RFK being from the Kennedy family, and they are very liberal, and they're very much a Democratic mainstream. The fact that he challenged an incumbent sitting president, that's a big no-no. And that's why he's not getting support. Plus the fact that like he veers into weird.
Yo, I
conspiracy.
have to say this. So Andrew Tate tweeted out Harry Sisson is
yerking
off and stops every time Biden stutters, so he can ultimately
There it is.
super edge his Democratic myco penis. What? Andrew Tate. That was just like literally ableism.
It's crazy.
And just weird. Like,
I do think that Harry. I like Harry. He seems like a really smart guy, but he does seem to be like heavy Biden. Like no matter what.
Emily, thank you for the $4.20, and Evan, thank you for the $10.
Disagree with anything that Biden has. Anything about it.
Yeah, so I have heard Harry particularly say that like a Biden's not ideal. Granted, I do think that Harry does sort of support him a lot more than like a typical Democrat would, or like me, Dean, or Matt. But yeah, I do think that he can acknowledge certain things that are wrong, especially when it relates to like certain types of racist behaviors. I have seen him acknowledge that a few times. So I would say that he just does seem like he's like a pro Biden in every scenario due to some things he says. Oh, and thank you for the subscription.
I'm just seriously stuck on the fact of like I get the incumbent and being loyal to your incumbent, but like given what people want in America, I don't see how Democrats don't see RFK as a better candidate.
Party blindness. This is well established. Party blindness. Party loyalists will always choose the party over external factors. They will, as I told Parker, I said, right, they have rose-colored glasses on. They see things through the party lens. And the Republicans do this and the Democrats do this. That's why when I came on here and I said, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a leftist, liberal, social democrat, whatever you want to call me. I'm not a Democrat because I will tell you when the shit hits the fan. I'll tell you when things look bad, right? For the people that I want to vote for because I don't really give a shit about party politics. Party politics to me is too focused. That's why I think the people that I respect on the other side are the Republicans that stood up to Trump. You know, they didn't change the values. They say that Trump is a menace. He's this, he's that, you know, all that other stuff. And I respect that. And I think we have to do it on the same side. We have to say, I like Joe Biden. I think he's a decent person. I think he's a good man. I think his policies are good. But as I said before, and I said it again, he's just old. Like, I'm sorry, he's just old, and this debate just highlighted it. And so now Parker, Dean, and I have to defend not only his policies, but now we have to defend his age. I mean, and we got to say, well, he's not as bad as he seems, or we got to do this and that, and we got to play this juggle when it's for anybody that's unbiased. I think you cannot say after seeing that debate that his age is not in some way affecting him. Again, I think he's better than Trump on policy. I think he's better than Trump on being a person. I would still vote for him because I'd rather have someone who's who's aged than someone who's a known liar, a fraudster, an essayer, or someone who can't, who just lies every time he talks. I mean, Trump's character and just who he is, I despise. I'd rather have Joe Biden in the White House because of his character and his policies. But I will admit that the guy's old and it looks bad, and I understand when people say he's so old that I can't vote for him. I just hope that I can try to pull them back a little bit and say, let's compare two piles of shits. One is a little bit higher than the other one.
Kathleen, thank you for the $25.
And thank you for the $10. I'm sorry, Parker. I'm sorry.
Kathleen, thank you for the $25 on Cash App, and Brazy, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it as well. Everyone, and if you want to support me, Dean or Matt, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone.
Real quick, Rockin'. What's your name, Rockin'? I'm sorry.
Matt.
Matt. Hey, Matt. So I hear what you're saying about you still would vote for him, but what about and you guys might know this, and I like I said, you guys are a lot smarter than me. Is Biden really coming up with every last little detail about these policies? It's his team
exactly.
too, right?
Especially after
Well, hold on, that's the same thing with Trump. Trump is not a policy guy. He always
I agree.
he doesn't talk. Oh, and by the way, Emily, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you.
I don't think it's a one-man show the whole way.
No. But again, that by the way, that happens to all presidents. Even Barack Obama, even JFK, even FDR, even Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was not sitting there at the Oval Office coming up with policy off the top of his head, right? He had advisors. That's the point of advisors. That's the point of secretaries, right? Secretaries of State, secretaries of Defense, secretaries of Commerce. They are there to help you form the policy. So when people say to me, well, Biden isn't making the policy, duh, that's the point. He's not expected to make the policy.
I'm in agreement with you. I'm just saying that might make you feel more
No. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think if you sat down with him and you asked him to lay out his policy on this or that, I think he would give it to you. I think he would give it to you. And Trump, I think, would try to do that. But like every time Trump sits down and they say, what's your policy for healthcare? He doesn't give it. He says, well, I will be coming out with it in 7 days, or I'll come out with it in 2 weeks, or I'm going to bring the greatest healthcare America's ever seen. He doesn't lay out the policy. Joe Biden at least tries to lay out the policy, and I agree with you. Sometimes he does it whatever that word is. He doesn't do it well. He doesn't do it very well. But the point is still there that I think Joe Biden is better at policy formation than Donald Trump is.
So that's so real quick. This is important. Like what you're saying is that yes, he has advisors, and this is what I go back to when I talk about strength. Biden's strength is his advisors. Trump's strength is his intimidation on these other, that's what I'm talking about. That's what people see. They see.
I'd say this makes him arrogant.
I mean, sure. I mean,
because he doesn't listen to the smart people around him. This is what led to the election and the inaction.
Yeah, but like TC though. But like TC, think about it.
Has to scale back and talk to his people and be
but that's good though.
What do we do?
Yeah, that's good. I'd
though.
say the fact that Trump doesn't shows his arrogance, and it gets people hurt. This is what happened during the insurrection.
Who did Trump get hurt?
The people that stormed the Capitol. I mean, Biden talked about this inside of the debate about how he had Mike Pence coming to him, telling him to do something to make it all stop.
So he tweeted out that he wanted them to protest patriotically.
Did they protest patriotically?
Did he offer the National Guard out to the people though, and they didn't want it, right? So that's what he said.
Parker had said that this has been the whole Nancy Pelosi thing has been debunked. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. The whole claim that she was the one that limited them from going up to the Capitol is bullshit.
I just don't see how.
And then, I actually have a question for you. You're defending the stance that Donald Trump took action and he did the right thing. Why did Mike Pence, a lot of his advisors, and a lot of the Republicans in Congress turn on him?
Don't know.
Maybe give the $5. Thank you so much.
They don't have a backbone.
Maybe they. Yeah, maybe.
Keith,
they don't
I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Keith. No, this was a great point. That one second, I want to go in on this because this was a great point that Biden
let's
raised.
go in because how are we going to?
This was a great point that Biden raised. So the closest people to Trump Mike Pence, his advisors, people in his council, and the Republicans around him, right? They completely left Trump's side after the insurrection. Okay, they all said that he didn't do enough, and that caused harm, and that's true. He didn't. This was called out in the debate. This is fact. So how can you defend that he did, knowing that the people closest to him who agree with his ideologies all thought that he didn't, to the point that they stopped associating with him?
So Trump tends to like piss people off. So maybe he pissed them off, and they're just
Why
like,
this
"All right,
pisses
fuck
me
you."
off? Why doesn't it piss you off?
No, I'm speaking about what you're
Well,
saying. Why did they
going
leave?
back to J6 in general. Going back to J6 in general, I
Oh, and thank you for the $5.
That
You
can be a
broke up,
screen.
right?
can
Bring, you broke
say
up.
that it
Yeah,
Restate what you
you're
said.
breaking up. Christina, thank you for the
people literally
$2.
being walked into the building.
Bro's got MAGA mobile.
Yeah.
Can you hear
I think
me?
it's time for us to add some new people, by the way, too. So just to get some new voices up here. So TC and Brink, thank you for being on. I really appreciate you guys
Here, let's
being
let
here.
Brink get his last thought
Yeah,
here real
that's
quick,
fine.
and then we'll add up some new people.
Oh.
Can you and
I
Dina
was just
work
saying-
on getting new people
so-
in real quick? Or Mac
Real
in the
quick,
chat?
I'll just say bye to everybody. Parker, I think you're awesome. Dean, you're cool. It's good to meet you.
So
Matt.
my point about
By the
J6
way,
Bye-bye, TC.
I'm a normal American. Cash App is my username. Love y'all.
My point with J6 is, before we go, was I don't know how exactly we can call it an insurrection when anyone can see with their own two eyes people literally being led single file into the building. The guy with the bullhorn or whatever the hell was on his head wasn't even MAGA. He was just some random freaking dude that's been in every major big event. There's other photos of that same guy at different events. But like, I just don't know how walking people single filely is storming the Capitol.
Well, we must not have seen the same footage about the people
No,
breaking windows, breaking doors, the police officers that were
Those
being.
weren't MAGA though.
Wait, they absolutely were MAGA. They
How do you know
absolutely
that they were MAGA?
They were chanting Donald Trump. They were chanting the things that he said. They were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." They were
Just 'cause
emphatically
someone chants
MAGA.
Donald
How do
Trump
you-
doesn't make them.
How do you
MAGA.
know that they weren't MAGA?
How do you know that they weren't Antifa? How do you know that they weren't planted there?
Wait,
I mean, come
because
on.
because
you
of
have
the
to-
literal court cases, right, indicating they were MAGA. Okay, do you have any court cases indicating
Anyone
they
can
were?
say they're
Wait, do you have
MAGA.
any
Paint the
court
picture,
cases with
though.
documented evidence that indicate they were Antifa?
It makes sense that you're supporting Trump because
Well,
you
hold
have
on,
to
Dean, I want him to
appeal
answer
fringe
that.
conspiracy theory.
Dean, I want him to answer that.
Okay, my
It's
fault.
not a conspiracy theory. I'm just saying that anybody could.
Can you answer my
claim-
question, Bring?
What was your question?
Okay. So again, I'm asking you specifically, right? Do you have any documented evidence of them being Antifa?
Do we? Well, I'm saying, do we? I'm not gonna. I don't want to rebuttal the
doesn't.
question, but no, I don't. But I don't have any evidence showing me that they were MAGA either.
We do have evidence. There's documented evidence in the court cases that they were MAGA.
By what definition, though? Like, I mean,
By what do
they
you mean by
can't
what
just-
definition? Their own. Their own
anyone could
claims.
claim. Anyone could claim that.
Oh
they
my
are
God! You have
MAGA
to,
just
dude.
paint
Listen to
profile,
yourself.
though.
Sorry, Bring. Literally listen to
so
yourself.
my point
bro,
Parker, is-
bro. Step back and listen to yourself. This is what the MAGA cult loves. It's when people deny reality so far to stay praising Mr. Trump. You are denying the statements that came out of these people's mouths. You're saying that it was all false, they were lying, or it is false news, fake news, CNN, without any evidence, self-admittedly. Do you see how you have to manipulate and contort reality to
I wouldn't
fit
say I'm
your narrative
manipulating.
in
I'm
order
being-
to justify
I'm being
who
a
you're
realist
casting
to
your
the
vote
situation.
for? You're not being a realist, or else you'd accept that they're MAGA because that's what the court case.
How do we know that they weren't
Those
Proud
are the
Boys?
words that came out of their own mouth because they didn't say they were Proud Boys. They said they were MAGA.
I mean, I could say I'm Antifa just and go smash a window.
Hold on.
and
We
say-
didn't just have their word for it. These people were charged under federal law. How do you think they laid out the case? They went through their history, their Facebooks, their Twitters, their Truth Socials. They went through all of their public records to show that they had planned to come there and who they supported. You can go and look at all of the case files of every person that was brought under federal indictment for storming the Capitol. All of their indictments are public. You can see the evidence. They lay out. For example, one of the guys was from my home state of Illinois. He was one of the famous guys that got on the image of him breaking through a window. He he had a baton and he was wearing all black and everything. How do they know that he was MAGA? Because one, he had a public Facebook account and he posted for years pro Donald Trump, pro MAGA things. He told people, I'm going to the Capitol to defend Donald Trump and defend this unfair election. They stated it outright. That's how we know. And by the way, there were Proud Boys there, and that's a bad thing for you. That's a bad thing for you because the Proud Boys supported Donald Trump. They were openly in support of Donald Trump. So that just makes your case worse because now we have a right-wing terrorist organization
they want.
But it looks bad when you have actual terrorist organizations, right-wing extremists supporting your candidate, and then they act on that extremism by going to the Capitol to storm it because of Trump's unfounded election claims.
I'm about to fill everyone in on something. So the cultists that, contort reality to fit their narrative, what they do is they appeal to possibilities. You're right. It's possible they weren't MAGA. Is it probable? Absolutely fucking not. But you hinge on those possibilities when we're talking about the election being rigged, when we're talking about, the invasion of the Capitol, storming of the Capitol, and those people not being MAGA. When we talk about literally anything, right? When we talk about it being possible that Trump's felony convictions were false and it was all Biden contorting and using the DOJ to control a political opponent. That's what you do.
Dean, I just think in
to the
terms of
possibilities. You don't
realism, how
care about the
fast-
evidence or what is most probable to have occurred.
No,
you care about
I
what
think as a
could be
realist-
true that fits your narrative.
No, it's not even a narrative. I think of how fast the internet can be manipulated. I'm a realist.
No, you're
Anyone
not.
can
Stop
spread
saying
something
that.
on the internet and anyone thinks it's true.
How
I'm
do you
just
know it's
saying,
not?
anyone could spread. I'm just saying.
You don't know
just
it's
the
not.
fact of
Can you
anyone
admit
could
that you don't
spread
know it's not?
anything on the internet.
Can you admit the fact that you actually don't have evidence for what you believe in? Can
Yeah,
you
I
admit
already
the
said I
fact
didn't
that
ha-
you're
I
just
said I didn't
appealing
have
to a fringe
evidence.
conspiracy theory? Can you admit
I've
the
already
fact
said
that
I
you're
didn't have
appealing to what is
evidence.
possible, not what is probable? And I have another question here. How come you always appeal to a possibility and you never appeal to the probability?
Well, again, to a real life
It is in
situation,
every.
why
And
would
one
you
second,
want-
stop talking. I'm not done. In every scenario with you MAGA cultists that contort reality, you appeal to the possibility of what is really unlikely to occur, like the
Yes,
trumped-up
us
charges,
MAGA
the
cultists
rigged election, etc.
be terrible.
You don't
I came
care
in here
about
with
the
nothing but
evidence. You don't
respect and
care
honor.
about what can be indicative. You don't care about what could be indicative of what's most likely to occur, and it's embarrassing. You contort reality. You can't tell me I'm wrong.
Then why were we bailing people out of jail in Seattle or Portland? Why were we bailing people out of Portland for
I
breaking
have
windows
no
and
clue
committing
what you're
crimes?
talking about. Bailing people out of jail in Portland? What are we doing here?
I said, yeah, Antifa, the riots in Portland. Why were we bailing people out of jail for doing that?
Who is I don't
Those
who's
does
bailing
that not
who
look
out of
bad
jail
on the
for doing
Democratic
what?
Party since Antifa
Who is
supports
bailing
them?
who out of jail for doing what?
I am fully and prepared to talk about, from my own opinion,
They're literally
that if someone
bailing
broke the
people out
law,
of
I don't
jail
give a crap
committing
if they're.
crimes.
Okay. I will fully admit and say on my own opinion, speaking for myself, if someone breaks the law, I don't give a shit who they are, what group they belong to. They go to jail, and if anybody wants to bail them out, then that's going to look bad on them. I'm not afraid to say that. If you broke private property and you rioted and you caused damage to either a person or to property, go to jail. Okay, I'm willing to say that, and whoever let them out, I will disagree with them on that. But that's different, by the way, than Donald Trump saying that when he gets in office, he's going to pardon every single person on January 6th. That means the people who actually committed crimes, not just the people who were caught in like the act, people that we know for a fact committed crimes, like the guy, for example, that stormed in, went into Nancy Pelosi's office, sat in there, took a laptop, took documents, stole government property. He's going to pardon that guy? Really? Why? Because he supports Donald Trump. That's the only reason why. You cannot convince me that those people do not deserve jail time for what they did.
And I'm not saying they don't. But I'm
Exactly.
also
So
not
like,
saying
what's your point? You're saying it's a he's, or you're saying, well, what about that? I'm talking about the person that is running for president. Donald Trump says that when he gets in office, he will pardon every single January 6th person who has been under a federal indictment or has been found guilty. That includes people that have actually committed terrible crimes, people that have done terrible things, that have broke the law. That doesn't seem very law and order to me, and it's only because they support him. He wouldn't do it if they didn't support him. He wouldn't do it, by the way, if he believed that they were actually Antifa infiltrators. He believes that these people were MAGA supporting Donald Trump supporters. That's what he believes, and I believe him when he believes that, because they were.
Drake, are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
And that may be
Sure, I mean, what were
true.
you saying?
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. I know. I was just
Parker,
gonna say
if
I'm
you-
gonna go ahead and
Parker,
drop
if you
your.
want to get someone up
Oh,
in here,
sorry.
you can, man. I know I've been on here.
Hey, hey, 1 second, Bring. Sorry, my bad. I'm gonna go ahead and drop here and get some food. But before I head out, for the 5,000 people watching tomorrow morning, me and Parker dropping a video over on his YouTube. We went to a Trump rally in Vegas. Flew out there. Sorry, drove out there. It was a whole lot of fun. Matt said he loved the video. Parker's girlfriend said she loved the video. Prepare for this awesome rally video tomorrow morning, folks. That's at
Cardi, I think
10
the 6 month.
p.m. Central.
10 a.m.
Love you all. 10
a.m. Pacific time. You got it all wrong.
I
Dean.
was, dude, fuck me. Yeah, it's too late. I'm going to go to bed. Bye, guys.
All right, appreciate it, bro. Have a good night.
Anyway, Parker, you can get someone else in the box. I gotta get to bed
Appreciate
too for
it,
work.
Brig. Have a good night.
See you.
What's up, Drake?
What y'all think about it, man? What y'all think about it?
Yeah, so if you didn't hear our thoughts earlier, the biggest thoughts that we have, particularly relating to the debates, is Biden's age clearly showed in this particular debate. Clearly is old, right? We're not going to dispute that. There's obviously stories from within the Democratic Party, people in leadership specifically from the Democratic Party, that say that they might indicate that he would step down, right? Or that should step down. Plenty of people doing that. I'd be okay with that. But do I think that it's probably going to happen? No. I do think that likely Biden is still going to be the one that is running. So,
To be honest with you, man, I seriously wouldn't be surprised if he
but
stays.
I want to be able to address the rest of the points. Yeah, I didn't really get my points out there. On the facts, though, Biden absolutely won. Trump absolutely called veterans suckers and losers. That's literally been verified by plenty of individuals. Him saying like there was like 17 or 19 people that agreed with him. Those are Trump loyalists. Those are not typicals. Those are not reputable people I would look at that are unbiased. Secondly, as it relates to the economy, Biden absolutely destroyed Trump on the economy with proposals. Trump had very lacking proposals. Did he even mention like any? Can you name one proposal he gave economically?
To be honest with you, man, I'm middle class. I work for a living. I got a 2-year-old daughter, man, and when you see a difference in your check week to week, and as far as taxes go and all that shit, I can't even explain it, man. I mean, when you see a difference in your check week to week and all this other stuff, man, Trump under his presidency, man, it made so much difference, man. I can't even explain it.
Yeah, so Biden wants to keep, we're still on a Trump tax policy, by the way. Biden wants to keep taxes below 400K cut, right? But he wants to increase it for people making over 400K. So it's not going to affect you. You're not going to see a tax increase with Biden's policy. He specifically said that in the debate.
What about the millions and millions of immigrants that are like the 12-year-old that died just the other day, man, like by 2 illegal immigrants? I saw that on the news.
That would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. We're actually right now at border crossings at the same degree as what went. Wait, the border crossing. Wait, listen. The border crossings we're at right now are the same levels that we were under Trump. Okay, if we're talking undocumented immigrants specifically, that would happen regardless, because it is the case that the policy you're mentioning that Trump added is related to the asylum process, not related to people coming here who are undocumented.
To be honest with you, bro, I feel like Trump or Biden is letting all these immigrants in just to get more votes for himself. I mean, if he's getting...
Respectfully, you have no evidence to substantiate
They
that.
can't vote anyway, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at the last election, man. How can you tell that? I mean, Trump had the most...
Because we know who voted in the last election, and it wasn't a bunch of
Trump had the
illegals.
most votes of any president ever, and Biden...
Actually, that's wrong. Joe Biden actually had the most of any president
Well,
ever.
yeah, but he beat him by 6 million, and Trump still had the most. So tell me, I mean, he had dead people voting for him pretty much.
Oh my God, dude!
Not
There are
true.
dead people that vote in every single election. There were less
For every
proportionally.
one
There were
vote,
less
for every-
proportionally in this election than previous elections.
every
so
one
there were
vote
more.
Trump, for every one
Drake,
vote
are you even
Trump.
listening to what I'm saying?
I mean, that's how Democrats work, man. Y'all like to speak over people.
Speak over people? You were cutting me
I mean,
off.
did you watch the? Did you
Hey,
watch
Drake, what do you mean speaking over people? You were cutting me off.
It don't matter, bro. I mean, did you watch the debate, bro?
Yes, we were watching it on live. What do you think this live is?
Okay, man. I'm just saying, man. I'm kind of, I don't know.
Can you give me two topics they talked about in the debate?
Yes, I can. They talked about immigration. They talked about a bunch of stuff, man.
Second one?
Foreign aid, all kinds of stuff.
You
man.
said what was your second one?
They talked about. I don't even know, man. Go ahead.
You didn't watch the debate, did you?
I swear I did.
Well, then you had no comprehension of it. You can't name 2 topics they talked about. You just watched it. It just happened. He left. Dude, I can't, bro. No fucking way. No way, bro. Bro watched the GTA 5 version. What are you talking about, bro? Two Spheres, thank you for the $125 on Cash App. Holy shit.
Whoa, W.
Holy fuck. Thank you so
W.
much. Two Spheres. Let's get a fucking 125 W's in the chat right now. Holy shit. Thank you so much.
Big W's.
We're going to get some more MAGA people in the chat right now to get them up right now. If you're MAGA, type in the chat right now. Matt, would you help me get some MAGA people up in the chat?
Type in the chat if you're MAGA, and I'll just... The first one I'm seeing, I'm going to. So if you want to
Absolutely.
come up and you're MAGA, say it now or forever hold your peace.
And make sure you're in the guest box, everyone.
hold on.
Make sure you're in the
well,
guest
you know
box.
what? I'm going to invite this person. Wait, hold on. Can I? No, I can't. Tommy. I see you, Tommy. Hop in the box. Tommy. I
want
saw
to
Tommy
try and
first.
get Harry up here. I want to see Harry's thoughts on this.
Harry might yell at me.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't do that.
No, he probably would. And it's okay. I know that my opinion is not a welcome one. It's all right. Okay, Tommy, you're not in the box. Why you say MAG if you're not gonna get in the freaking box, man? All right, who's next? Hold on, Parker. Hold on. I'm trying. I'm gonna just add somebody, and if you're MAGA, good for you. All right. Mackenzie, are you MAGA?
Mackenzie, are you MAGA?
Oh, they left.
All right, we're just gonna add people. I'm not even gonna do the whole MAGA thing. It's like so hard to do that. Why don't they just let you like click on a comment?
Yeah.
Like it's so frustrating.
I'm just adding people, Parker. So if you see somebody, I'm just adding.
All right, yo, Rigo, how old are you?
19.
Are you MAGA?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts about the debate, man?
Does Biden seem presidential to you?
Yes.
Yeah, more than Trump.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Well, as it relates to being presidential, I would say that he meets all the criteria, particularly not necessarily in cognitive abilities. We're not saying that. We just mean in terms of like what we would typically
why can we skip
associate
that?
with presidents, like whether it be like being more genuine, honest, right, things like that. Also, like
no,
the-
you can't just skip over cognitive ability. Why
Hold
can't-
on.
What do you mean we
you
can't
asked
talk
us.
about that?
You asked us our
about
thoughts. Do you wanna hear our
presidential.
thoughts?
A presidential does not just mean a cognitive. It encompasses.
You don't think that's a
whole-
significant proportion of?
Do you want
I
to hear our
think
thoughts,
Biden-
or did you just want to respond?
I asked. No, I just want to jump in. You said
Okay.
asked, do you think he's presidential? And then you say
Yes.
Yeah, I was still answering. Yeah,
ignoring cognitive ability.
appreciate
skip
that. Thank you.
How can you skip that?
I didn't ignore it. That was the first fucking thing I addressed.
No,
Okay,
you
literally
said-
the first thing
you
I
said
addressed.
Yeah, and you said ignore. You said not cognitive ability.
Yeah, that's not presidential. I acknowledge
You
that.
don't
Like the
think
first
it's
thing I said.
important? What? Tell me why that's not important.
I never said it's not important. I've said
Yes, you
this
did.
many times. I've said that. Literally the first thing that we said after this was that one of the main reasons why he's not going to be that people are not wanting to elect him specifically from an independent and from a right wing perspective is him specifically right seeming older. Right, his age. We've said this multiple times on this live. You saying that we completely just walked over it shows you haven't watched, you haven't looked for my opinions, and you're not trying to listen. I literally first addressed that. That was the first
I'm not a
address.
massive fan of you. Okay, I just joined this live.
I never
But
said you had to be a massive fan. You're not listening.
Yeah, you're saying that I don't follow you and I don't know all your opinions you said in the past. Okay,
No,
don't.
I
So
was
what?
I was saying right here on this live.
Yeah, and what you said was that in regards to being presidential, cognitive ability, you said is not that important.
No, that's not what I said at all. I just said
Okay,
that.
so what'd you say? What'd you say?
Yeah, I said cognitive ability is not presidential, but do I see him as presidential? Absolutely, right? Because of the plenty other aspects that I was mentioning, whether it be his relation to policy, the proposals, the honest, the standing up to other countries, and specifically standing up for veterans, right? All of those things I would see as presidential and significantly outweigh particularly the cognitive ability as it relates to whether or not I consider him presidential. Is the cognitive ability presidential? No, but that doesn't. But just because you don't have one characteristic that is not presidential doesn't mean that other characteristics aren't presidential.
Don't you think that if you are a president as a person, right, like the man in statehood, that all of your other characteristics are derivative of your cognitive ability?
No.
How can you think that? Where else do they come from?
It's based upon policy, the policy you support. That's not necessarily predicated off of your cognitive ability. I can have a differing view or different cognitive ability than Biden, yet we could have the same policy. Right?
Okay, so theoretically, if there were like a 20 IQ, like totally stupid
And Two
person-
Spears, thank you so much for the $125 again on
Two
Cash
Spears.
App. Can we get
W
another
Two Spears.
125 W's in the comment section
W
for Two
Ca-
Spears?
yeah, W Two
Thank
Spears.
you so much. I really appreciate that. W2 Spears in the
W.
comment section. Holy shit. Thank you so much.
W.
Sorry, Rico, go for it.
Okay, so imagine you had like a 20 IQ candidate, right? But they agreed perfectly with all like the elite liberal, like everything you want from a president, right? But they were 20 IQ. Would they be a good president?
Hold on.
Better than Trump, yes. 20 IQ, you can't really operate
Yeah, I mean,
much.
by the way, yeah, that's almost like that's a bad analogy. I mean, you're talking about somebody. You have to prove to me that Joe Biden has a cognitive deficiency that goes beyond
Did
just
you
him
watch the
being old.
debate? I think if you
Just
watched
beyond. Hold on, I didn't finish my sentence. I said
Yeah,
beyond
Rico,
him
he's nowhere near
being,
20 IQ. It's
Beyond
probably higher
him
than
being
you.
old.
obvious. Okay, do you understand how absurds
That's-
work?
Well, yes, it's
extremes
obviously
work? I'm not
absurd.
saying
You mean,
that-
and you mean
I'm
an
at-
absurdum?
Yeah.
Yeah. So an absurdum would be something that would be relative to particularly like a value or principle that I established. And I never said that cognitive ability matters, not at all. Right? There could be
so what I'm
particular
saying
points
is
where it
that-
would matter. But like obviously,
What I'm saying
we
is
do
if you
not
think
see the
cognitive
level of
ability
cognitive
doesn't
ability. Please stop talking. We do not see the level of cognitive ability in Biden to be something as to why we would vote for Trump over Biden. Definitely not the case. His cognitive ability is
Well, you
not
don't
so
have to
bad
vote. You don't have
insofar
to
as that we would pick Trump over him.
I'm not saying you have to pick Trump over him. You don't have to necessarily vote.
Wait, it's one or the other. What do you mean you don't have to necessarily
No, it's
vote?
not. You don't have to vote. You don't have to go and attend.
I understand I don't have to vote, but then I would be doing nothing.
Yeah, so you believe Biden specifically. I understand.
With what? What do
That
you mean
makes
I
sense to me.
believe Biden?
You support Biden over Trump,
Yeah, over Trump,
right?
yeah.
So you think that the president of the United States, of the strongest country in the history of the world, should be Joe Biden?
Over Donald Trump, yes.
No, not just over Donald Trump. You think it should be Joe
No,
Biden?
no. I wouldn't say just in general. He's not the ideal candidate, by no means. I would prefer plenty of people over Joe Biden.
Okay, so
I would actually prefer
why
that
don't
he
you?
stepped
Why
down.
don't you ever?
right?
Why don't you ever
But-
punch from
but
the left?
do I
over
think that's
Biden?
gonna
You're only
happen? No.
punching Trump.
I
You're
punch
only
Biden all the
punching-
time.
No, you don't. Every
That's a
day
lie.
you're on this live.
Wait, so now you watch my content? Now you know about my
I
content?
see your lives when I'm scrolling.
Oh,
Every
so
single
now
live,
he sees it a
perfectly
lot.
balanced.
Yeah, and you would know that I
don't
do call out
stand-
Biden for his bad behavior, right? If you actually
Okay, I'm
watch.
sure you do. I'm sure you do here from fucking time to time, right? But
No,
you
I do it
attack
all the time. I
way
do it
more-
on every live.
Okay, but the topic of your live is never like Biden is incompetent. Why should he be the?
Why would I do that as a topic? Obviously, why would I do
Because
that?
I'm telling you, you don't attack Biden.
Why
you
would I
only
do that
attack
as a
Trump.
topic? I don't say like, oh,
Because
Trump
you-
is
you said
incompetent as
yourself-
a
You said
background.
yourself, you don't necessarily think.
Wait,
that
my
Biden
background
should be
isn't
the president.
Trump. My background never is Trump is incompetent.
Your
So why would I
background
do that
is
with
Trump is a
Biden?
felon.
No, my background is Trump found guilty. Why would you vote for him?
Yeah, so why not do something like Biden is evidently incompetent? Why will you vote for him? You never do something like
Because I'm voting for Biden.
Yeah.
Why would I talk
So-
to Biden supporters? That makes no sense.
Because you're so like you're so locked in.
Would you do lives talking to
Biden-
Trump supporters? Have you done that?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course.
Really? So when's the time you did a background talking to Trump supporters?
I don't have a TikTok platform.
That's
like
what
you
I
do
thought.
Personally. Okay. How many people do?
How many people do? I'm not saying everyone does, but what I'm saying is that you're not out there talking to people on your side. You would obviously talk to me. You're joining my live. You're not joining a Republicans live right now. You decided to wait in my guest box to talk to
how
me,
would you know that? How
not
would
to
you
go
even know
talk
that?
to Republicans.
You don't think I talk to Republicans? I don't know.
I
don't
said
even
right
know what
now
to
you're
think.
talking to me rather than talking to Republicans. So
Okay,
obviously
so-
you see more in talking to the other side than you see just talking to your own. I talk to my own all the time, right? But I'm not going to run a topic specifically talking to Biden supporters because I'm specifically advocating against voting for Trump.
Okay, but okay, first of all, you have no idea what I do in my own time, right? If you think that because I'm in this live for once, that most of my time is spent talking to left-wing people, like you have no reason to assume that.
I do have reason to assume that. That's what people typically do. Now, would you like to indicate that it's otherwise? Do you mainly talk to Trump supporters?
Yeah, I do.
Really? You say, why
Yeah,
do you
I do.
vote for Trump to Trump supporters all the time?
Yeah, I do.
That's hilarious. The chance of that is negative.
You think the
Daniel,
chance
thank you
of
for the
that is
$7. Thank you so much.
I think there's a
Also,
lot
Daniel,
of
I never pretended that Biden didn't fail in certain aspects. Daniel, I've said this plenty of times. I have said that there are things that he did wrong, but did he win in the facts? Absolutely.
Okay, but you think he should run the country
over Trump? Yes.
Do you have any other reason for that other than over Trump?
Wait, that it's literally Trump or Biden. Would I like someone else other than Biden? Absolutely. I just said earlier, like multiple
Okay,
times,
so
I
what are
would
you
stop
actually going
talking.
to do?
I'm literally explaining.
No, I
like,
asked you a question.
I don't give a fuck, right? What the hell are you doing? You're cutting me off. I said multiple times on this live and earlier, right, that I would prefer that he steps down. Do I think it's going to happen? No. I've said that same thing like 6 fucking times today. But go for it.
Okay, so what are you actively doing to influence the left wing to provide a shift from Biden to someone else, right?
I'm on a
What are
live
you
in front of
actually-
6,000 people.
Okay,
saying
and you're
it.
telling them
Yeah.
them all to vote for Biden. How is that?
Yeah,
how
vote
is
for
that-
Biden over Trump, but I prefer that Biden steps down. Did you hear
Okay,
that like
so
6
if you vote-
times? Is that the 7th time now?
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm asking you something. If you vote blue no matter what, then what are you doing to
It's not no
influence
matter
change?
what, right? But it's blue over. It's Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
Okay,
It's not
so
no
if
matter
Trump
what.
is Trump is the red ticket, right? You will vote blue no matter what.
Well, no, you could bring a person that could be worse than Trump, but it's unlikely. It's extraordinarily unlikely, but it's possible.
Okay, well, if Trump is the opposing candidate and so any mainstream Democrat is running, is blue no matter what, right?
In any mainstream, it would be. It's not no matter what. I just said 6 times. It's not no matter what, but it is absolutely given.
Okay, I said-
like typical
I said if it's
Democratic
any
Party.
mainstream Democrat, 'cause
Wait,
I don't think you
typical
think any
mainstream
mainstream Democrat
Democrats.
is worth
Typical
it, right?
mainstream Democrats. I would vote them over Trump. Yes.
Yeah. So what are you actually doing from the left wing to shift the left wing from Biden to someone who you're more favorable of?
Yeah, I've been advocating for progressives for the past few years on my platform in front of thousands of people every night.
Okay, but you just vote for whoever they run, anyways.
What do you mean vote for? No, again, I said not anyways. It's not no matter what. But again,
Okay, that's not what
given
I'm
this
saying. I'm
scenario,
saying
that's
regardless.
literally what you're saying, Rico.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying anyways, like no matter what. I'm saying that they can run people who you don't want to be the front runner and you still vote for them. Why?
Can you name a person?
Joe Biden? What do you mean?
Yeah, I'd vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. I don't know what point you're trying to make here.
Okay, so
Think of
you
the
don't want
festival.
Joe Biden. You don't want Joe Biden to be the head of the Democratic
Yeah,
Party.
I don't.
Okay, so what are you doing to make someone else the head of the Democratic Party?
I just said multiple times I've been advocating for progressives for the past few years on my platform.
Yeah, but when push comes to shove, you'll vote for Biden no matter what. So why wouldn't they
No,
push
you keep sneaking that in. No matter what, I never said no matter what.
Okay,
there are literally people
the Republicans
I'll give you an example, Regal. In the primary, specifically in California, I voted for Marianne Williamson over Joe Biden.
In the primary, or the general?
Yeah, you can, no, in the primary.
Okay, so you still voted for him in the general.
Yeah, who else am I going to vote for?
Nobody. Have him
Why
lose
would I
the
vote for
election.
no one? That makes no sense.
So
There's obviously
if-
it's one or the other. Listen, Regal. It's one or
Biden
the
take-
other.
no.
Listen, Regal.
Yeah, I
Thank you for
understand.
the hanging lights. Thank you. It's one or the other. There's no other options. If I don't vote, that doesn't do anything. Obviously, there's a preferable
How does that
candidate
not
from
do anything?
Biden
How does
versus
that not-
Trump.
okay. No, okay. Biden takes his progressive base for granted, essentially, right?
You could say that he takes it for granted no matter what. That doesn't change whether or not he is better than,
Okay,
than
so
Donald
if
Trump.
you flank Biden from the left and don't vote for him, and he loses his progressive
Yeah, and get
base,
Trump to win? Wow, that sounds like a great idea.
and then get a progressive candidate 4 years later and play the long
No,
game.
we can just in the primaries vote for a progressive candidate. Obviously, we didn't win in the primaries, so obviously the better candidate here specifically is Biden comparative to Trump.
Okay,
You know
so
where
for
we're
you-
supposed to move the Overton window in the primary.
Okay, so 4 years later, why would they run a more progressive candidate in the primary? Or why?
Wait, progressive candidates do run in the primary. They just
yeah,
didn't
they
win
run in the primary, but why would the Overton window shift left?
because more people would support progressives over time.
Why?
If we vote in the primaries.
Why?
Because the higher support for progressives in the primaries show, specifically the Democratic Party, that a greater proportion of the Democratic Party is further to the left, which shifts the Overton window to the left of the Democratic Party.
Okay, but you can run a moderate liberal and still get the progressive base regardless.
Okay?
So why not run a moderate liberal? Why
Well,
would
because I
moderate
see that the
liberals
progressive
run-
policies are better for the country. And actually, what you're not understanding is that progressives might actually get more independence in certain scenarios than do certain moderates, right? And it depends on the type of moderate and it depends on the type of progressive. But it's all contextual.
Yeah, of course. So what's your point? You vote for Biden, and then moderate liberals can maintain dominance in the Democratic Party. They'll never shift progressive because you'll vote.
We have
for
to go.
Biden
We have to do
regardless.
that in primaries.
Okay, but you're not, and that doesn't happen.
We do. I did vote in primary for a progressive.
If you want.
I literally
the
did.
Democratic
Like
Party-
you're just lying.
Okay, no,
I also had
understand
Marianne
you
Williamson on my platform.
Okay,
She came up and I
okay,
interviewed her
I
on my
understand.
platform.
Okay, good for you, but you're still going to vote for Joe Biden.
Yeah, over Donald Trump. Yes.
So if
I don't know what point you think you're making here.
If moderate liberals get the progressive base, the Democratic Party will never go progressive.
If moderate liberals get the Democratic, if they keep winning the primaries, progressives aren't going to get in power. But that's why I advocate for progressives in the primaries, like Marianne Williamson over Joe
Okay,
Biden.
but they're not going to win over more moderate candidates unless the moderate candidate is at risk of losing, and they could only lose.
They were
if
like
they
for
lose
example in
the
2016 with Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders had a real shot.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders had a good shot in 2016, and then in 2020 you get Joe Biden. So
He
you're
had,
shifting
a
the
decent
opposite
shot in
direction.
2020 as well, but he had a better shot in 2016, I think.
Yeah, so your chances are getting worse. So whatever you're doing is not working.
Wait, so again, I wasn't advocating in 2016. I was actually a Trump
I'm not
supporter in
talking
2016.
about you specifically.
Right? What have I, so
Talking
you
about-
saying that I've done
talking about
nothing is
left-wing
laughable? When you're saying that I've done nothing is laughable when we're
you've
quite
probably
literally in a
done-
live right
you've
now
probably
where
done
I'm
less
doing
than
something.
nothing. You've probably done less than nothing.
Less than nothing, yet we're on a live with 7,000 people?
You draw support towards Biden
Yeah, over Trump. Yeah.
over anyone else. You will
And not
never
over
get
anyone
progressive
else.
left.
That's
You
wrong.
will
I just
ne-
told
you
you.
will
I
never
literally
get-
used my platform. Thank you, the little crown. Thank you so much.
You come on here every day and
You're just
you tell
lying.
people to
You're
vote
just
for Biden
lying.
over Trump. You will never get a progressive left wing.
Dude, this is the election right now. I had prior lives in the past where I did different things.
Okay,
I already told you.
what's gonna
Marianne
happen-
Williamson, I literally interviewed her on my live in the primaries.
Yeah, sure, I get that. But in 2028,
William,
You're
thank
not
you so
gonna
much
get
for
a
the $2.
progressive
Thank you so much.
what are you doing right now about the 2028 election?
Why would I be doing something about
care
the
about-
2028 election when we're right now dealing with the 2024 election?
Because you can't think long term.
I can think long term. Just what would
No,
I be
you
able
can't.
to do specifically about that right
Wait,
now?
what are the Republicans doing about the 2028 election?
The
What are you
Republicans
doing
about
for the 2028 election?
What am I doing specifically? He's talking to people I know. But
I'm
you have
talking
a
to
much
people I know
larger
too. Wait, dude, you think you talking to someone you know in person in real life is somehow doing more than me on a live in front of 7,000 people?
In terms of
The
influence,
gaslighting is
obviously
crazy.
not.
You're actually Delulu as fuck.
It's obviously less influence. Obviously, you're.
Oh, no
influencing
shit, it's
more
less
people
than.
than us.
So how the hell can
But
you
what
say
are
that I'm
influencing
doing less
people?
when I have a greater influence? That makes no fucking sense.
Because you're influencing in a negative direction. You have a greater.
Because you
magnitude
disagree
than
with me. I'm influencing in a positive direction from my view.
No, I'm saying from your base, you're not. You're not.
No,
influencing
no,
the
I am
Democratic
because it's
Party.
moving the overturn window left because I'm debating Trump
No, it's not.
supporters.
Okay, you're moving Trump supporters into moderate liberals.
Yeah, that's moving
not
the
moving-
overturn window to the left. You just conceded. Nice
You're
job.
not moving moderate liberals progressive.
That's a lie. Wait, if you were moderate and you have been moved to a progressive due to my particular streams, type a 1 in the chat. Type a 1 in the chat right now. If you have moved to the left because of me, type a 1 in the chat. You see all those ones?
Yeah, I mean,
you see all of them?
I understand.
I'm doing nothing. Why are you not doing anything? You're not
let me
moving
speak.
people to the left.
You always bitch about people talking over you, but you talk over me. Okay?
You weren't even talking yet.
You might intellectually convince people to be more progressive, but the Democratic Party is a result of how people vote, and they're gonna vote for Biden no matter what. You say no. Okay.
I
Biden
know.
is
Stop
no
saying
matter
that. It's not no matter what, dude. You're just
they're
like
gonna
not
vote for
listening.
Biden in this election. In
How many more
2024,
times are you going to make the same dumb point over and over again?
Okay, in 2024, your base
can't
will
believe
vote
it.
for Biden no matter what. Am I wrong?
It's
You're
not
telling
no matter
people to
what.
vote for Biden, right?
It's over Biden. Would I vote for
Over
Joe
Trump?
Biden? Wait. Would I vote for Joe Biden over Bernie Sanders? Hell no.
Okay, but
Thank you
is
for the boxing glove.
Bernie
Thank you so much.
Sanders is
Regal.
Bernie Sanders the candidate?
No, Bernie Sanders is
Regal,
not. So it's not no matter what.
You're
This is
acting
confetti.
like we don't live in a two-party system here. You're acting as if I could go in my state and vote for RFK or Marianne Williamson or Cornel West, and that would all of a sudden get Cornel West into the White House. That's not how our system works. I'm sorry, but I'm so tired of this idealism. This is idealism. That's what
No,
this
you don't
is.
understand what I'm
You're
saying.
saying you want us to be
You don't understand what I'm
idealists.
saying.
No, I'm a practicalist. I'm sorry. We live in a two-party system. If you want to change the Democratic Party, you do it from inside the party. That's what
and is letting people you don't want to win.
I
Changing the
had my
Democratic
say
Party.
on that. I had my say. I voted in the primary against, well, I'm in a state that voted late, so by that point it was already decided. So I voted for Joe Biden in the primary because it was already decided. But back in 2020, I voted for Bernie Sanders. In 2016, I voted for Bernie Sanders. I had my say. My say, then the primary. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come on this platform or on the platforms here, and I'm going to say, I'm voting for Joe Biden because of X, Y, and Z, but I'm going to point out where he's flawed, but I'm going to point out how that makes him better than Donald Trump because of the fact that we live in a two-party system where our only choices, viable choices, are Biden and Trump. I'm sorry, anybody else outside of that does not matter. They will not get to the White House. It is not happening. So you can say to me, I love RFK, I think he's a great person. It won't happen. I'm sorry, it just will not happen.
Okay, obviously, I understand.
actually,
And a Rebel, thank you for the $5.
Matt, apparently, I'm hearing reports that Joe Biden, William, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Joe Biden had a cold today, and that's why he sounded raspy.
That was the explanation for why his voice was raspy and he was a little bit low energy. It came out about 40 minutes after. I personally, I think it came out.
He did sound sick to me. Because
Yeah,
I just was sick and it sounded that way.
If he had a cold, if he did have a cold, I would say that whoever their PR person needs to do a better fucking job because they need to not tell us in the middle of the fucking debate. We should have known before that, hey, Joe Biden's going to come out, he has a cold, he's going to sound raspy, he's going to sound a little bit low lethargic, and he should have told us that so that we could be prepared because then you wouldn't have people like me coming on and saying that he looks fucking ancient, right? That's the point.
Yeah,
But
no, I
instead,
agree. Like, it
30
does
minutes
not look good, like, specifically at all.
So whether or not he had a cold or not, it still doesn't change the fact that he looked bad in terms of his performance. Not the policy, in terms of his performance. That's the point. So the cold really is moot to me because they told us after the fact. So like doesn't help me. Like that doesn't help
I'm
me
not
to
saying
like
it helps.
explain it.
What I'm doing,
No, I know.
just-
I'm just saying that like
Yeah.
whoever their fucking PR person is need to do a better job because we should have known that days before because
Yeah,
a cold doesn't just
how does
come
he get
on.
sick when he's at Camp David for so long? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
to
that's
me.
the point. That's the point.
Yeah, so like again, chat, like me saying that he had a cold, this is something I would acknowledge if it was Trump's side. But you guys are fucking mad that I'm acknowledging it. I'm acknowledging reality. It's actually fucking crazy as fuck.
Yeah, that's the
Crazy,
point.
thank you
Chat.
for the dollar.
Like,
Thank you so
chat,
much.
I understand why you guys do not like Donald Trump. I do not. I understand why we are going with Biden and why we want to defend him. But we have to, as I said, we cannot wear rose-colored glasses here. We just can't do it because then we're delusional. Then we're like the fucking Trump people that says Trump is the greatest president since George Washington or something. You know, we can't be that person. We have to be in reality, and the reality is from the moment that he got on that stage, he looked old and he did not do a good job in terms of performance. That's just that's the reality. And anybody who tells you otherwise, in my opinion, is not telling you the truth. Like, I'm sorry, but no person who's not biased will look at that performance and say that he didn't look old. Again, policy,
Agreed.
I agree with him on policy. I think he had answers on policy and he did good, but on everything else, on terms of his performance, he looked like he was 82. I'm sorry, he just did. And that's a problem. That's a problem. But I'm still voting for him. Why? Because I care about policy, and I'm willing to vote for a ancient man that has policy behind him versus Donald Trump, and I can list the reasons why in terms of policy and character and everything else. So that's the point.
You gonna go, Regal?
Yeah, anything?
Yeah, okay, so I understand, of course, that if a Democrat were, or if a left winger or a progressive or a liberal were to win this election, it would be Joe Biden, right? Nobody is going to win this election except for Joe Biden or Donald
That's
Trump.
a lie. That's
Obviously-
no, that's a complete lie. There are plenty of Democrats I think that could win this election.
Okay, I mean presently, right?
Yeah, presently,
front
there are Democrats right now, right in Congress, that would absolutely win, or even in Biden's administration that would absolutely win against Donald Trump.
I'm saying if the election were held today, and you wouldn't vote for anyone other than Joe Biden, right?
No, I would. What are you talking about? If it was the case
If
that
the
Joe
election
Biden
were
is,
held
if Joe Biden stepped down, I would vote for a different individual.
Okay, but he hasn't stepped down.
Given that he hasn't stepped down,
If the election
he's a candidate.
If the election were held today and the two candidates were Joe Biden for the Democratic Party and Donald Trump for the Republican Party, I am voting and Parker is voting for Joe Biden.
Yes, because only the two frontrunners will win the election. I understand that.
Only the two of the major party will win, yes.
Yes, I agree. RFK is not going to win. Bernie Sanders is not going to win. Nobody is going to win except those two. Okay, I understand that. What I'm saying is that if you want to influence change in your party and influence the ideological direction of your party, you have to lose elections. You won't change your ideology.
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
That's not true.
Regal, that is one of the dumbest points I've ever heard on this app. Is the case that it tells the country that the country is further right, not that the country's further left. If you want the country to think that there's a further left, right, you cannot vote for right-wing candidates or let right-wing candidates win. That not only would that hold back progressive legislation as it relates to the federal courts, but it would also hold back literally future types of claims and polls for the future as it relates to what people typically might think the country is at in terms of its values. That is one of the dumbest points I've ever heard. Anthony, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much,
And
Anthony.
by the way,
Anthony in the comment section.
How would we had this already happen, by the way. Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump. Did the party move left? No. In fact, people said that we
Yes,
should.
it did. Yes.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
People,
Yes, it did.
we elected
Yes,
Joe
it did.
fucking
In
Biden.
2020
Who did we
in
elect
2020,
next? We didn't
support
elect.
for
No, hold on,
president
hold
is
on,
higher
Legal.
than ever.
No, that is not true. Who did we elect next? Joe Biden, not Bernie Sanders. Look at the party. The party moved to the
Bernie
right.
Sanders did much better in 2020 than he did in 2016.
Wait, no, he didn't. Bernie did worse in 2020.
Bernie. Oh, God. Bernie. I don't know what you're pointing about, Bernie. You're talking about the party overall. Who did the party nominate? Who did the party back? They backed Joe Biden. They moved to the right. They stayed in the centrist, moderate lane. They didn't move left. In fact, there were policy people coming out after Hillary Clinton left that said she lost because she was too liberal. Like, that was the talking point. I remember 2016 well because I was 20, I don't know, 20, what would I have been, 24? Something like that? You know, something 25? I remember
Older
it well.
than me.
Yeah, I know. I'm ancient. So people were saying all the fucking time that the country was moving to the right, that the party should move to the right, that you can't have that Bernie Sanders cost Hillary Clinton the election. Hillary Clinton, in her book, What Happened, which I have on my bookshelf, by the way, she blames Bernie Sanders for her loss. She says Bernie Sanders, by attacking her from the left, made her lose. So no, the party didn't take the fucking advice that you had. They took the opposite advice and they moved to the right, and then Joe Biden won. Mainly won because people hated Donald Trump.
Yeah, and so you think that pressure from the left, you're saying, is bad for the Democratic Party?
No, pressure from the left is good. The problem is that pressure does not always translate. Pressure does not always translate into policy and electoral success. Jamal Bowman just lost his election. He was one member of the squad. He was vocal opponent of Israel. He voted against Biden on numerous things. He was a member of the left, and he lost his election.
Do you think the $15 million spent by AIPAC in that election had anything to do with that?
Partly, it also had the fact that Jamal Bowman made. I'm explaining it to you. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, tell me all about it.
Jamal Bowman made policy snafus that cost him the election. He voted no on the infrastructure bill. Who the fuck does that? I'm sorry, but that's a dumb move. Why did he do it? Because he thought Biden did something wrong, and so he voted against an infrastructure bill, a bill that would have helped his district. That's why he lost. He lost because he was acting immature. He pulled a fire alarm in the halls of Congress. He pulled a fire alarm to get people to leave because he didn't want them to vote. That's a cheap move. That's why he lost. People do not like that kind of stupidity. That's why he lost. AIPAC did play a role. I'm not denying that. But he lost because he made policy snafus. That's what the left unfortunately does sometimes, is they self-sabotage.
Okay, so what is your ideal for shifting the Democratic Party left wing? Because if you think pressure from the left wing loses you elections,
I didn't say
what's
that.
your end game?
The pressure from the left should come in the primaries.
When did I say that, by the way? I clarified that I think the pressure should come from the left. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Joe Biden moved to the left on the Palestinian issue because of pressure from the left. He was more pro-Israeli 6, 7, 8 months ago, and now he's more to the left. That's because of
so many vocal people who said they wouldn't vote for a Joe Biden who would support Israel in the genocide.
I agree, but what happened? And I would say to the people, and I would say to the people,
change.
Did he move that much? He didn't really move that much. Like, he moved slightly, but like I don't think that he moved like a lot though.
Yeah. But by the way, I would say to these people, and I have, by the way, I would say to these people who say I'm not voting for Joe Biden.
That's such a goalpost shift. I showed you that opinions were changed because of left-wing people withholding your votes, and then you say, "Oh, well, it doesn't change that much. It doesn't change that much."
Yeah, no.
People's opinions did
You're not
change.
understanding what we're saying. It would change more to the right. The Overton window would change more to the right if a Donald Trump is elected. Okay, you can bring it up as fake,
I don't
right?
think
As like,
that's
we won't vote for you given that you do this. But if you actually don't do it, fucking way worse shit happens. What about climate change, abortion rights? What about fucking literal foreign policy? What about the economy as it relates to jobs, as it relates to tariffs, as it relates to plenty of different things? Okay,
sounds awesome.
No, it sounds absolutely horrendous. You think it's good. You're on here arguing these things because you think it destroys the Democratic Party. That's what you're trying to undermine our processes here. You know it makes you look better. You know it helps you out.
People in the chat.
That's why you're doing this bullshit.
There are some people in the chat, by the way, who are attacking me because they're saying I'm being too negative, right? No, I'm sorry, but what I'm being is a realist. I'm telling you what is actually happening. Joe Biden, the people that say that they're not voting for Joe Biden because of the Palestinian issue, which I understand why, but who are they going to elect? Donald Trump. And you think he's going to be better? I'm sorry. You think he's honestly going to be better? You think he's going to help Palestinians? Do you think Donald Trump's going to make the left-wing policies better? That's why I'm upset sometimes at the left because they will cut their nose just to spite their face. Right? That's why I'm voting for Joe Biden. It's not because I'm in love with the guy. I think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. No, it's because he's the only person on the ballot that has a chance to enact left-wing policies, and no other person on the ballot has that chance. And I sure as hell am not voting for Donald Trump, who is very right-wing, who will enact policies that I disagree with, and by the way has bad character. That's why I'm voting for a Joe Biden. Not because I'm like rah Joe Biden. It's because I'm like shit. I have these two choices. I'm going to go with the one that's going to actually help my policy proposals and make left-wing decisions, and that is more likely to be Joe Biden. So I'm not willing to cut my nose to spite my face.
I don't know, man. That's just like totally embarrassing. It's like you'll talk all day about how Joe Biden isn't your ideal candidate and then just vote for him anyways.
What do you want me to do?
Dude, he actually just doesn't listen, dude.
Wait, hold
You're
on.
like irrational as fuck.
I view voting, and this is maybe just me. I view voting as a moral concern. It is my duty to vote. Okay, it's my duty to do it because if I don't vote, I firmly believe if you don't vote, you do not have a say because you didn't exercise your right to vote. You have to exercise it, and if you did, then you get to complain to me.
No, I disagree.
Right?
I disagree. I think not voting is an equal say.
No, it's not because you have chosen.
I'm sorry, I'm not engaging with this guy.
Yeah,
Brother. He's an
yeah.
absolute.
You have chosen to be outside of the system. If you're going to be outside the system, you can't complain about that system. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That guy is just so.
Heather, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Heather. I
Dude,
appreciate
he's like
you.
a literal joke, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean not voting is giving out like a say? What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah. You can't.
He's
you
just
can't
trying to
not
convince
vote and then
left-wing people to
complain.
not vote because he wants Republicans to win. Like that's literally
Thank
what
you,
he's,
Heather, for the $10. I really do
that's
appreciate
literally
it.
what he's doing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, fuck her right in the pussy.
Okay, we're just gonna go on to the next person. That guy's just fucking weird. If you want to support me or Matt, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. That is the best place to support me or Matt, everyone. Also, by the way, you can check out the rally video I just posted a few days ago, everyone. We're posting a rally video on YouTube, full video, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. You, what's up, how old are you?
30.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how do you feel about the debate tonight?
Where is it?
Hold on. Sorry, hold on. I don't know. I think y'all are kind of like, as far as like, y'all want to go like to the left, further to the left, or you think that if they vote only for Joe Biden, like why wouldn't they change the candidate if he's like, you know, not the best?
There's a
suit
lot of
for it?
pitfalls to doing it. I mean, they can do it. It's called an open convention. They can do it, but it hasn't happened in like 150 years. So, I mean, if they do it, it's going to show weakness on one. So they have to pick somebody that is very, 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 very popular. But it could happen. Like right now, there is a non-zero chance that it will happen. A non-zero. I don't know what it is, but it's not zero. Because of the way that this debate went, it is not zero. Is it 1%? Is it 2%? I have no fucking idea, right? But it's definitely not zero. And so that's why I have to be cognizant to that ability and say it's possible. And I hope if it happens, I hope to to the God that doesn't exist, I hope that they pick somebody that is immensely popular and somebody that actually is young and vibrant and actually good. So, but I don't know what's going to happen. A lot is in the air right now. A lot. I'm here to defend Joe Biden, not on his performance, but on his policies, and I'll debate you with that all day long. Right? But that's my point. Is that, you know, I'm not going to be like up here and be like Joe Biden is, you know, going on 82, but yet he seems like he's 30. Like it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, Matthew, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even like, Trump's tax cuts. You know, I don't even like his policies on that. It's just as far as, I mean, I know y'all, I've watched some of your debates. You say Trump had nothing to do with how the economy was good during his presidency. And I mean, yeah, it definitely doesn't mean that he caused it to be like that during his presidency. But I don't know. I'm kind of just up in the air with it because, like, it's just so much to take in, you know?
Sure. How do you feel about the debate performances, though? And thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it, Matthew.
What do you mean?
Did you watch the debate?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, John, I'm going to go look for someone who did watch
By the
debate. I
way,
appreciate you coming up there.
Parker, thanks, John. I appreciate you.
You good.
By the way, Parker, I want you to get Harry on or talk to Harry at some point.
Yeah, I've messaged Harry a few times.
Because
He hasn't messaged
Harry
back.
is tweeting a storm in support of Biden, and that's fine, right? But don't you think, and Harry, Harry, if you're watching, I love you, I really do, but you need to be saying this on a live. You need to be here advocating for it on a live, not on Twitter, because you need to say what you're saying on Twitter here, because that's where we need you, because I can't say it. I can't lie to myself and say it. So.
Yeah, I think this convo needs to happen from us, but
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if we'll do it on live. I'll try to talk to him off live, if anything. Shelly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Get his opinion because I do honestly want to hear his opinion, but yeah. So.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, that person's not here. We're gonna get the next. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you're MAGA, y'all. We are just looking for MAGA supporters right now. But yeah, let's get on to the next person real quick, everyone. Keep tapping that screen, keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, everyone. We easily can do it tonight. Also, follow me here if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
For sure. Are you voting for Trump?
You know, when it comes to voting, ever since the Bush election, and that ages me, ever since the Bush election, I've had my ifs and my outs, and does my vote really count? And
Yes, it does. Please vote.
yeah, we can date back. We can date back to a long time ago that it really doesn't count.
Are you voting for Trump?
If all else fails, yes. I definitely wouldn't vote for Biden, and Biden shouldn't even be up for re-election.
Did you watch the debates?
I hate to say I didn't.
All right, that's fine. You should come up on my live when I do like a typical debate. I am just looking for Casey. Thank you for the subscription. I am just looking for people who watch the debate so we can talk about that right now. But I do
Okay.
appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, have a great day.
Bye.
All right. By the way, everyone, please only send a guest request if you did watch the debate. We are trying to get some people's thoughts about the debate, y'all, specifically relating to that. So only send a guest request if you're MAGA and you did watch the debate. All right, let's get this next person up here, y'all. Please only send a guest request if you are MAGA and you are, what's it called? And you did watch the debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Did you watch the debate?
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. Name 2 topics that were in the debate.
Inflation, and then they brought up Israel. They brought up.
Yeah, good. So yeah, what are your thoughts about the debate?
So, I don't know. What do y'all think? You think Biden won?
On the facts, but we definitely think he showed his age, specifically, like in the
I don't know.
debate.
There's a few things like he was saying, like 9% inflation when he joined in office, which is a blatant lie.
That's not what he said.
He did.
He didn't say that.
What did he say then?
He didn't. He said that there was low inflation when he came in because there was high unemployment.
He said 9% because I was arguing with somebody else.
No, he
He
didn't.
was arguing the 9%.
That was a different day. That was not this. No, that was not today.
That was today. I watched it because I.
Matt, did you hear
laughed.
that? I literally watched it too.
He did say it.
He did?
Yeah,
When?
he did say it.
It was like
He
1.4.
said when I came in, it got up. I think what he meant to say, and this is the problem. What he meant to say was it got up to 9% because, but yeah, he did mention 9%. He did say that.
No, but what was the context of him saying it? Did he say it got to 9%, or did he say when he was in office it was 9%?
I'm pretty
'Cause
sure.
I don't remember that.
I'm pretty sure
when
what
he
he
got
said
in
was
office, it was-
when he got
I-
into office, it was at 9%, and that is false. It was not
Yeah.
9%. It was 9%
looked it
in
up.
June of
I
2022.
swear I did not hear him say that.
Yeah, he did say that. He did.
I must
Yeah, I
have
don't
misheard that.
But
yeah,
yeah,
that's
I mean,
absolutely a lie.
No. So the I think what he did is he was saying that once he got in office, because this is only 1 year after he got in office, it went up to 9%, and then immediately it started going down. So he was probably trying to make a point, but it is true that he, you can call it a lie, you can call it a mistake, but it was untrue. Yeah. So I think
Yeah,
I'm Adrian for the $15. I appreciate you.
But then it's just stuff like that, man. Like he makes mistakes like that, like a lot. And then
Oh, by the way,
you look at that. What's up?
Adrian brought up the point too that Trump brought up, or Trump said black jobs, as if that like they're just jobs. I don't mean there's no like Hispanic jobs or black jobs or white jobs. There's jobs. So that's a good point.
Biden
Adrian.
said it
Thank
too,
you.
but I guess it's whatever.
Well, yeah, but that's a dumb point from both of them. There's no black jobs or Hispanic jobs. They're just jobs.
Right. I was just making sure that everybody knows that he also said it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that but Trump also said the blacks and stuff. Like, I mean, who the hell said? I mean, like what the fuck? I mean, who says that and everything? So, I mean, bro is like talking in like 1960s language.
Yeah, I
so
know. It's
they
really
both
the
need to
point.
like stop talking like that. So, but again, do you have? I mean, what about? We agree with you if you want to make the point that he did. he did poorly. We can say that he did poorly in his performance, but I think on policy he still did just fine.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There's a few things that are questionable for me. I don't think it's all bad. I don't think he did too terrible, in my opinion. I think there was a lot of different things that he could have done. I don't know. I feel like open border and all that is not a very, I don't know, 10 million people's a lot. I think it's very pressing.
Thank you.
Wait, so how do you feel? Go ahead.
Xavier. Sorry, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Thank you for the $3. I appreciate you.
Yeah, so how do you feel about the new Biden executive order that has us at particular level border crossings that were under Trump's administration?
Well, I feel like the only reason he actually implemented it is because of all the backlash he was getting on it, because he was doing almost
regardless of whether or not you say that, Trump also did the same thing as it relates to a national abortion ban. He went off of a national abortion ban to it being left up to the states.
Right. Yeah. Well,
one thing he was bringing up in the debate was that wait, hold up. One thing he was bringing up in the debate is that they were going to allow for late-term abortion. Actually, under his worldview, if it's left up to the states, it would allow for late-term abortions. Because if they have particular laws specifically on late-term abortion that allow for it, he thinks they should be allowed because it should be left up to the states.
Right. Well,
so he was actually making a point against himself there.
I'm not trying to argue about abortions. I'm not really big and keen on that. But I'm mostly trying to talk about how, I don't know, I just feel like how many people came through, right? And I've been seeing it in my hometown and stuff recently. There's like such a surplus of people and they don't even speak English. Like you genuinely can't even like conversate with them.
20% of this country speaks Spanish. Why is that an issue?
Well, I'm not saying exactly it's an issue. I'm just saying I'm seeing it more and more, which is showing.
Wait, yeah, what's the issue with that?
No, okay. Well, I'm just saying it's a problem for so many of them coming in at once. I was just comparing it based on that's how fast it's growing, that I'm able to just notice it more. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
So again, as it relates to this, you notice it more because more people in the country, this has been a trend going on prior to Biden.
I know.
Like
but
more people speak Spanish in this country over time.
It's increased astronomically, is what I'm saying.
Not necessarily under Biden's administration, right? It's gone on similar trends since before.
Not 10 million people in 4 years.
Again, when you say 10 million people, what is that number from?
Was that? I mean, it's brought up multiple times. Do you look up how many people come across every single day?
Are you just talking about border crossings?
Yeah, I'm talking about border crossings.
Yeah, border crossings is not people immigrating into the country.
Well, I know, but there's so many.
Like my girlfriend crossing the border, right? Who's an American citizen, right? When she went to Mexico, literally like a few weeks ago, that's a border crossing.
Okay, immigrants. My bad. Illegal immigrants.
You saying 10? No, that's not. 10 million undocumented immigrants did not come into the country under Biden's administration.
How many was it then?
Can you give me a source that indicates that?
Yeah, I'm just asking. Do you know? Because I've heard.
I don't know the exact number, but I know it's not 10 million.
I know it's. Oh, I'll look.
Yeah, we can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, by the way. But do tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to 2 million likes.
Matthew, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you very much.
Matt, do you know the numbers on how many undocumented immigrants have come to the country under Biden's administration?
Total?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, undocumented, like, are we talking
8 million?
Where'd you get that number
encounters? Or are we talking like just
like people who have come to the country undocumented? I'm like, I don't even know if they have numbers on that, but I know that they
it's a .gov, so I'm gonna assume it's correct.
Wait, so what's the title?
Yeah, what's .gov?
We can't hear you when you swipe out. You got to come back to tell us.
Yeah, I was looking at it. House Budget Committee.gov.
Oh, okay, that's a problem already. House Budget Committee, it's run by Republicans.
Partisan, right? Yeah.
It's going to be a partisan. I would say that, by the way, of any person, whether a Democrat, Republican. The .gov you're looking for is an agency, not a committee, because the committees are a partisan by their very nature.
All right, my bad. I didn't know.
But thank you.
I mean,
for
aren't there
choosing
specific
.gov.
committees that are nonpartisan though?
No, they're all not. They're all partisan because
The Joint Committee on Taxation is nonpartisan.
Joint Committee on Tax. No. The Joint Committee on Taxation is partisan in the sense that whoever controls the Congress or controls the House has the controlling shares, I think. But
I'm
the
pretty
Joint
sure it's
Committee.
nonpartisan. I can find it for you if you'd like.
Okay.
Yo,
I'm
Jason, thank you for the
just scrolling.
$7.77.
I'm just scrolling through multiple of them. The lowest I've seen is 6 million.
Okay, here, hold on. I found
Yeah, that's
it.
still different than 10.
Yeah, but it's still a
That's
fuck
like
ton.
that's literally a huge difference.
Oh, okay. So I'm trying to see what the makeup is, but right now, so let's see the current makeup. The 118th Congress, is that the current? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay, yes, the Joint Committee is nonpartisan because it's half and half. So it's five Republicans and 5 Democrats. So technically, that is nonpartisan.
Chat, I'm not ending my live to go join Harry. I'm sorry. Thank you for the hint. Right, thank you.
Is Harry live? Oh, Harry is live. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. I'm not ending the live.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. I think that's pretty bad.
What was the number? Sorry, say it again.
Hold on.
Whatever he
I'll
looked
find
up,
it.
he said it was
I'll
5
find it.
Democrats, 5 Republicans.
No, that's good. I mean, Parker is correct, so I was wrong. But Parker is correct. It is nonpartisan in the sense that it's 5-5 for each, so that is good. So,
I think predominantly speaking, committees are partisan though. Thank you for the year, Mason.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
there's just some that can be nonpartisan.
Here's some charts. Again, I'm just getting this is from the Washington Post, but they source their statistics. So this is from the Office of Homeland Security. In 2021, so this would have included an all-time high in 2022 of illegal crossings. That was 2.2 million in 2022. So if you include that, so you got 2021, 2022, and 2023 so far. So that's it looks like probably that's 1.6, 2.2, and 2.1, or and 2. So 2 million, 4.2, and so a little less or a little bit, about 6 million. So there's about 6 million illegal crossings, and Trump's was lower. Yeah, I mean it was lower. Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean,
but we got to ask what's the reason why for that. So that's the thing. And then I would say it's not because of Joe Biden's policy. I think it was because of COVID. COVID was ending, and people were fleeing from their countries. And so I think COVID is what really did it.
Right, but do you think, because I think people that come in through that are illegally are almost, in a way, insulting people who are waiting a long period of time to get here legally.
I don't think so. I think it depends on the reasons why they're coming illegally. I mean, most of them are coming because they're fleeing persecution. They're fleeing governments that want to kill them, cartels that want to kill them. They're fleeing abject poverty, and they see that in the United States, it takes, what is it, Parker, 5 to 7 years on average just to get the basics of being a citizen. They don't have time for that. That's the problem. So they see out of desperation the need to cross illegally. What we need to do is reform the system so that these individuals have a chance to cross legally without being burdened by the system. That's, I think, what the outcome is.
No, yeah, I agree with that. But right now, how weak it is, I'm more worried about drugs from cartels and stuff coming in and unregistered firearms.
Okay.
And a lot of
go after
other-
cartels. I mean, I don't disagree with you. What the fuck? I mean, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, but
The cartels are bad.
Yeah. But then
if you want to
remember the
dismantle the
whole-
cartels, one, you got to make them a T group, right, considered by the United States. Two, you also have to get rid of the drug war, right, which specifically has actually given them their power in the first place because they're able to sell drugs here. And then you also have to incentivize people to be able to come here through the legal process by making it significantly faster, which then
Right, but
limits
if-
all of their funding, of their funding.
Well,
If our
can
border
I
is
can
more-
I piggyback off of that point though, because that's a really good point that you made, right? So it comes down to a lot of these states legalizing the amount of controlled substance that you can have, right? So if the states came back as a bipartisan rule that because the state that I live in, you can have an absurd amount, right? So what we need to do is Democrat or Republican, because the fentanyl crisis, we do need to
You got to
crack
say
down.
F drug, by the way. Yeah.
F drug.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. Thank you. But what I'm saying though is if we did make those laws stricter, that worked for both Democrat and Republican Party, that would certainly help that crisis. If our laws were heavier on the people who distributed that substance.
Wait, I would say that the law.
Could we agree on that?
Well, I would say that the answer is yes. Those who distribute should have strict penalties, but I think we currently do have strict penalties. I think the problem.
No, not in my state.
What state are you in?
I'm in Washington State.
So no, okay, yeah, but does Washington State legalize? I'm saying legalize and decriminalize hard drugs.
Yes.
They do. Okay.
Yes.
So are you saying that because of that, these cartels are more easily be able to push the F drug?
Yes.
So you're saying that the F drug is legal?
We don't have good evidence for that.
No, hold on. I want to get this through.
But why
is
would
the
we
F drug?
Wait, hold on. Why would you and I disagree on that? We just disagreed on everything about that.
Because
But
I
then
no
you say
because
that we don't have
I
any
don't
proof of
think
that.
the decriminalization is a bad thing. I don't. Please correct me, but are you saying that the F drug is decriminalized and legalized in Washington State? The F drug, I'm not talking about the other drugs like
Under a certain amount, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, like
but
that point is
it
something
doesn't
to
mean
share.
that it's not like people can just carry like a whole chunk of it around with them.
Yes.
People can. You can say they can carry.
No, I mean, we haven't set an amount, but yes. And they can have a certain amount bagged up that they wouldn't be charged with as
Can you give me a source that indicates that?
Can I give you a source?
Yeah.
But by the way,
I mean, if you want to challenge me on that, just go.
Even
go
if
look that up.
Washington State, even if I grant
telling
you, which I'm not,
right now,
Hold
if
on.
you had 10 things dealed up that were the F, right, and they were under like a gram apiece, no, you wouldn't be charged. You wouldn't go to jail.
But Washington State, even if I grant you that's true, which I'm not, but if I grant you that's true,
It is true.
It's still federally illegal.
Okay, but it's
And the
under
cartels
state.
would be targeted by the Fed, not by the states. So the cartels would be targeted by the Fed, and the Feds still classify it as a Schedule II drug.
But the officers who catch them with that are allowed to let them go, so they're never
Not
brought up.
federally. No, that's not federally. State, maybe,
Who do you think
but not
is
federally.
doing the patrol out here? Who do you think are doing the
The
investigations?
federal
The
government is
state.
patrolling the border. When they get to Washington State, it would be probably the state government. But by that time, the cartel has already gone through multiple states. They've gone through
Well, thank
California.
you
They've
for
gone
making
through.
my point on that. Then
Wait,
We're
hold
all
on, I'm not
border
disagreeing.
states.
No. I'm not disagreeing with you that we
border
need
states.
stronger
Everything that's
enforcement
coming
with
from the
distribution
border
from the
is-
feds.
is
That's not my
affecting everything
point.
here. Yeah.
But hold on, but that's not my point though. You're talking about we should strengthen our laws here. I'm saying I see no evidence that the decriminalization of these hard drugs in states is leading cartels to be able to easily bypass the border, because that's a federal issue, not a state issue. Right? I mean, the state of Washington has no bearing on whether or not the cartels exist or not. That's a federal problem.
Well, certainly they let them come up here and profit and make a lot of money. So where do you think they send them? We're a sanctuary state. You don't
Sanctuary
think we have-
state only applies, by the way. That word is bullied all around. That only applies
That word?
No, sorry. Well, that phrase is only buried around. Sanctuary state or a sanctuary city only applies to people talking to the police
Do you live in
and those
one?
police. No, I don't. But I used to live in Illinois, which also has.
I don't care. Then be quiet about that because you
No,
don't
I can
see
speak
the
to another.
problems that
No,
we have
hold on. I can
up
speak
here.
to
You
another
don't live
state's
in-
policy.
You don't live in Seattle.
I
You
can
don't see the
speak
shit
to
that
another
we
state's
deal with.
policy. Hold on.
No,
There are
you
people in the
cannot.
chat. There are people in the chat.
Downtown Seattle and see.
There are people in the chat that are saying that you are incorrect. I can speak.
I don't give a shit what the people in this chat
Hold
are
on.
saying.
Why are
They
you
don't
getting
live in
upset?
Seattle,
Why are you getting upset?
Because you've invaded my city with your bullshit and your policies.
I've invaded. Yeah,
What?
me sitting here at my computer have invaded you.
Yeah. So here, let's stop for a
letting
second.
people come up from the border and bring up their dough.
Freedom.
No, what?
Yeah. So again, what do you mean letting people coming up for the border? You're acting like we're advocating for open borders.
Yes, you are. You have been.
Are you actually delusional?
Oh,
What
you've
open
never
border
opened-
policy have I advocated for?
By supporting the president that you support, you're advocating
That's not
for
open.
open
Name
borders.
one open border policy that Biden passed.
How many people have come across the border? Did you
Name
look
one
at that
open border
number?
policy that Biden passed.
I mean, Parker, to be fair, what he did with like
Father Rob,
Texas-
please
He told
don't
people
don't
to
talk. I'm
search
talking to her.
the border the day that he came in. You can't deny
I'm asking
that
for
or-
a policy.
Listen,
Can you give me a policy?
listen. I want to ask you something. This
No,
is like a
you can
personal
ask
thing.
me after you
I
answer my
wanna-
question.
What open border?
Yes, what open border policy?
Actually, what he did is he put in executive orders that got rid of all of Trump's policies to secure the border.
Wait, none of those executive orders specifically are open border policies. Name me the open border policy.
The open border didn't he get? He got rid of all of Trump's policies that protected.
Those
that
are not.
border.
That does not make us have
He
an
got
open
rid
border.
of the wall. He sold all the.
He did not get rid of the wall.
Yes, he did. He sold
No,
all
he
the
didn't.
equipment for like 5 cents on the dollar.
He
Yes,
sold
he did.
specific equipment. That doesn't. He got rid of the specific wall that
Let
existed.
me ask you something.
Also, you're not answering my question. Getting rid of the wall doesn't mean that there's an open border. You understand that, right?
I think the border enforced that we wouldn't have an open border.
Was there an open border under Obama's administration?
Yes.
Really? You think was there an open border under Bush? Under Reagan?
Well, we had
Open
the
border?
we had the less people coming in from the border under Trump.
We had less people coming
Hold
in
on.
under Obama.
I have a question.
No,
I have a question.
we did.
We had a surge. We had a surge in illegal crossings
the
in
day after Biden
2019.
was-
Hold on. Can I speak, please? I was muted that whole time. Can I speak, please? We had a surge in 2019 under Donald Trump. It went up after the election. It went up. So are we going to say that it's Donald Trump's fault that there was a big migrant surge in 2019?
Laura, thank you so much for the $25 and Spoof, thank you for the $2.
And
Thank you so much.
thank you, Spoof. I appreciate the.
So, hey, Parker,
$2.
when are you going to tell everybody that you're paid for by the DNC?
Oh
You're
my
selling
God.
out your country. How much is it worth to you? Because I guarantee if we offered you triple of what the DNC was paying you, you'd probably jump over to our side.
He would turn it down.
No, he wouldn't.
I wouldn't take
Yes, he
any
would.
money from the DNC. I wouldn't take any money from you because I'm not bought and paid
You
for.
have. We have.
You want
there's
to bet?
documents that are showing that you're on their.
Give me the
on their
document.
payroll.
I'd love to see it.
We,
Give me the
it's all
document.
over. It's all over the place, and it's
Where? Where?
you know where it is.
Are you thinking of
And you
Harry?
didn't-
Are you thinking
I
of
mean,
Harry?
you might be tripping here.
Oh, is it Harry? But you.
Harry's
you
not
told
paid
me
by the
where it's
DNC,
at.
but none of the,
Yes,
no
you
one's
are.
released documents about me. No one.
No one.
No one. Literally no one. Good-
You
I'm
just do
literally-
this all on donations.
Freedom. It's all from people on Venmo, Cash App, right, and like
Right.
subs through TikTok. I don't make any other money from the fucking DNC or any bullshit. I'm a random kid from Iowa, okay, that just got big on the internet somehow. Appreciate Lemonade. Thank you so much. This has been my hobby. Paid by the DNC. Are you actually trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. I'm actually serious. 'cause
I can't believe you believe that.
That's there's a lot of actually. I think that you're really brilliant. I think that you're very smart. I think that you would do great in politics. I think that you represent a lot of what the youth stands for, and I think that you should start questioning both sides, and it would make you a better commentator.
I do. I literally do. I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I was literally a Trump supporter in 2016, 2017, and 2018.
I actually okay.
So yeah, like I
So
literally
you
have
walked away.
considered that.
No, wait. You walked away from the Republican Party because of Trump.
I was a
you
Trump
still-
supporter in 2016, 2017, and 2018.
You don't have conservative values now.
You could say some things I believe are conservative, but I don't know what
So
you mean
you're more of
reference
a
to.
libertarian.
No, libertarians are like no government involvement typically. Appreciate the
they're
passion. Thank you so much in terms of the economy.
fiscal responsibility and less government, right?
You're using a libertarian in like a conservative sort of manner. You're just like basically referencing conservatives. I'm not a conservative. I'm a social democrat, right? Doesn't mean I'm a socialist. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the Scandinavian countries. They actually do have more economic freedom, more social freedom than we do here in the United States, and more social mobility.
Okay. And so your parents were hardcore Republicans?
No, my parents were conservatives throughout my entire life. My dad's still conservative, but my mom is like more moderate now.
More moderate.
More
And so
moderate, like leaning liberal.
Do you consider yourself more moderate or?
It depends on what country you're referencing. In the United States, I'm to the left of the general public. Megan, thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Megan.
So you believe in pro-choice up to 8 months?
I'm pro sentient. So like I think once it's sentient, 18 through 26 weeks is when it's likely. Then I think it's wrong to unalive it in elective context. Like if it's the life of the mother, I think it's
Right.
okay. If it's grape, I think it's okay. Right.
Okay.
And once it reaches the point of viability, that would just be induction of labor after that point.
So most Republicans agree with you on that. I agree.
they don't.
with
No,
you
they
on-
don't.
I do. I agree with you on that.
Well, if you agree with me on that, then you wouldn't be like other ones. Because like my position is okay with almost all abortions.
Yeah, up until a certain point.
Yeah, which
However-
most like 97% of abortions happen prior to that point, and most of the ones that
Right.
happen after
I agree with
are
you.
medical or grape.
Right, I agree with you on that. We agree on that point. However, I do wish that like people wouldn't have to ever make that decision, right? So if we could have more pre-education and talking more openly about birth control, I think that would eliminate some of those people ever having to make that choice. And for me, I would want to focus more on.
So
the
I'm
education of
concerned
birth
then
control.
why you're supporting a party then that is actively fighting against birth control and fighting against sex education. I mean,
No, I'm not
Yes.
here. I'm not.
sorry, I mean,
do I get a
the leader of your
response to that?
party? I mean, well, and the leader of your party said that, but the party overall is doing
He said
it.
he
So.
turned it back down to the states, so the states are able to decide that decision. And I'm a delegate for the state of Washington. I hang out with a lot of the Moms of Liberty, the Republican Party out here, the women of the Republican Party, and a lot of us feel that way. And believe it or not, a lot of Republican women have had to, unfortunately, make that choice. And so,
Wait,
we're
did you know leaving
actually-
it up to the states actually makes it so that late-term abortions can occur?
Didn't it come down to the state to decide the
If you by getting rid of Roe versus Wade, not only does that leave you subject to specific states in which have like no exceptions for
Hasn't even
abortion,
done it,
but it
though?
also leaves you subject to particular states having late-term or allowing for late-term abortion, lethal abortion. So
No,
the
I
point that Trump
didn't know that.
made in the debate, actually, it actually applies to him.
Parker, has
how
any of the
does it
states done
apply?
that,
How
though?
does it apply
State
to
policy.
him, Parker?
State policy. If a particular
So
state
you're
wants to allow
saying
for
it
late-term
doesn't-
abortion, they
it doesn't
can.
protect life as much as we were.
Yeah, as
would
much
be
as you
like-
think. Not
Yeah,
to
okay.
mention there
That's
are
a good
plenty
point.
of infants that die because of the bans, particularly.
Okay, so what about the Born Alive Act that every single Democrat voted on?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so
Matt, do you
that
know what
was
that is?
if they survived a abortion and the baby survived that, then they would unalive the child. And it was
If
actually a
it's
bill
outside
that
of the-
came to the floor.
At what stage in pregnancy?
Like it didn't. It was just if it had survived, would they all voted that the baby should be unalive because it still was the mother's choice, and it was a bill that came to
If
the
it's
floor.
outside of the womb, that wouldn't make any sense.
No, they went in for the procedure, and it survived that.
At what stage of pregnancy?
I-
That's what matters most to me.
Right.
Like if it's prior to
And-
sentience, I don't give a shit. Go for it.
Okay.
It's still their
I think
their body.
I think it more concerns.
By the way,
late
I
term.
mean, well, but by the way, the bill is also redundant
looking it
because
up?
because it's already a homicide to unalive a infant that is born outside the womb. So it's already a homicide to do that, like by federal.
Oh, they're
law,
saying it's
already
outside of the womb. Oh, I thought you were saying inside the womb.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's
anyways,
redundant. That's why
16
people vote against it. Is because it's redundant because it's already illegal to do that to like
Yeah,
unalive
what?
infant that's outside the womb, whether or not that's an abortion or just a natural birth or anything like that. So it didn't matter. And by the way, most
Well, Parker, I
most
really do actually appreciate your opinions on some things. It's not going to definitely sway my vote, but it does give me hope for your generation because I have kids your age, and that you do critically think and you do look into things, and I appreciate that. And there's some things that I hear you share in here that I had never thought about before. And even though we can be completely on different sides of the realm, I do appreciate your opinion. And
I would say me and Matt were people on the left, but I think I've heard a lot of people on the right say that we're people on the left that you want to deal with because it is the case that we're going to be as non-biased as we possibly can. We're going to listen. We're going to engage in argumentation. And if you can bring up an argument, we're going to be convinced. That's good, like a good argument.
Right. And I would like to see you go on in a political career and run for office, because I do think that you have a voice. You're a critical thinker. You would look into things. You would dive into things, and I think that you would go really far in your life if you went into politics. And there may be
Can I just make a
some
point too after she's done talking?
that could open up for you. So don't only just use this voice as on TikTok, but to, because I do even though I don't agree with a lot of what you say, I do respect you.
I appreciate that. I mean, I've never really been the person that like wants to run for office. But I mean, if it's like right in front of me and it's the best way I can like do something, I might be convinced. But Matt, go for it.
Oh, I just wanted to say too, because someone brought this up, someone very important to me, so I wanted to bring this up. That most abortions too are by the pill anyway. So the Abortion Alive Act wouldn't even cover like 90% of the abortions that actually happen here. So that's why it's also redundant, because we have abortion by pill. So which
you know what really I think angers every single woman in this chat is that I'm probably the only woman who would speak for abortion, and honestly, I do believe there's some cases where women should have it and at a certain term, but when you say the pill, or you're talking about the anatomy or how it happens in the procedure and acting like you're going to be an expert on.
Excuse me, I got
healthcare.
that. I got that from my girlfriend. She texted me. I'm not going to let you fucking say that to me. I'm not speaking here because I'm a fucking man. No, hold on. She texted me. I respect her opinion enough. I'm going to say it. I'm not speaking.
I think she was wrong, but
you can say that, but don't accuse me of out here speaking. Yes, you are. Hold on. You are. You're accusing me because I'm a man, so that I can't have an opinion on this. I was saying something that my girlfriend wanted me to say, and I would say that about any woman, by the way, who wanted me to speak because I'm on this panel.
So I think that your statistics are wrong on that.
Well, then just say that. Don't say that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about because you're the only woman up here and everything. Don't like gaslight me like that.
I don't like it when Republican men talk about it. I don't like it when other men talk about it. Probably most women don't like it when you talk about it, or how this procedure is supposed to go, or if you're an expert on it. So all I'm saying is that your statistic is trash and your girlfriend's wrong, and it sounds really shitty coming from any man when you talk about how it should be done, or like something about it, because you don't.
Okay, well then essentially your view is reducing down to like, if you aren't a part of the community, you can't have a view on it. And I'll just ask you, like, do you think the Holocaust is bad?
That's like so
Yeah, you clearly do, right? Right. Did that apply to you specifically?
Actually, yes, because my family escaped the Holocaust over in Germany.
I'll give you a separate example. Do you think slavery is wrong in America?
Of course.
Now, have you been enslaved?
No, but I know 85,000 children that are coming over from the border.
You still would argue that it's wrong.
You want to go there? You want to go there, Parker?
Yeah.
You want to open this up? You want to open this up because you're not going to win on this one. There were 85,000 children that DHS has lost and testified under oath that they have lost these children. They were ran in here by the cartel under your administration that were sold to General Mills, furniture companies, all different types of things.
This is a complete
exploiting these children. Go look it up.
How did that relate to what I just said? I was asking you if you think that slavery is wrong.
You asked about slavery. Yes.
Listen.
What about migrant
That's not what I'm talking about. We can talk about that in a second, but that's not what I was asking.
Don't flip it.
No, you are flipping it. Listen, the point I was making is that you are not a part of a community that has been enslaved, yet you still think it's wrong, and you can still express your opinion on that. So this argument that you're making that if you're not talking, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, please.
Yes, they don't make sense. We went from
then
abortion
listen.
to slavery.
Stop talking over me and listen.
Fuck did that happen?
Can you please listen? Okay? Why am I specifically referencing that? Because I'm demonstrating that if you are not a part of a particular community, you can still have an opinion on a particular thing. You have not been enslaved, yet you still think it's wrong, and yet your opinion on that is still valid. So again, you just saying that Matt's a man, therefore he can't have an opinion is a terrible argument. Okay, you can say that women might have more information on these things because they're put in a position due to the society that we live in, because they want to, right, make their rights better off, or like there are plenty of other things that they might have a better opinion on typical, but that doesn't mean because he's a man he's wrong. That's incoherent.
He may not be familiar with women's anatomy and procedures. And I think he misspoke by throwing out some.
When I said
Well,
97%,
you said
obviously I did not
97%.
source it. I said
And
97%.
you got
I was
it
being
from your
hyperbolic.
girlfriend. Yeah.
She didn't say that. I said that. That's yes. And I wasn't being like factual on it. I was being hyperbolic. So I apologize if
So you were wrong too. Okay, cool. We agree.
Wait, what? No, I said I was being hyperbolic when I said 97% because most abortions are by the pill, and I just threw a number out. I could have said 95 or 90 or 80. I just happened to say 97.
So when I call you out and I say you're completely wrong on that, it's probably because
I
you're a
wasn't
man
trying to
and
be
you were
factual. I
wrong,
was
and you
trying
threw
to
out
be
a
It's
hyperbolic.
not because he was a man. Thank you, KTV.
Okay,
KTV. I
he
appreciate
just
the
threw out a
description.
false. He just threw out a false number. So you're just wrong.
He
because
was just
you're
being hyperbolic, and he acknowledged
okay,
that.
so if I do that,
Yeah, if you're being hyperbolic, we would acknowledge that. We wouldn't hyperfixate on that.
oh okay, okay.
So what's your percent? What's the real statistic? Do you know?
Someone said it's
Probably
80 in the
about
chat.
60, 63, 64. I think most are done in about 47% are done in clinic. And if they go past a certain, I think it's like 8 to 10 weeks, they have to be in clinic. So it's I think it's like between 10 weeks, it's about 63% that would do the pill. And then after 10 weeks, it's probably about 90% that they would go in clinic.
Can I just make a point real quick?
And it's not really safe to do the pill anyway, just so you know.
Can I make a point real quick? Thank you, Parker. So I am the girlfriend in question. I just want to say that no, I didn't give him a percentage. He put out a percentage and he owned up to saying that, that wasn't the correct thing. However, I did ask him to at least mention it because a lot of people don't realize, I'm not saying you, I'm just saying a lot of people. There's 6K people in here. So to mention that most abortions are done by taking a pill. So I don't like the accusation against Matt, saying that, oh, he can't speak for this when I'm the one.
You guys are so
who-
sensitive. Do you guys need to go take a timeout?
Would you?
No, I mean, I'm just asking you. I mean, I'm Gen Z, so I spank my kids with like wooden spoons.
You're
so-
Gen Z.
Well, then that makes
Gen
sense.
X.
That
I'm
makes
Gen
sense
X.
with
My kids
your-
are Gen Z.
So
Yeah.
did you just
Yeah.
seriously just gloat about hitting your kids?
Yeah, no, and that's why they didn't
That's
show up at
gross
the
as fuck.
riots.
See, the
What?
problem
That's gross as
Oh,
fuck.
you never got a spanking?
No,
The problem with
No,
people
you
that's
think
not
that's
constructive
wrong?
at all.
You don't think spanking's
No,
okay?
spanking is not constructive.
Okay,
It's way better to
is it-
communicate and
let
to
me
build
ask
up
you
the
something.
communication.
Let me ask you something. So you go and stick your little fork or matchbox car or whatever into a light socket, and you think I'm going to go, okay, Parker, that's a no. Or if I smack you on the butt on your diaper and you get
Hitting them does
quick
not make them
response-
reduce the bad behavior.
Okay.
Did you know that hitting them actually makes it more likely that they'll engage in that behavior?
Well, how old are your children?
I don't have children, but I looked at the overall evidence.
Okay,
You can
but
ask
you
my
wanna know
parents
how
as well.
mine
My parents
are?
didn't have to hit me. My parents didn't have to hit any of their kids.
Okay, well,
Same for me.
Guess what? All my kids are.
So what
18,
about the tens of
21, and
millions of
27,
parents
and
out
they're
there?
all perfect.
This is complete virtue signaling. What about the tens of millions of parents out there that don't have to hit their kids? What about the studies across the board? The bibliography in my bio set up by Matt, by the way,
swat on
that
the
is
butt never
extensive,
hurt anybody.
peer-reviewed evidence that indicates spanking
Swat
not
on
only
the
is
butt.
negatively impactful on the kids, right, but also leads to worse behavior
if you
overall,
take, like,
right?
a belt to 'em or
PTSD,
something like
anxiety, depression, right, are more likely to occur given that an individual has been spanked. They're more likely to engage in aggressive behavior. Right, they're more likely to go to jail. They're more likely about all of these things, right? So the idea
beating
specifically
a
that
chi-
spanking the kid makes the behavior
like,
better is
maybe
wrong.
with a belt or something like that. I never hit my kid.
You just said hit a kid with a spoon.
Yeah, on his butt.
And it's true with your hand and it's true with a spoon too. You know that, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah, so it's
I don't
negatively
think-
impactful
I
in
don't
both
think- I don't
scenarios.
think swatting a kid. I mean, there's abuse. I never left a mark or anything on my children, and they're all wonderful human beings, and they respect.
And that was a
authority.
detriment to them.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it
Want
was.
to talk to one of them?
That's what the evidence indicates. Okay, so I don't care to specifically just because I talked to them, that means that like somehow the spanking was okay, right? There are people that have traumatic events and they're good people still. That doesn't mean that the trauma was good. Matt's a great fucking individual. Matt's gone through trauma. I'm a great fucking individual. I have trauma,
Because you had
and the
a
same thing
little
is applicable
swat
to
on the
plenty of other
butt.
people.
Because you had a swat on the butt?
Never got swatted.
You never got swatted.
Nope.
Nope. And so then how would you know?
Because I look at the data.
Just data. I mean,
Yes.
there's like you
The
don't know the
evidence.
severity of the spanking. You don't think like a swat on. If you're
There
gonna
are studies that look at severity.
Opinion then? Would you like my opinion on this then?
Sure.
As somebody who has gone through stuff like this, it made me fearful and it didn't make me do the behavior around that adult. It made me do that behavior more quietly and secretively. Or it made me want to experiment more or go, but why does this happen? Versus getting hit is not an excuse to just not.
Did somebody smack you across the face?
No, I didn't say that. And nobody.
Did somebody swat you on the butt?
I've had that happen, and I've had other things. So I've had a whole
So
range of
it
things.
was it overly abusive? That's not the same level.
It doesn't matter what level it was.
Like
I
if
was
somebody
still
took a
scared.
belt to you and lined you up and put
Okay,
you on the butt,
sure.
that would be I don't agree with that either.
Sure, I'm not
But
saying
coming
that
up and going like that and giving them like, because like I've had.
Can you give me
because-
any context in which unconsentfully hitting someone is not abusive?
Sure. When my son is going to stick his Matchbox car into an electric outlet,
Why don't you
and
just
I'll
move them
either-
from the place? Why do you have to hit them?
So he never does it again. And guess what? He never did.
You understand that I never did it again and I'd have to get hit.
And that did not change the fact that, like, it makes you so that you are more aware of what the adult is doing around you, and you watch to see where that adult is, and that adult is not there.
How
That
old
is-
are you?
I'm 25.
You're 25.
And I have been through a whole life of hell, and I don't understand what that has to do with it.
I think that's everything, because like my kids didn't go through hell. They had everything that they ever wanted, but like they weren't spoiled brats, and I never hit them past like a couple years old, and it was only a swat on the diaper, or maybe like,
Past a couple years old, so you are saying that you struck them when they were young?
yeah, like when they were knocking
Yeah, that's
down-
worse. You're saying, oh, I only
Three-
spanked my kids when they
to-
were young.
Three to like
the fuck?
7, 3
Hold
to
on.
7.
So, hold on.
Three to seven?
Do you hit, like, do you have dogs or cats or anything?
I
Like,
don't
do you
know.
swat
I
them?
don't. I love the opportunity you guys
Oh,
have to bash me about.
so
it.
you're hitting your
Just real
kid, but you
quick.
hit your dog.
Just real quick.
Never have I.
So-
Actually, you know what? My dog was gonna go and bite a kid, and I freaking grabbed him by his collar and whooped his ass and threw him in the house.
This
And
is
he's
why
a
he
pit bull.
probably went
He's a
to
pit bull. And trust me, he'd
And
tear
you
your
shouldn't
ass
be
apart if I
allowed to
didn't
own
do
a
that.
pit
He
bull.
would
I
have
do
done
animal
worse damage to the
behavior.
kids.
I do animal
Okay.
behavior, and you should
Okay.
not be allowed to own dogs. That is.
By the way,
fucking
Frida, I just want to say,
ridiculous.
by the way,
You're
if my spouse, if
ridiculous.
hypothetically, no, hypothetically, if
let
I'm,
me show you my dog. I've had him for 13 years, and
I don't care.
He
Yeah.
will tear
Just because
your ass up. If I don't control
That
that
makes
dog
you
and show
a bad
dominance over
owner.
him, he's a pit bull. He'll eat you alive.
no,
Just saying.
my girlfriend
Yeah.
has worked with pit bulls. She is amazing around animals. That's what she does for a
I'm sure
living.
she is,
Your pit bull would love her because she's amazing with animals.
Okay.
And by the way, Freedom, I'm just curious. If I had a spouse and my spouse did something wrong, let's say
Oh
they,
my God.
no,
You guys
hold
are
on,
going
hold on,
down.
no, let me, hold
I'm
on,
done.
no,
I'm
I
done.
want to
I'm
answer
done.
this. Let me ask
I'm
it
done.
because
I'm
if
done.
I had a spouse and that spouse dropped a plate, or that spouse did something that I disagreed with, and I didn't
you
like it,
kidding me?
and I took a wooden spoon and I spanked that spouse non-consensually, is that wrong?
I think maybe your mom should have spanked you.
What is wrong with you?
No, my mom loved me, and so she actually sat me
love
down
my
and told me
children, too. That's why
and
they're
told
not
me
out
what was wrong, and that's why
fighting
I'm a
with
better
Democrats.
person I am today
Oh,
because my
you're
parents
such a good
sat me
person.
down and walked me through
Hold
it
on,
instead
hold
of just going to
I have
punishment.
a quick question. Were you spanked as a child?
Yes.
that makes sense.
Yeah. So now you just thank you.
That just proved our
Yeah, because you think the only way that you can get the kid to do the right thing is spanking them, and there are plenty of other things that you can do to get them to engage in the right behavior. Like, you understand that, right?
And instead of
Why is hitting a
emotional
3-year-old
regulation-
beneficial?
I did. You're like making it sound like I beat them or whatever, and you took this total pivot.
Why is
from,
hitting a 3-year-old?
80,000 kids being like sexually trafficked and to me being like some bad mom. Like, listen, none of my kids have committed crimes.
So of course I'm going to talk about it.
They all
also
own
came
homes.
up-
They're
this
probably
came up-
is just
Hold on,
as
hold on. This
more
came up-
successful than
hold on.
like little
Freedom,
Chicky Poo
hold-
and
okay.
that
hold
thinks
on.
abortion filler is 60.
Freedom.
I
Freedom.
don't know what it is.
Freedom.
What? Sweetheart.
You do realize that this came up because I came up here to say that I didn't appreciate the way that whatever.
I know,
we were talking
and I
about
asked you if
abortion,
you needed
and-
to go into a safe space so you could overcome your emotions.
No, you said that.
Oh, that's what I asked you. Do you need a timeout?
Oh, right. That's where it came from. And then I said,
That's exactly
oh,
where it's at.
do you?
Actually, I have to.
Because
Yeah, the only one that needs a timeout here is
No,
you.
no, no.
You're the one who's been yelling
I don't
and
need a
raging.
timeout.
You're the one that's been raging and
I
yelling
mean,
and going on these
I-
wild, like,
I
I'm
have
triggered
that.
rants. So
There's nothing untriggered.
you're the one that's triggered
Why-
right now.
why
You're
are
the one
you
that's
guys
been
so
yelling at this whole
sensitive?
thing.
Why are you guys so sensitive?
We're sensitive because we don't
Why
want you
is
to hit your
Thank you for
kids.
the-
Like, yeah,
Thank you.
it's sensitive to not want you to hit your kids.
My
You know what I
kids are all
mean?
grown. They're all grown. They're all successful. They're all good. Okay.
Tim, thank you for the $12.50.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tim.
I'm pretty sure that I have one daughter who's making more than you'll ever make on TikTok. So we're good. My kids were raised well. They're fine. They're successful. They're all good people.
Because making money makes you a good person.
No, being driven and success and not living off of the government and taking supplements makes you a good person.
Oh, so people
Giving
who
back
are
to
on
your
supplements are not good
community.
people? So people that
That's
are on
not what I
Medicaid.
said. People who have a drive and
Isn't
who
that
are
exactly what I'm
successful.
doing? And my parents didn't have to hit me, so it was unnecessary for you to hit your kids for them to do well.
Why do you like to spend this on any MAGA person that comes up here? Like,
No, I don't talk
how
about.
many
I haven't
likes
talked
are
about
you
this in a
getting?
long time.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a fair
I haven't talked about
comparison.
this in a long time.
Scott, thank you for the $5.
You know what? I think that that it's okay to give your kid a little smack on the diaper and tell him no.
Diaper
And
now.
That's what I originally said. I think.
I don't
think
understand
that-
why spanking young children,
I'm not going to put
children
you
in
into
diapers.
timeout. I'm not going to put you into timeout.
That's
Would you do, wait, would you do it with Trump too? Because he's got a diaper.
Doesn't Biden? You should be real proud of your president.
No, actually, the only one that's confirmed to have one is Trump.
Idiot.
Didn't
He was an
Biden shoot
idiot.
himself on stage though?
That was
think
completely
so.
edited. That was not.
Oh, that was another
that was not
time,
him
not
actually
tonight.
shitting. We only have
that
and
was
actually,
another
even
time.
if it
We
was
won't
the
talk
case
about
that
that.
even if it was the case that he was shitting, right? Trump must do it a lot because he needed a diaper.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, his own lawyer said that he stank of urine. So
So you guys tried to backpedal and say he had a cold tonight. He literally had like.
I didn't say
90
that. I didn't bring it up once. The fuck?
I'm saying they're saying that all over the media. They're about ready.
I'm not
to
the
shit
media,
on him
so-
anyway. So, Parker, I was going to ask you a question. You never answered it.
Go ahead.
What is your country worth to you?
What do you mean by worth?
I mean,
the Apple
like
II
you
came
take
in.
all
We should
these
be-
gifts on TikTok, you put all this misinformation out there, you make a bunch of bullshit videos, and you peddle your shit. At what point in your life, when you're going to get sick of this, what is it worth, like $1 million, $3 million to you to sell out your country to get people to believe in all the shit that you push out there to people?
I literally express
You
beliefs that I
believe it?
actually genuinely believe in.
Okay.
Yes.
But with no proof. It's just your belief.
What do you mean no proof? I constantly give evidence. Wait, you literally say I have no proof? I'll ask you a few questions, okay? Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
Yeah, there's several. I'll go pull them up and I'll come right back and I'll put them on my green screen. 'Cause I swear to God, I will. Because
I'll find them. I promise. I don't know them off the top of my head, but I'll find them.
I just want to make
Well,
a
you're
quick
funny.
point that
You're
Parker,
funny.
you were
You're
like
super
giving
cute.
her facts and
I
statistics
never heard
about the
one
spanking
fact.
and stuff.
Nothing. He
I
can pull up
wasn't
one
finished
document.
speaking.
Shut
I
up.
still wasn't finished. Excuse you? Thank you.
Let her keep talking. Think she's not
Still
muted.
Yeah. But I would just like to point out that Parker was giving facts and statistics while she was giving opinions and feelings, but she can keep talking to herself. This is quite funny.
I literally sourced the bibliography in my bio that Matt made that has like 30 pages of spanking resources of peer-reviewed evidence. You're saying I didn't bring evidence and facts? You quite literally denied the
freaking
evidence and
mute me.
facts because of your
Pull
personal
it.
anecdotal experience.
Pull it up. Pull
It's
it
in
up.
my bio. The bibliography
No,
in my
no,
bio.
Okay, I'll go there and look at it right now. Is it there
Go
right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you just
I'm the one that
posted
made it. Go.
Oh,
No, I didn't post it. It's been there for months. The fuck?
The spanking.
It's been there for months. You can literally see the date on it.
Yeah.
You can see the date on it.
Go look it up. Go find the quote unquote bullshit. Go look at it then. Maybe you'll learn a little bit too.
Check the vaccine one too, because that one is like 33 pages.
Hey, I mean, to be fair to her, how my parents always thought or whatever, because I got spanked like
Were we
once.
in the bathroom
It
with
was
her?
like I did one really bad thing, you know. I may have said a naughty word to the teacher. She didn't like it so much. And
You
then,
saying a naughty word to a teacher does not mean you should be hit.
Yeah.
well, to,
You should have been
Like
spanked.
what?
It was. I know, but I still shouldn't have done it. You know.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't have said the naughty word, but that doesn't mean they should have hit you. Push the hand
And
on it.
then back in the caveman days, right? There's a prickly bush over there. What makes you not touch it? It'll hurt you.
Are we cavemen?
No, we're not. But
Okay, then what's your point?
okay, well, still, if you go and touch the prickly
left.
bush, it's still going to hurt
She
you.
was in
isn't
the
it?
bathroom also. Questionable.
Matt,
Yeah, that's interesting.
if you
No,
go
I'm
to-
saying that since caveman times, we have grown in
No,
our
no, but
faculties,
that's
and
still-
even amongst kids, we can try to rationalize with them, and I don't have to immediately go to violence.
No, but that's
Why believe in reality when I can believe in my imagination?
I'm just saying, even right now, if you go and touch that prickly bush and you cut yourself and you bleed, it's still going to hurt, right?
Yes, and? But
Okay.
what do? I immediately try to salve the pain. I try to put antibiotics on. I try to calm the pain, right? I don't go looking for more pain.
Exactly. So that's what stopped you from doing it again.
No, it doesn't, because I've stubbed my toe many times, at least a pain. Guess what? I continue to stub my toe. I continue
Right,
to
but
get
that's out of
cuts.
clumsiness. That's not out of you.
Well, I continue to get
deliberately.
cuts.
That's
Just
not you
last week, I got a big
deliberately
bruise
touching
on my arm from falling down. Like, that didn't deter me from not trying, like...
Yeah, but you
No,
didn't
and-
deliberately do that.
Well, hold on. You're saying me getting a
You don't
cut from my
accidentally-
action,
you don't accidentally call your teacher
pain,
slut.
but pain is not necessarily a pure deterrent, though, because we still do the action, right? And we have that evidence. If you go to the bibliography, you'll see that the evidence still shows that the children that are spanked still engage in the action. In fact, they engage in more negative reactions. They just take that energy and they do more negative things with it because they haven't learned what the bad thing is.
I don't know. My dad spanked me once. I didn't do it again. That's for sure.
Yo, by the way, Freedom, if you are in the guest box, or if you want to join the guest box, do it. I'm trying to X people out. People, stop. Can you guys stop, like, fucking sending requests, please? I'm just going to
Listen,
start
I'm not-
Xing
I'm not
people out
wooden
until she
spoon
sends a
level,
guest request.
But I'm hand level.
What?
I'm not the wooden spoon level that she was talking about, but I'm like hand level.
Hand, spoon, it's still a type of instrument that is
And
being
spoon
used.
hurts a lot more though.
I don't care about that. Like, you shouldn't have been hit. Are you saying that there was no alternative other than you being hit? That your father couldn't have
If you
sat you
keep doing
down
it.
and tried to tell you what's wrong and try to work through it with you, and that his only resort was to just smack you?
I mean, I feel like it's the quickest solution.
Quickest, but definitely not the best. So
Probably
he was too
not.
lazy to
I mean-
sit down with you.
No. He told me at first that it wasn't the right thing to do, and then I continued.
Wait, okay, so now you're adding to it. Because
Right.
at first you said, I didn't do it again, but now you're saying,
Yeah,
well, hold
after he
on, I
spanked
did
me.
do it again.
No, I said he spanked me, and then I never did it again.
Oh, okay. So,
I don't want to talk about spanking anymore. I want to
okay.
get back to the topic.
No, you're good. You're good. All right. Anyways, I'll go back to the border thing that I was talking about forever ago until Freedom came on rambling. So when Texas was trying to send in federal, I forgot exactly the terminology for it, but they were trying to get federal support with securing the border. They were trying to for a few years. I'm not sure exactly how long it was, but it was at least a few years. And then the Biden administration wasn't doing anything about it, and then they start laying down the razor wire or whatever. They were trying to secure the border, regardless, right? And then Biden comes through and tells the National Guard or I think it was the National Guard, to try and cut and dismember whatever they had set up. Like, do y'all agree with that?
What was the question? Sorry, I was adding people.
No, you're good. So when Texas was, pretty much defending the border on their own without the aid of the federal government, or I guess without the approval of them, Biden came in, or Biden ordered the National Guard, I think it was the National Guard, came in and started taking down, the razor wire and stuff, and, pretty much allowing them to come crawling back in.
Wait, wouldn't a razor wire be considered cruel and unusual? Because it's not merely to like stop; it's to cause and inflict pain. Because that's the idea of it.
They would. So the best point is that this actually restricted the border agents' ability to do their job at the border. That's why they limited this, because there are places around the U.S. that do have razor wire,
right?
Like preventing people from going into the governmental places.
But
I don't know if it's razor wire, but it is barbed wire at least. Heather, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
I think it was barbed, but still, like, why have they, they were requesting them for a few years. Why did they not do anything? They had to resort to their own measures, which then they still came in and then took it down. Like, why didn't they just help?
You saying they weren't doing anything is wrong. They were absolutely doing things, and that's why the federal border agents want them to take that down so that they could actually do their job.
Well, it didn't seem to get any better.
What do you mean by get better?
Like, less people coming through the border.
Neither did the razor wire.
Well, yeah, but they were trying to do something because.
Well, we can do something through getting border policy through legislation, or what just Biden did recently with the.
And by the way,
order.
I just looked it up. The reason why they were able to take it down is because a Supreme Court allowed them to, because a family drowned because they got caught up in it, and the border agents were not allowed by Texas law to try to interfere in it. And so a woman and her 2 children drowned because they got caught up in it.
Right, which is
so. I would say that's, as I said, very cruel and unusual.
Right.
So that's a good reason to say it's bad.
I get that, but then at the same time.
And Hannah, are you MAGA?
At the same time.
No, I'm in the middle. I'm very neutralist. Probably libertarian.
All right. Well, I am looking for people who are MAGA, specifically who did watch the debate. But I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, no problem. Definitely not me. So go ahead.
Appreciate it. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you are MAGA and you have watched the debate.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say thank you everybody for the gifts. I completely forgot that this is technically me getting them, not Matt. Anyways, Parker, also thank you for letting me up. I'm gonna drop because you guys don't need.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Thanks for having me up. Bye, babe. Love you.
That's sweet. Anyways, I feel like you can clearly see the barbed wire, and you're not supposed to be crossing this border. Why are you doing it in the first place?
No, they put the barbed wire in the Rio Grande, and so actually you couldn't see it.
Couldn't see it?
That's
crazy. Yeah, because it was in the Rio Grande. It was in, this family drowned, so the barbed wire was in the Rio Grande.
It was in the water.
That's so cruel and unusual. That is so crazy.
That's my point. Is that Texas was going to such extents that they were putting razor wire close to or in the Rio Grande. Its family was trying to cross over, got entangled in it, and they drowned. It included a mother and her 2 children.
Right. Well, yeah, that's a terrible thing. I changed my stance on that then, but I still think that there's still some internal conflict there. If they really were doing something, then Texas probably wouldn't have put all that barbed razor, whatever it was, into the water.
No, I would argue that's part of the plan. It's that not all Republicans, obviously, but these particular of Republicans who want this, the cruel and unusual is part of the point. Is they want to scare people to not come over, and the fact that these people died in the court. In the court filing, they said what happened was tragic, but that it shouldn't deter them from putting the wire close to the water because that's the most effective strategy. No, I'm sorry, but you cannot allow migrants. I don't care if they're crossing illegally or not to drown and then you not do nothing about it. That's what makes it cruel and unusual. That's why the very point of this is to make it is to treat them like they are almost subhuman, and that's the point.
Right. No. I said that. I didn't know they were putting it in the water. That's
Cody, are you
messed
MAGA?
up. I'm
Yeah,
not.
can you hear me?
Yeah. Did you watch the debate?
Yeah.
For sure.
It was.
What are your thoughts?
You pretty much saw Biden crap his diapers on national television.
Okay.
The only one that had a diaper was Trump, so I think you're getting your name wrong there.
Did he?
Yep.
I don't think he did very good at all. He was trying to look tough and mad, and Trump was smiling the whole time and just like totally winning that debate in my book.
Can you name one point that Trump won on?
Everyone.
Just name one.
Well, we like you guys were just talking about, we definitely need to do something about this border policy because it's a fucking,
No, name the point that he won on.
everything he talked about.
Name one thing.
Everything he talked about when he was
You
talking.
can't name a single one?
The border crisis.
What did he say about the border?
All his points were super valid.
Name one point he said about the border.
South America and the borders totally open for all, not just Mexico. It's everywhere in the world that are coming in. Terrorist cells.
So you said open border policy. So name the open border policy that Biden influenced to get passed.
It's pretty much like an open border policy. The way that he's running shit down there.
Name the open border policy that Biden passed.
And he shut down since he's been in office 9 billion illegal immigrants since he's been.
Can you answer my question?
Wait, 9 billion?
9 billion since he's been in office.
You want to bet? How much you want to bet?
That's more than people on this
Wait. You want to bet, Cody?
Yeah. Oh,
How
yeah,
much? How
let's
much?
bet. Let's bet I beat your ass. How about
How
that?
much? No, how much money?
Don't put a bet on it, bro.
How much money, Cody?
Look it up.
Cody, how much do you want to put on it?
Look it up.
How much you want to put on? $1,000?
Oh, you're betting me? Oh,
Yeah.
getting to you like that, bro?
I promise you,
Look
it's
it
not
up.
9 billion.
Look it up.
You want to bet?
Look it up. Show me.
How much? You want $1,000? $1,000?
Prove me wrong.
$1,000?
Man, you're a fucking weak little shit, bro.
You want to put $1,000 on it?
Stop. He lost.
Come on, you know you want to do
so
it.
mad that he's gonna.
Hey, you want to do it?
Trump's gonna
You want to do it?
Your new president is Trump.
You want to do it, bro? Put it on it. Come on. You know you want to.
Why? Because you're gonna look up some fucking. Bullshit
I won't even look anything up. Watch, I'll prove you wrong by not even looking anything up.
Okay, prove me wrong. Do it.
Okay, no, but do you want to put money on it first?
No. Who are you shaking to, dog? I'm on a cell phone. Put your
No fucking shit. It's
hand
obviously
out.
metaphor, dude. It's obviously like figurative there.
Yeah,
So hold up. So you don't want to bet on it?
Prove me wrong. Just show me. Let me.
There's
see
not
your
even
facts.
9 billion people in the world, Cody.
Just let me see your facts.
Cody, there's not even 9 billion people in the world.
I said 9 million.
You said billion with a B.
I said million.
You said
No,
billion.
I clarified. I
To be fair,
clarified.
Biden said there was like 1,000 trillionaires. So
Yeah. Biden's an idiot, bro. Come on.
To be fair, you just said 9 billion, so get a grip on
sorry.
reality. One.
Oh, sorry.
Two, can you name me the open border policy that Joe Biden influenced to get passed?
Bro, it's a fucking joke, and you know it is, dude.
I'm asking for the open border policy because you said Trump won on that
You
point.
can't sit there being an American and seeing our situation down there and telling me.
And what's the open border
that it's
policy?
a good situation.
What's the open border policy?
His shit was legit when he was in office.
What's
his
the
shit
open
was
border
legit.
policy?
He was cracking down on all of that.
And what's the open
Biden
border
just
policy?
destroyed it within a matter of a couple years.
And what's the open border policy?
Oh, you want to talk figuratively? I was figuratively speaking, you jackass.
So it's not open?
It's pretty much open. They're walking over with.
So it's
and
not
getting-
open. Now you're moving the
and
goalpost.
getting money to do it.
So now
and
you
being
disagree
set up
with.
in
So now you disagree with
fancy-ass
Trump's point that it was open. So
and-
you disagree
and
with Trump's point that it was open?
I don't agree with anything you say, dog. You're a fucking lame ass libtard.
1 + 1 = 2.
Parker, he just said.
He
the
doesn't
word.
agree with that.
Parker, he just said the word.
What you just
He
said?
said lib.
Okay.
no, he's gone. Well, I mean, the only thing I'm saying is that Biden also messed up on that too. But we all make mistakes.
Yeah, but I'm not debating Joe Biden right now, or Donald Trump. I'm debating that. Oh, we were debating that guy, and he did say billion.
He did. But I mean, I guess he did eventually correct himself.
Eventually,
after we showed him how absurd that was. 9 billion is so crazy.
You know what, man? They might be there somewhere in Mexico. You don't know.
Yeah, dude. In some future condition. All right, y'all. Well, let's get another person up here who is MAGA. If you're MAGA, you type it in the chat.
Head off.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming on.
Bye, Father. Have a good one.
Let's see.
Saying bye, Father is crazy. All right, let's get the next person up. If you're MAGA, type it in the chat, everyone. If you want to help me get some MAGA up here, I would appreciate that. All right, let's get this next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you are MAGA and you did watch the debate.
And thank you all for following me. I got a lot of followers tonight, so I appreciate everybody who followed. Thank you. It means a lot.
Yo, what's up, Chris? Are you MAGA?
Hello, how you doing?
Are you MAGA?
Am I what?
MAGA.
MAGA?
Mm-hmm.
No. I have to say I'm more in line for Trump.
Are you voting for Trump?
Well, it's not really not right to say who you vote for. But I will tell you who.
Okay, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're MAGA and did watch the debates, everyone. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well, y'all.
W.
All right. Okay, it's not accepting this person. Matt, you want to help me get some people up here?
Yeah.
17, it won't.
I got you.
Some of it will
Oh,
expire.
sorry. My bad. Let me.
Was that Harry?
Yeah, that was Harry. I just had my phone on and I just clicked into it. That was my bad. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Yeah, are you MAGA?
I'm right wing, yeah.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Did you watch the debate?
Most of it, yes.
Okay. Max, are you MAGA?
Sorry, Adam.
Literal minor.
Jeez.
Dude, that kid was 4.
Yeah, kid was like 4 years old. Like, what the fuck?
I got
somebody in the chat.
Matt, I got it.
Oh, you got it. Okay, thanks.
OG, how old are you?
52.
You're MAGA?
No, I'm ultra mega.
Okay. did you watch the debate?
Dude, I watched the debate. You know what? I really wanted Biden to do better because that's an embarrassment because all the other presidents in the whole world are watching us. And I really wanted Biden to do a little bit better than to make us look that weak. I think they're going to invade us before the election. That's what I think.
You think we're going to be invaded?
The United States, dude?
You think the United States homeland is going to be invaded?
They're on the Canadian.
Dude, get a grip, Tim. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for dealing with the stupid. Trust me, that one was even
you don't
worse.
Think so?
No, dude. It's almost impossible to invade the United States.
Okay, let's talk me and you. Okay, I'm from East LA. Okay, Maywood. Look it up, Maywood, California. Okay, if you go to prison, okay, let me just say, you go to prison. If you show weakness, everybody's gonna punk you. They're gonna fucking stick you. They're gonna fuck you up. You might get killed. But if you show strength, they're going to respect you. So that's the way I see our president. If you show strength,
we should model ourselves
as if we're in prison. Yeah, one thing too. Also, if you look at this, what shows strength is not the president of the United States having a conversation. What shows strength is the military. Okay.
No, but honestly, but how did we get out of Iraq? We got out weak. We got to open.
You mean Afghanistan? Well, you didn't even remember where we were talking about. Second of all, the Afghanistan specifically, that agreement was set up by Donald Trump.
And you know what? I'm going to tell you one thing. You know what? I'm ultra mega, but you know what? I respect your views. If you respect Biden, I respect Trump. I'm okay with you. If you need help from me one day, I'm going to help you because I'm not against you. We're Americans. We're all Americans in the end. We're all Americans in the end. And we got to realize that, guys. I love you because you're my brother. We're all Americans. And we got to protect ourselves here in our country. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but that's the way.
Yeah, we want to protect Americans. Yeah,
I want to protect. Yeah, I want to protect America as well. But as far as someone invading us, Yeah, we're strategically in a pretty good spot geographically. There's many people go so in depth. There's tons of YouTube videos, and I mean, you don't have to. There's not a lot of data points that need to be pointed out there. It's pretty,
Yeah, geography, Air Force, and Navy. We have the best Air Force
I
and
got
Navy in the
family for
world.
the military. My little cousin, we're gonna go to a party tomorrow because he's just signed up for the Air Force. So we're going to his party. He's going away on Saturday. We're going tomorrow. So all I'm saying is this, guys. We're all Americans. We have to have a strong country, and we have to have a strong leader. And our leader right now is weak. And you know what? Today with the debate, that was an embarrassment.
but I feel like we
Can
need
you
to
agree?
stop. We
Can
need
you
to
guys
stop
agree?
focusing on the.
No, I don't think it's an embarrassment for the United States, but I do
But
think
you
it
Biden
shows.
did good tonight?
Hold up. No, I don't think that's an embarrassment for the United States, like
But
overall.
did you think
but
Biden did good tonight?
as it relates to like facts, but I
Like
do think his
talking,
age
the way
showed.
the way he was talking, the way he was coherent. Do you?
Yeah, so in
honestly-
terms of coherency, I've said this multiple times on the live. I think that his age clearly showed in this
Okay,
debate
so-
specifically. I do believe that. I'm not going to dispute
so
that.
we're cool. So we
Yeah.
agree there, brother.
Yeah, but like again, as it relates to the facts, he definitely won as it relates to the facts.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know what? There's times I want to give Trump some peanut butter. Trust me, I do, because Trump says some stupid shit that I want to tell him to shut the fuck up. But out of both evils, you got to pick one that's better. And right now, to me, it's Trump. That's my opinion.
Yeah. So, why so? Nathan, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
And I'll
Yeah.
give you a rose,
Why is Trump
brother.
better?
I'll give you a rose. People say us mega are fucking disrespectful. I'm not disrespectful, bro. I love everybody.
I have a question, OG. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Okay, so for me right now, I'm getting taxed right now. I just went today to the IRS. They're fucking me.
Can you name a single policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Well, I'm not really into that, so that's what I can't say, and I won't comment. And I'll be honest.
Okay. So then how are you going to say that he's better if you can't name a policy?
I want closed borders.
Closed borders? Well, it doesn't even seem like Trump's advocating for that. One. Two, closed borders would be negatively impactful to our economy, as it is the case that immigration is very important for our economy due to the fact that Social Security needs funding, right? And there's not enough young people to take care of the old people because replacement rates have been below fertility. Our fertility rates have been below replacement rates since the 70s.
Give me
respond to that?
Give me a policy that Biden has done good for the American people.
The infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science
Oh,
Act, the
come on.
PACT Act,
No, that's not working for us.
that definitely is working.
Why
for
is the inflation so high right now?
us. Because of gas prices.
It's
globally.
multifaceted.
Okay, why is gas prices high?
What's up?
Why is gas prices high right now?
Global supply of oil
No,
dropped
that's
due
not
to the
true.
broker deal with
You know-
Trump
you know
and
the United
OPEC
States
to limit their production of oil by multiple. I'm pretty sure it's multiple billions of barrels.
And I'm sorry to cut you off, but do you know that United States has more oil than every other country?
Yeah, do you know we're producing more crude oil right
No,
now
we're
than
not.
at any
No,
point in
because
American
we're not
history
getting
or of
the
any
permits.
country to ever exist?
Biden's not giving the permits to these oil guys to drill.
He's
here.
accepting more permits to drill.
Yeah, but in areas that there's no oil.
And that's only
That's
as
not
of
true.
late, to be fair though. The first 2 years the regulations that Trump had like where he decreased the regulations on a lot of those issues. Biden he literally reversed like the vast majority of what Trump did when it comes to deregulation. And but can I just I wanted to
Increasing
make a
restrictions
point.
on the border is regulation.
I'm sorry, no.
I live in LA,
when it
bro,
comes to
so
the
I see
border-
what's going on here in LA. It's a mess here.
Hold on, OG. Let's let Just speak real quick.
Yeah, just real quick. When you said we need more more people to come across the border due to
I'm sorry, guys. I had to go because my daughter's
replacement
calling
rate.
me and I'm going to echo.
I was
The
just saying we
replacement
need
rate?
some level of immigration.
Yes,
I was
I
gonna
agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. But the the level of people coming across the border, actually, as of late, it's slowed down because of the policy that Biden put in place. But I feel like that's just like a last ditch effort to try to grab some more, obviously more support when it comes towards election time. But the 2 years prior to that, it's kind of been just like open season, and everyone and their mother came across the border. And these are not people that are going to benefit us when it comes to working those. They're going to be, the vast majority of them are going to be on a lot of the social welfare system. Like, look what happened in New York and other places where they're literally closing down hotels to house them, giving them money for cell phones, food, water, and which I get it. I want to help people, but when it's negatively impacting your country, you have to be more. It has to be more precise, more calculated.
There's a few things here. So that's state policy 1. 2, it is the case that people coming to the country, not only are they like, sure, even if you were giving them social resources right now, that doesn't mean that it's inevitably only going to be like a drain on the economy, right? They add more to the economy in terms of getting jobs, in terms of demanding goods and resources in a particular community. So it definitely adds to the community, as plenty of others add to the community.
Yeah, I know that was a state policy, but the lack of border policy, created these state issues.
What do you mean the lack of border policy? Like, can you name the difference in border? Here, I'll ask you this question. Can you name the relevant difference in border policy between Joe Biden's administration and Obama's administration? That means that there's a greater amount of immigrants coming now and less immigrants coming then.
Actually, Obama actually did very well when it came. He actually deported more illegal immigrants than Trump or Biden has. But like when it came to like the kids in cages thing, like when they originally came with that storyline, they were using imaging from the Obama administration and saying,
"You're not answering my question respectfully." What was the difference? What relevant difference? What was the relevant difference in policy between the Obama administration and the Biden administration? That means that there were less people coming then and more people coming now.
Between Obama and Biden?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I don't have anything in front of me to really just go off the top of my dome. Like like I don't have the exact numbers like memorized or anything, or policy for that matter. But I do like the Remain in Mexico. I like that.
That didn't exist under Obama's administration, yet there were significantly less people coming to the country.
Well, he deported them. He actually took action, and
there's deportations under Biden's administration, 3.5 times as many than under Trump.
Yeah, because there was a lot more people that actually came across.
So again, so if we can't indicate a policy that's different under the Biden administration versus the Obama administration, well, that tells us the amount of people coming here that's dependent upon external factors, whether it be COVID, inflation, right, political instability, things that don't relate to the policy.
Right. Well, but whenever you have the commander in chief needs to create policy to slow down that influx, regardless of what's causing it.
No, but you were arguing that the policy, right, the lack of policy is causing it.
No, the only point I brought up on the border was that it's putting a strain on our economy and our resources. And you said that it's not going to be like a forever thing, which I don't know where you're getting that information. If they, everyone needs help from time to time, but you can't actually believe that the vast majority of those people are going to be working, like hardworking. They're not going to. Some of them may reach. Like
immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than the typical American.
True, but not that. But there's a difference. Yes, like there's a lot of immigrants that are extremely successful, but the vast majority of them did not come here in the past 2 years the way they had. These high influxes. I know COVID had a lot to do with it, and especially when you have, they're literally coming across the border saying, "Thank you, Biden." Like they knew they had the golden ticket. Like this is the time to do it. And those people will 100%, not 100%, but the vast majority of them will be on social service, or on welfare.
Do you have any data to indicate that?
I don't have any data, but
If the vast majority of them are
well,
actually,
because
when you
they
say a
need
vast
it now.
majority, that's I'm gonna be totally honest with you. That's
Yeah.
not true for any community. Okay, saying that a vast majority will be on social services, right, is not true.
Okay,
right?
you don't
Especially
think
when
the
they have a
majority of
higher
them will
labor
be
force
on-
participation rate.
Those immigrants or the immigrants that came here like on
Immigrants
say,
in
work
general.
visas. No, there's obviously a difference between someone comes on like a work visa and someone sneaks across or claims asylum in the
They still have a higher labor force participation rate.
the people that just came across in the past 2 years, they have a higher. You're saying that they're higher.
Yeah, it's likely that there's a higher labor force
I don't
participation
think
rate
that data's
because
out
of
yet.
immigration.
That's so fresh. Like where is that data? Where are you getting those?
I'm telling you that it's likely to be the case based upon what we know about immigration.
Yeah, but what we know about immigration is from like a totally different scenario.
Wait, but this is what's most likely to be the case, right?
You can't.
I'm not
listen.
saying it's certain. I'm saying it's most likely to be the case.
Right,
What
that's
you're
like saying
engaging in
there's
is called the
another-
problem of induction right now. You're essentially saying that just because it happened that way in the past doesn't mean it's
That's exactly what
always
you're
going to. Hold up. You're saying because just because it happened that way in the past doesn't mean it's always going to be that way in the future. I'm not disputing that. Of course, it's possible that this is not true. What I'm saying is it's most probable given what we already know.
Yeah, but that would just be like saying, oh well, this we had a pandemic or there was a pandemic. Like you can't judge every. Like okay, let me try to get about this a different way. Okay, so like I know it's a city level, but you have a great number of the people that are coming across the border. They have nowhere to sleep. They have nowhere, like they don't have money to eat. They need cell phones. Apparently, that's like a necessity. I don't know. That's wild to me that we're spending money for them to have a cell phone. But
Cell phones actually increase the productivity of people.
okay, I get it. I get that, but I'm just saying.
And they allow for them to add to the economy more. So of course we would want cell phones, increased broadband.
So all the videos of people like complaining, saying we have nowhere to sleep or nowhere to go, like this is not the American dream. That to them, the American dream is not an opportunity work. It's the American dream is free shit. Like they literally, that's the interpretation.
Well, I don't know what you're trying to say there. I was confused.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of videos out there of like, they're rioting. They're
Mr. Already, are you MAGA?
Yeah, I'm up. What's going on?
Did you watch the debate?
Yeah, I watched the debate.
Okay, for sure. But go ahead, Just, what you were saying?
Yeah. So, but you're saying that you like these people that come, like the immigrants that come, like say with work visas and immigrate in that way. I understand that.
I wasn't just saying work visas. I said immigrants in general.
Yeah, but you can't just lump them all into one. There's obviously like
How else would I talk about immigration?
That would
when
be
I'm
like
talking about
saying-
immigrants, of course I'm going to talk about immigrants in typical.
I know, but we were talking about on the topic of them being a drain on our welfare system, and
Yeah, and do you have any data supporting the idea that they're a drain overall?
no, I'm just saying they're 100% going. There's going to be people a large influx of people that are going to be like of the immigrants that came across in the past couple of years. They're going to be on our social welfare system for probably the majority of their lives.
So
what immigrants are you?
What is it?
What immigrants are you talking about in particular? Are you talking about Native American immigrants, Spanish
Who are you asking this
immigrants, African immigrants, Haitian immigrants, or like specifically, what immigrants are you talking about?
Who are you?
Every last
Specific
one. I
immigrants
don't care what nationality they are. I'm talking about the ones that are coming across the border.
What border? What border? I want to know what border you're
The
talking about.
already, it doesn't sound like
not
you're
the-
MAGA.
Do you think it's the do you think let's just do process of elimination. You think I'm talking about the Canadian border or the southern border?
GG, thank you for the subscription.
I mean, I'm just saying if you don't, I don't think it's going to be productive if you can't like use context clues to understand which border I'm talking about.
I mean, just make it Pacific.
Jesus. Okay.
Mr. Already, are you voting for
the
Trump?
southern border, not the Canadian?
Are you voting for Trump,
border.
Mr. Already?
Does that clarify?
I love Trump.
You do? Can you name one policy
Yeah,
that he
I love
passed?
Trump, he passed the when he gave out the $1,400 stimulus check, and then when he let Kodak black out, and then when he passed the drug law and all that. I love Trump. I love him.
Okay. So, can either of you name a policy that he passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit the rich people?
One policy that he passed was when he provided housing for the middle class, and he provided vouchers for the middle class.
And which bill was that?
I can't name the bill off top. I can go CHG or USA 182 224, no numbers like that, but I know what I'm talking about.
Yo, Tim, thank you so much for the $21.12. Thank you so much, Tim. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Would you vote for someone that's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
Hell no.
Well, Trump's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, so why are you voting for him?
I mean, he ain't really been, like, if he was legally held for that, right? Why they even let him debate?
Well, because it was in the context of a civil court. He was held legally responsible by a jury. The only reason it was in a civil court rather than a criminal court was because of the statute of limitations.
Okay, so is federal court a civil court or a criminal court?
Wait, when I'm talking here specifically, this was a civil court.
Okay, but I'm gonna ask you a question: is federal court civil or criminal?
Criminal, it seems.
No, it's not. It's civil.
No, the federal is typically criminal.
No. Federal court is civil. If you look it up, federal court is always in civil.
Matt, is federal court civil?
Yes, it's civil. It ain't never supposed to be criminal. No.
Okay, I was just saying if you heard me.
Yeah, it was never supposed to be criminal. It's always been civil. It's always supposed to be dealing with when you like do some fraudulent or something like that. It's never supposed to be criminal. Where when you sell drugs, you get a criminal charge with the federal government. Were they able to give you 30 years for selling drugs for criminal?
Yes, so federal deals with criminal.
No, federal has always been civil.
No.
Yes.
It's not only civil. It's
Federal
either
can be
either
civil.
both. It's either
Federal
both.
can be
Yeah.
civil.
So it's
only supposed to be
it's both.
civil. Yeah, it's only supposed to be civil. The only
You're wrong.
reason why the only reason why they turn it into criminal is because of the colored people selling drugs.
So I mean that could be true, but like I don't have any reason to believe that currently.
It is true. It's true. It's true.
Could you give me a source?
Yeah, I can give you a whole lot of sources, and I can go back on U.S. versus RICO law. I can go back on all the RICO laws and everything. It's all supposed to be civil.
That's not a source.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Go look up the RICO law.
Okay, so the RICO law?
Yeah, RICO.
Wait, hold on. Racketeering is a crime. It's not civil.
No, racketeering is supposed to be civil.
No, racketeering is a criminal matter.
Gosh.
It is. It's a criminal matter. The RICO law makes it illegal. That's a criminal. If something is illegal and you violate that law, that means it is. No, it's not civil.
It is civil.
No, hold on. Already. What is a civil case? What is a civil case?
A civil case is like something dealing with money,
Disputes,
like that.
right? Disputes. For
Yeah.
example, if Parker and I had a dispute over money, because Parker obviously owes me money, so obviously I would take him to civil court.
Civil court, and that's federal court.
Yeah. No, it can be state or federal. It depends on the level of jurisdiction.
That's federal court.
RICO is a criminal matter.
No, that's federal court.
Oh my God, no! RICO is a federal law making it illegal for racketeering.
How old are you?
I'm 31. I'm about to turn 32.
You 31. Better return how old? And I've been to federal
context.
And I've been to federal prison. And I've done.
Hold on. Nobody is agreeing with you. Look up the RICO law.
I've done 20 years in federal prison.
Okay, congratulations, but you committed a criminal violation.
No, I didn't. No, for
hold on.
drug trafficking.
Does anybody hold on? Does
For drug
anybody
trafficking.
does
I'm
anybody on this
43 years
panel
old.
hold on. I'm sorry. Look up the RICO law. It makes it
I think he's
illegal.
trolling.
Okay, yeah, maybe he
No,
is
I'm not
because
trolling. I'm not trolling. I know what I'm
racketeering
talking
is a
about.
criminal matter.
No,
Point blank. Period.
They made racketeering a criminal, but it's not supposed to be criminal. It's supposed to be civil.
What? That makes no sense.
Oh man, you guys! I don't know what you guys are studying.
Law?
Reality.
I don't
Reality.
know. Law?
Why would I believe in reality when I can believe in, again, my imagination?
I'm telling you.
Yeah, and you're telling us a
Guess
false
what?
claim.
Guess what? Nothing to do with money, right? Listen to me.
I'm about to make an emo that says imagination.
Guess what? It's all supposed to be civil when it's dealing with money. Anything
That's not true. It can be both.
Oh my God!
It can be both.
How's a criminal when you're dealing with money?
Because you have stolen the money?
And guess what? The banks got insurance on that money, so it's not criminal.
No, the banks would call the feds. The feds would then prosecute
And it's
you.
still civil. It's still civil.
No! It could be civil, but it's primarily criminal. If I stole money from Parker, guess what? He could do two things. He could take me to criminal court because I stole from him, and he could take me to civil court to get the money back.
What's your state court? Criminal state, not federal.
Okay, this guy. Okay.
What's your state court? It ain't never. If it's criminal, it stays in state.
Did you learn this while in prison?
What'd you say?
Did you learn this while in prison?
No, I learned this before prison.
Oh. Well, you might want to update yourself on the laws because it's both civil and criminal. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I don't.
Yeah, that's where you guys is lost at, man.
Oh, we're not lost, friend. We're not lost.
Yeah, you are lost.
I know exactly where I am.
No, you lost.
I'm good, bro.
Yeah, Mr.
No, you
Already,
lost.
how many branches of government are there?
I don't know. I'm done.
Oh wait, hold on. You call yourself dumb, and then
Nah,
you want
I'm
to state your
dumb.
opinion
I don't
on
like-
civil and criminal law?
Like, what's his name? What's his name, Dan? Let me look.
Matt, you can call me Matt. You can call me Matt.
Rocky, Matt, whatever your name is. I'm dumb. I don't know shit.
Okay.
I don't know shit. I don't know shit.
I'm glad that you at least can admit it to yourself.
Yeah, I don't know shit. So what did they lock Big Meech up on? Was it criminal or civil?
Yeah.
So for which case?
Say that again.
What did they lock Big Meech up on? Criminal or civil?
I don't know.
Big who? Big Meech?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
I don't know who the fuck that is.
So you want to know
No.
who should be locked up? Donald Trump.
Big Meech was found guilty of money laundering.
Parker, you think he should be locked up?
Yeah,
Big
absolutely.
Meech was found get
For
their
what
what?
exactly?
Sexual abuse.
Big Meech was
what
found
case?
get their what?
What'd you say, Just?
In what case?
Eugene Carroll.
And you think there's you think there's enough evidence that he's guilty and he should be locked up for that?
I think if
Yes.
it wasn't but for the statute of limitations, he probably would have been found guilty of essay under a
Really?
criminal law. Yeah, because you don't know why. You want to know why? Because under criminal law, they can compel his DNA, and we would have found out whether or not that was his DNA on the dress.
Sure, that would have been. I would be right there with you guys if that
Joe
was the
Biden.
case. But we're just speculation.
Yo, Just.
True, which is, but
I have a question.
that would make it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If you were looking for a babysitter and that babysitter was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, would you let them take care of your kids?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
What do you? That's
Joe Biden.
Is it because there's good enough reason to believe that they sexually abused someone, given the fact that they were held legally responsible?
I wouldn't want if I saw someone like sniffing another kid's neck. I wouldn't want them watching my kids either.
No, but what the point I'm saying is that you have good enough reason to believe that they are. Wait, also, you can see videos of Trump kissing and touching kids.
Okay, I wouldn't want either one of them watching my children. I don't understand your point.
Okay, so again, my point is that it's good enough reason to believe that they would have sexually abused someone.
No, I'm just very protective when it comes to my kids. I mean, there's a lot of vetting I would do.
Okay, so you wouldn't believe it though.
I wouldn't believe what I don't understand your point. I just said
You
neither
wouldn't
one of them would be
believe
watching
that
my children.
You wouldn't believe that they sexually abused someone. You would just say like, "Oh, I'm gonna keep
Under the a vast amount of caution, I would not let either one of them watch my children.
You're not answering my question though. Like, as it relates to the context of the person who was held legally responsible for sexual abuse,
I believe they're innocent until proven
that
guilty.
context?
No, I believe they're innocent until proven guilty. But I would.
Wait, proven guilty? You mean like in a civil court?
Huh?
You mean in a civil court by a jury
Criminal.
of?
No, criminal.
So you only accept criminal cases?
Yeah, I mean, for sexual abuse or sexual assault, absolutely.
So you wouldn't accept any civil cases for sexual abuse? What about Bill
No, there have to
Cosby?
be concrete. Huh?
What about Bill Cosby?
That was a criminal case, was it not?
I'm pretty sure it was civil. I could
That's
be wrong. Though. I
wild.
could be wrong though.
That's
Tim, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Bill Cosby. Wasn't he civil court?
Oh, that was both. That was definitely
both,
criminal
right?
because he went to prison, so it was
Yeah,
definitely
that's
criminal.
Serving time.
But it may have been both.
I do think that there was a civil court.
I mean, and I'm okay. Can I ask why you're like? Do you think the country is? Do you think the country and us as
Tucker, you were
citizens?
correct. Both.
Do you think
It
that
was
we
both.
are?
Okay.
Do you think that we are? We did.
But
we
they
were
threw
doing
out
better
they threw
under
out the
Trump or
conviction.
Biden?
Well, no, the point I'm saying is that they threw out the conviction for the criminal court. So like it was only civil court that he was held liable on. So like would you believe that Bill Cosby did it?
If what? You said they threw
The
out
civil
the
court, they threw
criminal?
out the conviction.
Yeah, the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania threw it out.
Was that
under
under?
a Fifth
Was that
Amendment grounds.
under? That was because of a.
That was under Fifth Amendment grounds, I think.
Hmm.
So I mean, had his a conviction vacated, meaning it was as if it didn't happen.
Right. So did they come to like a settlement or something?
No,
Okay,
I mean
fair
he
enough.
was found. His conviction was vacated, meaning it's as if his conviction never happened. And then, but he was found civilly liable for essay of a woman when she was 16.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Bill Cosby. I don't understand what you. want me to
Well,
say.
okay. What about OJ? He was
What
found
about-
not guilty, and yet he was
Right,
found
and-
civilly liable.
Right. Like, are we just? Do you guys want to? Are we just cherry picking certain things? It's like
No, we're just seeing if you apply it. This isn't cherry picking. We're just seeing if you apply the standard that you don't believe
There's just
civil
not
cases.
a lot of OJ cases. Like, there's not.
No,
a lot
but
of
you
cases
are.
where the
Do you
vast
believe
majority of
civil
Americans
cases?
know
Yes
he
or
did
no?
Something.
I'm just trying to see that if there's a civil court, if someone's held liable in a civil court, whether or not you believe it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and it depends on the way that like the juries, for instance, they did not have to be unanimous for all the convictions. They only had to be unanimous on the prior, and like that's. I mean, it's obvious what they were doing. Like they want him to have this stamp so they can say he's convicted. And
Well, Leah, thank you for the $10. So you don't accept it.
but can you name all the 34 charges? Like, can you name half of them?
Appreciate this one. Thank you so much. We were talking about the sexual abuse.
No, but can you name half of the convictions?
We were talking
Trump
about the
is charged
sexual
with?
abuse, though. I mean, I can bring up stuff, but that's a pivot. That's a total pivot away from what we were talking about the civil courts.
Yeah, I don't think he wasn't criminally charged, so I don't think that he was.
So you don't. So you don't accept.
If there was physical evidence, like DNA, for instance, like what's his face down there said, Rockin'.
Well, we had it, but he refused to give it up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he should have been forced to then. But, I mean, that's-
Well, you can't because in civil court.
Right. I mean, if he should have been if it was a criminal, he was criminally charged, then yeah, I would.
Yeah, but like the
different.
point we were making is that you believe the civil court as it relates to OJ, but you don't believe the civil court as it relates to Donald Trump. Why?
Wait, OJ, as far as what?
OJ was found not guilty of
Yeah, I don't believe
unaliving.
that.
Huh?
What are you talking about? Who said I agree with that?
No.
So you don't agree that OJ did it?
Was innocent?
You think OJ
No,
was
I think
innocent?
He did do it.
Okay, why?
Just I feel like it's just common sense. I don't think it's a
Oh,
politician.
come
out there
on, bro.
that-
Like this is so disingenuous for you to accept one civil court but not the other, without reason.
I'm sorry. That's just the way I feel.
That's ridiculous. That's just bias. You just saying, "Oh, I just feel this way" is bias.
I am biased because I'm obviously I'm more conservative. That's just my views. I like the country under conservative leadership. So like, yeah, I mean, do you not think that Biden has done some shady shit? Like, you don't think that there's something you can find where you're like, oh man, I can't believe I'm voting for this guy?
Yeah, there are obviously things I disagree with him on. Do I think he's a criminal? I don't think we have good. I don't think we have good. I don't think we have good evidence to indicate he's a criminal. But I definitely disagree with him on plenty of matters.
You don't think he's like a creep that like obviously has like sexual feelings towards children and shit?
No, I see no evidence for that. No.
Like,
Donald Trump has said that he would date a 10. Wait. Donald Trump has said he would date a 10-year-old girl.
National television.
Trump said he would date a 10-year-old. Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Said he would date his daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Something he has in common with his daughter is sex. When she said real estate and golf.
I'm sorry. The last one
is that pedophilic?
What did you say the last one was? Something about golf?
Yeah, he said that he has sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf.
Did you say he has sex in common with his daughter?
That's what he said. He said that he has sex in common with his daughter. Do you want to hear the clip?
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense to me. He has sex in common with his daughter.
Yes.
He was asked. He was asked, what was one thing that you and Ivanka have in common? She said, well, probably golf. And what was the other thing, Parker?
Real estate and golf.
Real estate and golf. And Tom said, well, I was going to say sex.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, I could not.
And then the women of The View who he said it to were like, ew, that's gross. What the fuck? And they all laughed about it, but it was clear that it was gross.
Oh, it was the Wendy show, right?
No, I think it was The View.
No, wasn't The View for the View was for the date daughter if it wasn't my daughter.
Okay. Ew, gross. Okay. I get them confused.
What he was saying is like she is a very successful.
The two have in common. What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father? Either real estate or golf. Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Donald Trump.
Maybe he's just trolling, saying that he identifies as a
trolling and saying that's crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, as far as he said, if like I would date my daughter, is that what he said? I think he means like it's the type of woman she is. Like she's very strong-willed, and I don't think he was saying like, yeah, I want to fuck my daughter. Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, he said that she had said that she's voluptuous, that she has a great body. He's okay with Howard Stern calling her a piece of ass. He says, yeah.
Well, so that's the problem, though. We have reports from the people like his vice chief of staff. Is that what it is? Vice chief of staff, the person who's under the chief of staff, who said that he would often make like a sexual comments about his daughter when he was in the Oval Office and everything. So we don't have him on audio, but it fits how he talks about women and how he talks about like his daughter.
He's misogynistic and narcissistic. I get it. But as far as like how the country is ran, I definitely think first off, Donald Trump was a Democrat like his whole entire fucking life. Like that's how it was. And Biden's views and the shit that comes out of his mouth, he's literally just being told to say this stuff. He didn't feel this way 8 years ago. Like
name one thing he didn't believe 8 years ago.
Gay marriage.
Yeah, that was not true. And eight years ago specifically, they actually advocated to get that passed. It was 2008 specifically, or it was like
yes.
Yeah, it was either 2008 or it was 2012 when they were particularly advocating that they don't want to redefine it, right? But when they were in office specifically, there was different policy that they supported. So that was likely a political front so that they could get elected.
Right, they just say shit that they know the party wants to hear. That's what Trump does, and that's what Biden does.
No, they said shit that would get them elected, and because most of society at that time did not want to redefine what was constituted legally as marriage, right? That's the view that they held, right? So that they could get elected. But then when they were in office, they indicated different policy.
Right, they moved with the times. I get it.
Yeah.
But do you think the country runs better under Biden than under Trump?
Yes.
Specifically, what example? You can be very broad.
Yeah,
You
the
don't have to give me
infrastructure bill that
these
was
exact-
bipartisan, the PACT Act, right? The CHIPS and Science Act, the student debt repayment, right? I think that was good.
Okay, as far as student debt repayment, why do you think that these adults need to be bailed out with loans that they signed up for?
It stimulates the economy to help people to help people start families, to invest in the economy, things like that.
So you think that us taxpayers should have to bail all these adults out that sign contracts for gender studies?
Yeah, I think that we should help people out so that we can benefit the economy. Yeah.
So should we? When does that stop? Should we buy them houses? Should we pay off people's mortgages?
So as it relates to this particularly, I think student debt is shown particularly to be a strain on us so that we can like buy houses and do other things like that.
And very intelligent economic or people that deal with this type of thing, they understand. Or I don't know if you understand, but
so bailout companies, give them PPP, right? Fucking literally every single time there's a recession, we do that, but never bail out people that actually need it related to school because prices of school have heavily increased over time.
Yeah, and what are they going to school for? Like the vast majority of these, like.
I don't care. I think there should be free public university.
Okay, but it's still adults making. They have a contract. Like if you're a young adult, and you buy like the newest vehicle and the newest house because that's just what you want to do.
Appreciate the super. Thank you so much. If it was a more common trend amongst the economy and people were literally brought up and raised to particularly think this is the only way in which they could benefit themselves economically speaking, well then yeah, but that's not true.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
You're not understanding the culture around college. Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much. That it literally gets people who are younger to do this type of stuff. The pressure they have from their parents.
To go and get an education?
Yes.
And what is wrong with that? Yeah, I get it. Go get an education.
Well, I'm just saying that we should give help, right? As it relates to those things. I'm not saying that everything is paid off. I'm just saying that we give help.
How about don't party, don't, actually pay attention. Maybe
yeah,
not
because that's going to make society better.
studies.
People haven't thought about that before, Just.
What?
Yeah, because people haven't thought about that before. Diana, thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but you're not. I just don't feel like you're adding anything to this.
So forgive loans for businesses, forgive loans for rich people, but never forgive lones for people who need it.
I'm not for any
mustache,
loan forgiveness.
Really? No loan forgiveness?
Yeah. Why the fuck would we have loan forgiveness?
Okay, what about people who have loans?
It's just free money.
What about people who have loans?
What about the people that paid back their loans?
I'll give you an example. Right? Someone who got cancer, right? And they pulled out a loan specifically to be able to pay for their cancer treatment. Do you think that there should be any loan forgiveness for cancer patients?
That's multifaceted. You actually need...
any loan forgiveness for cancer patients, yes or no?
Sure, you got me there.
Oh, okay, gotcha there.
Yeah, I know. I love how people like you literally pick the most extreme fucking case.
It's not. Dude. I'm just showing you. You said no loan forgiveness. I gave you an example of a scenario where you hold to loan forgiveness. It's like you don't want to admit when I show you that you have an incoherent worldview.
How's that incoherent?
You saying that I brought up an extreme example is not evident of me making some false claim. I was showing something that would logically follow given the reasoning you just provided, and you're mad that you said that you should be okay with loan forgiveness in that scenario. So
why pick loan forgiveness for certain degrees that people go after? Like, why not do it across the fucking board? He specifically, where he was forgiving loans for people that obviously
I'd be okay with that, but having forgiveness of some loans is better than forgiveness of no loans.
Why do you think they deserve it? That's what I'm saying. Why do some adults that make poor financial decisions deserve just get free money, hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Again, because I think that due to our particular culture, incentivizing people and pressuring people to go into college, it can lead to particular circumstances.
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't. If we're talking about 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds in some circumstances.
What do you mean? Dude, the left want to fucking lower the voting age to 16. Now you think adults?
How is that an argument against me?
I'm just saying. You're on the left, right?
Yeah, and wait, even if it is the case that a 16-year-old I think should be able to vote, I don't think that changes whether or not I would help them out.
An 18-year-old, like
Yeah, like I'll give you an
okay,
example. I think 18-year-olds should be able to vote, but I don't think that, say, an 85-year-old should be able to sleep with an 18-year-old. I think that should be illegal.
we would agree there. That's disgusting.
Oh, okay. So then why are you okay with restricting one action but not the other?
Why am I? Wait, you're saying why am I? Why am
Yeah,
I
why
okay
would you treat
with?
their actions
Wait,
and wait, they're an adult. They made their own choice. Is that what you'd say?
yeah, they made their. I just said it was disgusting.
Well, okay, but they're an adult. They made their own choice. That's what you just said earlier.
What does that have to do with an 18-year-old taking out a loan? What is it?
Because
like,
again, I can
you
see
have to go so
certain
far. You have,
circumstances where I would
listen,
want to help
you have
out
to talk about
18-year-olds
an
that made
85-year-old.
decisions like
So
that.
you're so that's a twisted mind. I'm just saying.
What?
So I said you have
Twisted
a
mind?
twisted
How am I
mind.
twisted?
Because you're talking about an 80, like you're, listen, I said that I think it's messed up that an 18-year-old that signs a contract that says, yes, I will pay back this money. And your mind went to, well, we should, an 85-year-old sleeping with him. Like those are false equivalencies. Like it makes no sense.
You just don't listen, do you? Right? I'm specifically giving an example, particularly where an 18-year-old made a decision, right? And we still think that it should be otherwise, right? We can see how they specifically might have made a decision that would have had negative influences.
Sure. Young adults make, actually old adults, it doesn't matter. Adults make horrible decisions. I think certain ones are gross. That doesn't mean the 85-year-old sleeping with an 18-year-old.
So you don't think an
gross.
18-year-old could be influenced to make a bad financial decision that we might want to help them with?
Then change the law, Parker. Change the law.
That's
I don't know
exactly
what
what we're
but
referencing
under
here.
the law,
Free
if you
public
sign a
universities
contract-
and provide people help.
But that's not the case right now. He's literally
That's what
just
I'm
giving
advocating for.
hundreds of thousands. Okay, you can advocate all you want, but the under the law, how it stands now, if you sign a contract for money, if you take out a loan, you're responsible for it. I don't understand where you're missing that.
Okay, so again, I'm saying that we should provide some help. You say that they're fully responsible for it.
They
right?
are.
Again, you can say that they're fully responsible. That doesn't change whether or not I think that they should have economic help.
Oh my God. Okay, so if an 18-year-old gets
You're fully responsible for taking care of your bills, right?
Yeah. So
during COVID, do you think that there should be unemployment help? You're responsible for taking care of your bills, but we should provide help to take care of people's bills in that scenario?
You're saying if someone loses their job during COVID, do you think there should be financial help?
Yes. They're responsible for taking care of their bills, but I still think that they should be provided help in that scenario.
And there was help. There's what are they called?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Now, do you believe that there should have been help too?
Listen, let me completely make my point, okay? Yeah, you can take deferments and things like that when it comes to unforeseen circumstances like COVID. But when it says if an 18-year-old signs up for a mortgage and they can't afford it, should we just give them the house or foreclose on it? Which one do you think is going to happen?
So I wouldn't necessarily say that house, but I think there should be housing provided for everyone. Universal housing, absolutely.
There's not. So right now,
I never said there is. I think there should be, just.
Sure, there should be.
Holy fuck, dude, are you not listening to my answers?
There should be a lot of things. But right now,
I'm advocating what I think should be the case. What are you talking about?
Right now, the way the law was written, should we forgive people's mortgages?
In certain circumstances, yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, if someone can't take care of their mortgage, right? Particularly in the context of COVID, we should absolutely provide subsidies.
No COVID. I'm not talking about COVID.
Yeah, if someone has a disability, right, due to a particular
no disability, say they just made a bad financial decision.
Why are you just completely getting rid of all context?
Because you're trying to narrow it down during specific times, but that's not.
If it was a wide,
he didn't do it because of COVID.
Listen,
he did it because
if it was a wide issue specifically that got people to buy houses, right, by bad financial decisions, particularly that negatively impact them long run, insofar as that it would negatively impact the economy long term, yeah, I would be for helping people as it relates to their mortgages. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I think we should help low income individuals with mortgages.
Yeah, I get it. You want this a social,
I want social safety
communist-
nets in our society. I want to make
Yeah.
sure people are housed. I want to make sure people have food in their belly. I want to make sure people have health care. I want to make sure their
And
kids have
bread's
child
not-
care.
yeah.
I want basic standards for every single person in society.
but-
You want people living on the street? You want people not having access to food and being food insecure or not having health care?
No, listen. If
Not having
you're
a
that
house,
poor-
a roof over their heads?
Wait, let me speak. You're
I
very
have let
rude.
you speak. Don't whine.
Don't whine. No, you're
Yeah,
you're
don't
being
whine.
a little bitch, and every time you say something,
Oh, you're
speak,
going
then
to
you
keep
just speak
whining?
over-
Need some baby bottles?
That's a good one.
Yeah, you need a baby bottle?
Nice comeback. Wipe it off your chin. All right. So whenever if someone's that poor, we have social safety nets.
No, there are hundreds of thousands of people living on the street.
In what areas?
Across the entire U.S., there's like 500,000 homeless people.
Okay, and what are they doing to? Are they using these social? Because there's like where I'm at, there's the vast majority are poor, like very very poor, but they all have housing. You may have to move, you may have to like switch counties or maybe even states in certain circumstances. But the vast majority of homelessness, we don't have homelessness out in the country. You have it in these densely populated areas.
People
and
go
they
to the
don't
cities,
move.
and yes, there is homelessness there.
Oh my God. I know that's where the majority of the homelessness is these
Because people go from rural areas to
Democratic-run
cities.
and that's their choice because they literally
You know, the
how
rural
did they get
areas
there?
typically are poorer.
Yeah, they are poor, but we have Section
Mhm.
8, we have food stamps, they have free Medicaid. There's people that live
Statistically
from-
speaking, if you were in a rural area, you're less likely to get these types of social programs.
you have no idea what you're talking about.
I do.
Because
I do know what I'm talking about because they're more likely to be Republican areas, which have less particular help with social programs.
Okay. Do you know for instance, like Athens County in Ohio, it's one of the poorest counties in the whole entire United States. And there's no problem getting Section 8 housing, food stamps, and Medicaid. You cover those three things, you don't need to be homeless.
So there's no homeless people.
No, there's definitely homeless.
So then why are they
people, but
homeless?
they're not applying for
So it's just
Section
that they're
8.
not
There's
applying for housing, really? Really, you just think
Oh
that
my
people
God.
are homeless because
There's
so there's no wait list. There's no
listen.
qualifications that they might not meet.
There are,
And also, Section
but
8
you
is a
can't do
federal
dr-
program, right? So are you arguing for
what's that?
federal programs to ensure people have housing?
Yeah, I'm all for Section 8. What's wrong with that?
So do you want to expand Section 8 to make sure that everyone can be taken care of?
No, they are taken care of as long as they don't. Do
No,
drugs
not
and-
everyone is
and
taken
state
care of. That's a
things.
lie.
Then they're making poor life decisions because there are
Oh, shit. You just saying everyone who's homeless is just making poor life decisions is fucking
the
insane.
vast majority.
Yeah, so again, if you just say everyone is making poor life decisions, they just have to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, I think that's fucking disgusting.
Yep, didn't say that. But,
That's literally what you're arguing.
I didn't say bootstraps at all. But
Yeah, I'm relating it to something that we typically understand.
no, it's a talking point you guys like to use. 'Cause, yeah,
A talking point we like to use?
You regurgitate this trash.
I was giving you an analogy.
Yeah, it's a very common analogy. But
Common analogy? Who the fuck else says this?
pull them up by their bootstraps. You don't,
Yeah, who else did you
never
hear on
heard that?
TikTok
Did
say
you
this
come up with
recently?
it? Jesus.
Name the person who said it recently.
What do you mean?
Name the person
turn
on
fucking
TikTok
social
that
media
said it
in
recently.
a conversation like this. Do you write down little things like name the person that said it recently? Like, does that make sense to you?
You can give me any of
You have
their
a
qualities.
fucking
You,
photographic
you know what they look
information.
like? You can tell me a few fucking
What
qualities
color
of them, and I
eyes do
probably
they
know who they are.
What color eyes do they have? But,
Yeah,
okay.
what color hair do they have? What
The
type
whole-
of clothes
the
do they
whole
wear?
The whole
What was
point
their
of this
background
was
look like?
Listen, just calm down, shut the dick liquor for a second, and the whole point of
Okay.
this.
Yeah, go
was-
fuck yourself. All right, I'm getting off of my stream right now. I might go join Harry.
Yeah. If you do, ask him my questions.
I will.
Because I want to hear his answer. Like I'm actually want to hear his answer. Like it's not just me like trolling or anything. I want to hear because
Yeah, text me specifically what you want me to ask him. and I'll try
okay.
to get it.
Because while you were talking, I was going through all the news sites and I was going through all the everything, and it's collective panic. Like, I'm sorry, but like I couldn't find one thing that was positive, one thing, and so I want to hear his like spin, for lack of a better word. I want to hear it because I want to know like what to say, because I can't find any good. Like, we have pieces coming out in the Post, the Journal, the Times, of people who are politicians, journalists, editorial boards saying that Joe Biden should step aside. Like, these are people in positions of power, donors saying he should step aside. Like, and this is only 5-6 hours after the debate. So
I don't even disagree with those people. I agree with them. I think he should.
I know. So, but yeah, I'll text you what I want you think should ask him. But basically, it's just the same thing that I asked him, what he thought of the debate, and then you should give your honest take, because I think you and I are in agreement that Biden won on policy, but totally failed on performance, and that he looked old as fuck, and it's not looking good. It's just not looking good.
All right,
so,
bro. I'll see
all
you
right.
in a
Thanks
bit,
for having me on, Parker, and thank you everybody who donated and followed. I really appreciate it. Have a good night, Parker. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Bye bye.
All right, everyone go to Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. You can also say Parker is coming, everyone. Hopefully, Harry adds me up and we can have a conversation about this a little bit. But yeah, go to Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. I'll see y'all in a second, everyone.
For you, give you big discount. A little bit on the bottom, baby, a little bit on the bottom. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me check the discount, ma, baby, huh? 28, ma, baby, if you like it. 28 you take. 28 you take, baby. Just a little bit here. Just a little bit here, baby.
Nico!
28. 28 if you like it, take, baby.